What the hell? Go, go, baby! Get out of here! Not today! You ain't taking my... Whoa! Oh! What did I tell you? I said don't let me get heated with the longbow, baby! Bow, bow! I'm insane, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best! I pull those clutches out all the time.
Are you ready to fight?
No problem.
Good!
No
now get
problem.
out of my way!
I'm insane, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best! Now that was me carrying the damn squad, baby! Let's go! Woo! Woo! I'm insane, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best! I pull those clutches out all the time. All
Are
the
you ready
time.
to fight?
No problem.
Good!
No
now get out
problem.
of my way!
Hello, beautiful people. Hope everybody's having a good night. Hope everybody's doing well. I believe we're up and live and running on both platforms here. Let me double check. It sure does look like it. Adam, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. You about to try your first raid? Unfortunately, the storm did not hit it good enough. I hate when that happens. It's even worse when the storm hits the sector. It even says storm in the sector, and it still doesn't knock the shield because just the very edge of the storm hits it. It is the worst, especially because these storms are sometimes hours apart. But we're gonna jump back into some Dune Awakening tonight. See if we can't see anything going on inside of the deep desert. See if we can't finally find another base. See if anybody's see if this big Zerg has decided to make any moves. It'll be interesting. Let's go ahead and jump on into it because we've got some updates that we need to talk about. Give it a minute, it'll pop up. There it is. Hey, if you look on the right-hand side here, it says the servers will be offline for a game update starting at 8 a.m. UTC. That's 2 a.m. my time, 4 a.m. Eastern, or just under 4 hours from now. And let me jump back over to X real quick, because they made a post I wanted to read. It says... blibbity blobbity. It says they're deploying a hotfix tomorrow. They apologize for these back-to-back updates, but this will fix a couple of important issues that they have going on. The expected downtime is around 90 minutes, and the notes will be posted. I don't know why they do this. The notes are going to be, patch notes are going to be posted when the update goes live. This sucks because it's like, if they would just post the patch notes 12 hours ago, I could have made a video talking about the patch notes and we could fully walk into tonight's stream knowing what's coming in tonight's update. But now it's just a complete and total guess. I haven't been paying attention to what was going on. I haven't been paying attention to the Discord or what's going on. Jen! How's it going? Good to see you, Jen. Hope you're doing well. What is this? Jagex? Is Jagex notorious for the back-to-back updates? I know when they dropped the old school update. I'm going back to X real quick before we jump in here because I actually saw some RuneScape updates I wanted to squeeze through and see if we got anything important. Nothing important for what I'm looking for. However, they're disabling the microtransactions in RuneScape 3 for how long? I don't know what they said there, but that's pretty cool. It's cool to see that they are experimenting with what they could possibly do in the future, and they did something recently called the no cosmetics worlds. I'd be way super down for that. That was like a big thing when I came back into RuneScape 3 that I didn't like, is I kept seeing people in gear and I'm like, where'd you get that gear, bro? What monster drops that? None, bro. The money monster, the pocket monster, bro. Your credit card will drop you that gear. Make your bronze armor look like that. Let me know if the game audio is too loud. Hopefully we get something soon on leagues. But let's take a quick update here. We got a storm rolling through. Okay. Update canceled. Update canceled. I don't have fuel on me. Shit. Okay, perfect. Go, 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 go. Oh, of course it's not the... Of course it's not. So off stream, I've still been experimenting with that whole method that we... I'm hitting enter and it won't let me, Man, we just got dicked on our respawn, it's fine. Whoa, that's weird, bro. My inputs, like, weren't working there for a second. Why, Jen? What's got you worried? I'm assuming you haven't played RuneScape 3 in a while. And you've just recently jumped back into it, and now you're concerned with what Leagues is going to look like. I'm in that same boat, except for I haven't jumped into RuneScape 3 in a long while. But I know that, like, comparatively, RuneScape 3 and old school, it's not going to be anything like the old school League. I mean, I guess, like, you would hope that it's somewhat similar into the League in the sense that it's structured similarly. Like, you're starting from scratch and you're completing tasks to unlock relics or unlock whatever regions, hopefully, and then you're playing through the game at boosted experience rates with overpowered relics. But if you start comparing, like, apples to oranges, I was talking about this the other day, like, old school RuneScape in the leagues, it ends up working out well because there's not a lot of quality of life updates in old school RuneScape that just naturally make training easy. Whereas in RuneScape 3, there are updates that make training super easy. For example, I was talking about this. Thought that was a base, bro. A relic in old school RuneScape that's always really popular is like the one that my keys are not fucking working. My S key is not working. I can't turn left. I literally can't turn left. Why the fuck can't I turn left? First my enter key wasn't working, and now I can't turn left. What have they done? This didn't happen after the update. I was playing fine last night. You hear that? You guys hear that noise? It's like I'm trying to hit a key or something. What the fuck is going on? It's like I'm typing in the chat. I can't even hit enter. What is happening right now, bro? Is the game broken? Yeah. Well, and see, that's a good point too, as well. So RuneScape 3 players, that's a good point that you bring up, Adam, is that RuneScape 3 players already kind of know what it's like to have boosted experience rates. And fuck, dude, RuneScape's experience rates are really good. Like, you can burn through some levels on a double experience weekend. So if they start doing like 10x experience rates, it's just gonna lead to some like game-breaking methods. But I think that's the point. That's the point of leagues. Not every skill is 110 to 120 though, is there? I mean, there's a handful of them now, way more than I'm used to. I think the last skill, and maybe the first skill that went up to 120 was Slayer, and that was about when I stopped playing. I think I got up to like level 104 or like 107 Slayer on my main account, and that was like right around the time I stopped playing seriously. I came back and did some archaeology. What's my best armor set? In this game, Captain, in Dune Awakening, we've been talking about RuneScape for a while. So, in Dune Awakening, I'm just rocking this tier 6 pincushion shit. I just like the blade mitigation. I should rework the whole entirety of this set, though. And maybe balance it out a little bit more. I literally can't turn left. I can look left and turn left that way, but that's it. The point, I mean, honestly, Jen, you're going for 200 million experience, and I bet in the RuneScape 3 leagues, they actually put 200 million experience in as a task, even though they stopped doing that in the old school leagues. And that's because I anticipate the rates just being broken, and I think that's what it's going to be. So is it going to be like the same feeling as an old school RuneScape league? I don't know, but as long as it follows the same theme of like making your character overpowered, is like a rapid playthrough of the game with like powers that kind of break the game, I think that. Just started using Syndicate yourself. So Syndicate's actually a really good option, Captain. That's the one that gives you the poison resistance and the fire resistance, correct? I don't know what other servers are doing, but this server in particular, the Fermentally Unstable Guild, are all rocking that scattergun shotgun that came out last week. And that thing is a pain in the ass, bro. It's almost a hard counter to melee, if not a hard counter to melee, because it'll stun lock me if I'm too close to them and then catch my ass on fire. So if that, like, that Sentinel set is actually decent. What? I just hear somebody gliding. What? Does the Sentinel set give blade mitigation or heavy dart, light dart mitigation at all, or is it just elemental? I think giving new combat abilities would be too complicated. Also, I don't think that that would be good enough. Like, an ability that you have on a cooldown gen doesn't sound like a league to me. Like, I want my combat to be buffed fully, and I still can't turn left at all. What the fuck is going on, dude? I'm flying back to my base, because this is whack, bro. This is bunk as hell. Yeah, we're gonna go do something. Yeah, that fire shotgun is almost a hard counter to melee, if not a hard counter. Every time I get one of those for mentally unstable bastards crippling strike, they just basically whip that shotgun out, and if I get too close to them, they'll stun lock me and catch me on fire. I don't get it, man. And apparently fire and poison stack. Energy, flame, and poison. If it does any sort of blade or even any sort of like dart mitigation, that's just icing on the cake. And it might be worth like not rocking a full set of Syndicate, but just, you know, a couple pieces of the Syndicate to benefit from. And that's why I'm saying I need to like rework my set a little bit. What shotgun is it you might need to look out for? I don't freaking remember what it's called. I thought it was last week's shotgun. It's something, bro. Something. Give me a second. Let me see if I can look it up. It was the Firestorm as a scattergun weapon in Dune Awakening. I'm pretty sure it's the Firestorm. That is just based off of a Google search that's telling me the Firestorm is a shotgun that shoots fire. So I'm assuming that that's it. I thought pocketing my Ornithopter and getting back in it would fix the left bug, but it did not. I still cannot turn left at all. Not a problem. Shellburster. Shrooms got the info. Coming in clutch. I was doing that method off stream of farming spice inside of the Haga Basin that we were talking about the other day, where you siege swap from the world map and then you roll out and you farm spice. And the reason I've been even like grinding that out and like experimenting with that is because I want to make a video about it possibly, but it's gonna have to be good enough. Like it's gonna have to like justify. It's got to be good enough of a method to like justify making a video, and I just don't think it is, dude. It is very RNG dependent. Like if you swap to a siege that actually has the multiple or a good chunk of those spice fields spawned next to each other, and on top of that, just get a little risky out here in the deep desert, dude, and you'll fill up an inventory that takes 40 minutes and you'll do that in 15. Man, that is brutal, shrooms. That is just absolutely brutal. I literally can't turn left right now, so I don't know what's going on with the game. But they announced 12 hours ago that there's another emergency update coming out today. We'll see what that entails. I don't know why I can't turn left. I can't even walk left. I can't even fucking walk left. What is happening? Is my A button broken? Can I type the A button? Notepad. Hey, hey, hey! We can type the A button. Want me to prove it? I'll prove it. Hey! See? Proof. A button has been typed. Alright. Let's see if that helped. Hey! Jen can type A. Jen's got the A. Christie's A works. Check my keybinds. That was my next guess, but oh, there it is. We can move now. All right. Well, that's a bug that you need to check. That's a bug you need to watch out for before you start flying around. Go getting some PvP and you can't move left all of a sudden. That would be so brutal. Yeah, like I was saying, though, that sand method isn't it, bro. I filled up my assault ornithopter's inventory. It took like 40 minutes, and then I was like, maybe it's because the assault is slow on the glide speed. Maybe I'll be able to search faster with the scout ornithopter. So I took my scout ornithopter out, and I filled that sucker up in like 15 minutes, and I was like, oh, that was way faster. And it was just entirely RNG. It had nothing to do with the speed of the ornithopters. It was just... when I was out on my scout, I ran into more of the spice fields faster. Like, I don't know, man. Literally 15 minutes out here, I'd accomplished the same thing. So I suppose... Fuck. I need to move some of this stuff up here, I think. Like the repair station, maybe. Oh, these guys are fighting spice, huh? Dude, I need Harkonnen to pull their weight on this Landsrat and win and vote in full loot. So somebody tell Arcadius to get their guild, get it together, and do something here, okay? Because our frickin' Artrades are never gonna vote in full loot, dude. We're gonna end up getting tool import rights, bro. Or ranged weapon damage, dude. Please, bro. I just need some full loot. Yeah, that's what Dirty Mike was saying. He said these guys always come out in numbers like a Zerg, but they're not that good. So that is interesting to hear that they just lost a carrier crawler. They are such shit talkers, bro, I swear. They are the most shit talkers. What's funny is they'll talk shit in like in situations where like shit talk is just like not, in my opinion, like proper. Like, they'll pull up a 3v1. They'll pull up a 3v1 and then just start talking mad shit. Arcadius is in tier 6 gear and I'm in tier 4 gear and can only dodge 3 times. And he'll just start talking mad shit. Though, to be fair, in that 1v1 that Arcadius and I were in is actually a proper situation to be shit talking. If you're taking somebody down in a fair fight, it's fair game. Christy, I want full loot so bad. Our team will never vote. Every time I see that, every time I see the arena, I get confused. Arcadius, or no, sorry. Atreides will never vote in full loot, which just sucks, dude. Which is why I wanted Harkonnen to win. And the way if it turns full loot, I'm game, dude. Be so good. And the way we're gonna run that is we'll probably end up swapping, well, we'll for sure end up swapping to a duraluminum set. Probably with this shit-ass tier 6 shock blade, but we'll probably, like, swap out to duraluminum and then just a couple of unique weapons, perhaps. Dude, be good. It would be good. Is full loot Ornithopter included? Because if it was full loot 2 days ago, man, I'd have walked out of here with a carrier Ornithopter. I'm just picturing Ember, like, tucked up behind a hill watching these two guilds battle it out. There was that one Ornithopter flying off in this direction. I'm wondering if maybe the spice field was over here. This server is weird, man. It's like, it'll be 2 weeks where Atreides just dominates the Landsrad, and then Harkonnen comes in for the 3rd week and pulls it. I really feel like Harkonnen only tries on these Landsrads when they're actually interested in voting. Like, I don't think they're interested in either 3. I don't think the Harkonnen guilds give a shit which way this Landsrad decree falls. But this week that they won, the crafting cost reduced by 25%, they came out in force. So, alright, we're going to give the Deep Desert a good scout here, probably starting in, well, obviously we're going to start in I-5, and I think we're going to, there's like no land up on the top section over here, so we'll work our way to the left, and then down, and then back. Well, especially on this server, Caveman, apparently this whole Atreides guild that formed has only formed to be a resistance to this fermentally unstable guild, which has about 12 active players, and the resistance that has formed has a lot of active players, like definite getting close to Zerg status, especially for Dune Awakening, which is like, you don't have to hit that high of a player count to be considered a Zerg in this game, in my opinion. What is that? Just an unrendered texture, damn it. You think H8 is open? H8 might be open because those guys are focused on... Is this H8? Oh, it's H6. H6 isn't the one with the... Damn it. No, it's H8 that I need to go to. I don't know what comes out of that ship, but I don't think it's anything I want. Never mind. It's comical how much easier the PvP ships are to loot out here in the deep desert compared to the labs. And the only reason the labs are a pain in the ass to do as a solo is because they artificially inflate the difficulty. It's ridiculous. We've got about 3 hours until the update, till the downtime. Another hour and a half downtime coming in tonight. That's gonna put us back in the game with 30 minutes until the restart yet again. So it's gonna be a downtime and then a restart. You killed it today. Took down 2 carriers, tons of ornithopters, made 3 crawler runs with 75% crafting costs. Nice. Yeah, that 25% reduction is such a big buff. Last week, we actually had access to the 75% reduction in crafting time. Oh my gosh, dude. I didn't think that would be as good as it was, but that was actually ridiculous. And so when Dune Awakening first started on this server, Atreides won 2 weeks in a row, and 2 weeks in a row we got a 25% reduction in crafting cost. So when the crafting cost finally went back to normal, I felt like I was getting scammed, bro. I was like, this is ridiculous how much they want me to pay to craft this shit. And the same thing kind of happened with the speed, man. Like, now I'm like trying to craft welding wire, and I'm like, this is taking forever. Some fucking Harkonnen asshole here. Get down, man. What is my thing doing? Fucking turn. I only have 1 rocket. Oh, he took it over for Atreides. My bad, fellow Atreides brother. Don't you come back. I'm on site, bro. I was joking about that brother stuff, alright? I don't care what guild you're in. Faction you're a part of. You're lucky I only got 1 rocket. And it took me forever to land. We finally got the weapon vendor. Nice, dude. The Ancient Way is so big. I'm actually bummed that my Ancient Way is worse for wear. It's definitely at the point now where I regret every single raid that I did with the Ancient Way. We regret everything, bro. That's no longer the raid weapon. We don't raid with that no more. That is something that only gets fired at ornithopters. And when I shoved myself into that pinch yesterday with the Fermentally Unstable guild, where we got our ornithopter broken because my dumbass decided to take the ornithopter out there thinking that it would fit inside of that little box that we raided. That was the one item where I was like, shit, we're losing durability on this, and that's actually a bit of a no-go here. If I was thinking proper, I would have, like, banked that thing right away, but we were kind of using it to throw rockets at them still as well. Speaking of which, I need to go grab some of those, so we're gonna reroute the whole... We're gonna reroute the whole entire deep desert searching trip here. I need to go get some rockets. I'm wondering what sort of game-breaking thing was taking place. I bet... Oh, it's just a small one. So, yesterday they put out a patch, and in that patch, they addressed some sort of, like, duplication bug that was going on. I wonder if some other, like, even worse duplication bug was going on, or perhaps, like, some, Who knows? Who knows what happened, man? But for them to come out with 2 updates in a row definitely means that something needed to get addressed. Which doesn't surprise me none. I think everybody was eventually getting on their servers last night, too, because after the update went live, there was like at least 5 NA servers that were just completely down. That's a bunk excuse for not dropping patch notes early, in my opinion, Jen. Because they already don't give detailed information as to what they're fixing anyways. They don't. Like yesterday's patch notes, they said, all they said was we addressed a dupe that was happening inside of, like, the auction house or some shit. That's it. Super vague. There's no reason they can't drop that information early. I think we actually sussed it out during one of the last live streams where there was supposed to be an update that happened, but then they delayed it, and I had, like, just in passing mentioned, I was like, they probably don't drop the patch notes because they don't want to get people's hopes up in case they can't actually release that update, right? They don't want people thinking like, oh, we're going to get this, when in reality that, you know, isn't what was coming or isn't what happened. And then sure as shit, it wasn't like 5 or 10 minutes after I said that they canceled that night's update. That would be just exactly the excuse that they give why they don't push the patch notes. You're right. Wow. Look at this guy. He can stand on air. I knew we could do anything. Oh. That's a good point. Shrooms actually is making a good point there. If they released yesterday's patch notes before they patched it, they could not have mentioned so specifically that there was an exploit in discovering POIs. Because Shrooms is right. That's something I didn't hear about either. And I didn't even hear about the...
Which pace are you in?
That guy's looking for his friend, bro. Where are you at, my friend? Are you in the cheese grater? What the heck was that? I just had... Oh, right. I was saying, with the patch notes, that actually does make sense. Same thing with the dupe in the auction house. They do get very specific, which I appreciate, honestly. When I read yesterday's patch notes, I was like, it seems like they're being a bit more honest than they were before, when they were seemingly just swiping it under the rug. I don't think he found his friend. Buddy, your ornithopter is very loud, my friend. It's very, very loud. Okay, I thought for sure he was above us, but apparently not. I know, people just are so rude with their ornithopter noise. It's nighttime. It's dew harvesting time. We're well past the point in time where the noise ordinances are active, bro. So shut it down. Unbelievable. So maybe that is a good point you guys make, though, with the fact that they can't drop the patch notes early because they are kind of addressing exploits that were happening actively and would be happening actively up until the patch went live. That does actually make sense. Your neighbor looks friendly? Honestly, he looked lost. I'm not even sure he was the neighbor. He was looking for somebody. What base are you in? I don't think he found him. What's funny is I've never seen that guy before. Like, that's the first time I've seen or heard that guy talking inside of the deep desert. I don't think he's for mentally unstable. That's probably a part of the resistance. That's a Dusty member. He's a dusty old guy. Dusty. I say it every week. I say there's no reason somebody should base up in the F zone, and then what happens every single week? Somebody bases in the F zone, or we catch somebody with a carry or ornithopter and a buggy inside of the F zone. Like, I don't... There's a goofy server that I'm on right now. Jay Wolf, how's it going? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you're doing well. We're currently 3 hours away from another downtime. Yet another update's coming out tonight, where they're most certainly going to be addressing some sort of exploit that they themselves created in yesterday's update. But this gives us another chance that they mess up the deep desert in some way, shape, or form. So, like, honestly, every update that comes out, I just have high hopes for another D6 debacle. So, they seem to have wisened up when it comes to what they move and what they don't move in the deep desert during the middle of the week. But we can still hope, right? Fingers crossed. Who knows? The only time we'll know is when the patch notes drop, which don't drop until after the update's live, so... Who knows? Who knows, Jay Wolf? We'll find out eventually, but as of yet, nobody knows. I haven't been, like, reading Discord or Reddit or checking any sort of, like, community feeds or anything today, so honestly, I haven't the slightest idea. So if this is controlled by Atreides, do I get points for it, or do I have to be the one that captured it in order to get points for it? Or if I just, like, tap it, I just came and swung by, so now do I get some? Have I, like, been passively getting points? What is that? No, I have a personal contribution of 0 on that one, so I'm assuming I have to be the one to capture it, which is also stupid, because now that's, like, locked out as something that I could even be getting points from. Dumb. Nah. I mean, like, the whole goal goes up for everybody, but I've got no personal contribution to that. Maybe if I was in a guild and somebody in my guild captured it. Is that another medium spice field? Also, how graceful was that? Wow. That, all of what just happened with the ornithopter there was done entirely on purpose because I'm just that good of a pilot. Trust me, don't fact check it, okay? Don't watch any other clips of anything we've done with the ornithopter. That sort of grace is something that you see constantly around here. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Gotta cap it multiple times, but multiple people can at once and all get points. What the hell? Is that my shadow or is that somebody else's shadow? What do you think, the F6 mine camper? Oh, you got F6 campers as well. I'm hearing a lot of people with servers where they have guilds just literally camping Titanium Island. That's wild. But that makes sense, Shrooms. So if that other guy who capped that last one, if I instead of trying to fight him, I just rolled up. Oh, that's got the juice. Nobody wants to loot that anymore because this sword sucks ass. I don't know what else you get out of here, but this sword that I've got ain't it. I don't want to swap either. We're just going to rock it. We're just going to fucking lie in the bed that we made here. You just read on the Reddit to figure it out, talking about quitting from getting attacked in the deep desert, getting titanium. I feel like that's a conversation that's happening on Reddit every day because Chevron and multiple people every stream come in and say that they've got a guild camping the F6 tile. Dude, what is going on? So we got a medium spice field, small spice field, small spice field. Whoa, I thought the worm was getting ready to kick up in the air. Did you guys see that? Man, it really looked like he wanted to get airborne right there. What is that? Like a hole in the texture or like a cave wall, or I don't know what that was. Something shiny down here. Nice. Got to use some of that social engineering, Captain. Smart. Smart. Butter up the big guild. Like, hey, let me squeeze some of this titanium out of here right quick, huh? Smart. That works with most. I don't think it would work with the mentally unstable. At least not most of them. Those guys are out for blood. Man, that's brutal, Chevron. My best advice would be to mine titanium on another island. Typically, when I mine titanium, I can hit that main titanium island, but that's for a couple reasons. Like, there's, first off, not a guild constantly camping that island. Like, we have a guild out here that isn't toxic. They're ruthless. So they'll blow your shit up for no reason and not loot you. But they're not gonna camp you unless you just refuse to stop throwing rockets at their ornithopter, right? They're not gonna camp your ass. They're not gonna camp these like resources either. Not at least in the toxic way. And also, we play at kind of like a slow time at night. So even if they were, we'd realistically be able to sneak in there anyways. But other than that, typically when I'm mining, like, I'll just hit up the titanium that I see as I'm scouting for bases and fill up that way. Like, honestly, I should whip out the storage unit and start doing that while we're out here. I just been slacking. How's the night going so far, Psych? Good to see ya. It's been a bit slow. There ain't nothing much going on out here yet. We got an update coming in too, so it'll be interesting. Man, I'm looking for this big spice field that Ember said that they were fighting at. I'm assuming it must have been all the way over there. I see you got a poll up for switching servers. Is yours that dead? Because that is a lot of work. It's not that dead, and it's actually picking up out here. The action might start picking up out here. I've just got it up and running to just kind of gauge what people are feeling about that. Because we're kind of like, we're at a crossroads here where I can stay on this server fully, and that's fine. But the deep desert out here is kind of dead, especially compared to what I'm hearing going on with other servers. And I could stay here until we get a server transfer and then transfer over to one of those servers with this guy, right? Or we could just bite the bullet and re-roll a character now, because we don't know how long it's going to be until they drop the ability to server swap, if ever. You know what I mean? Like, they said they want to implement it, but who knows how long that could take. Yeah, Titanium Island is always a dangerous place to go, especially on a pop-in server, that is for sure. So I'm just trying to gauge what people think about that, because you're right, it is a lot of work. You're not wrong, but you can check the I see, and that's the second question right there. Like, I'm only trying to gauge what people feel about it. If it was like an overwhelmingly, and it's not, like, so far I think actually people are saying wait. Yeah, it's a lot of weight. If it was like an overwhelmingly voted poll of like go, that's when we would like look into what server we would go to. But realistically, I kind of agree with the wait as well for a couple reasons. First off, they could get the server transfer up and running by the time I get my new character up and running, which would just be a giant waste of time. And number two, this server in particular, the deep desert is starting to heat up. There's some happenings out here, so we might actually be able to get into some action as a solo. I'm gonna have to swap the stream schedule around though, eventually, and catch these guys midday to try and actually cause some trouble. And that's what I'm saying, Jen. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Granted, the PvP in this game is like not very rewarding. Whoa, what was that? So I could easily see possibly running into too much PvP and just not getting the reward from it being, I don't know, boring, or getting boring faster. Whereas on here, it's like you don't run into PvP that often, so when you do, it's like finally we got some excitement happening. And when I say we don't run into PvP that often, I practically mean never, bro. The only people who ever get out of their ornithopters and fight me are the fermentally unstable guild. Evil Boxman, hello. Hope you're doing well. So the question, the Deep Desert is a server that combines 20 sieges. I think it might be like 25 sieges now. I don't know. It's a server that combines X amount of sieges. And so, like, in North America, there are 100 servers, let's say. I don't know the actual number, but let's just say for argument's sake that there's 100 servers in North America. One of those servers has 20 sieges. All 20 of those sieges connect to that one server's deep desert. And then server number 2 of North America has another 20 sieges. All of those 20 sieges connect to server number 2's deep desert. So unfortunately, it's not like a region-wide deep desert. It's not like a global deep desert. It is very much so server-based. You're level 179 and you couldn't imagine doing it over again. See the whole problem? Leveling up. You're not even halfway to level 200, by the way. I don't know if you know that, Psych, but level 180 is halfway to 200, by the way. I'm not sure if you know that. I'm not even as high as level as you, but I haven't really been grinding in a while. And it's not the leveling that I'm worried about, because realistically, if I wanted to level this account up, I could go spend 6 hours picking fiber and grind it out. You know what I'm saying? It is exactly RuneScape's experience scaling, bro. It's crazy. I personally love it. I love games that do that. Jen gets it, bro. And I'm an old school player, so seeing that sort of experience scaling, I'm like, you fucking dirty dogs. You dirty, dirty dogs. And it's not the leveling that I'm worried about. It's the questing, dude. I don't want to spend 6 hours doing the quests for the classes again. Even, like, the resource grind. I'm like, okay, a resource grind, whatever. We do a day of a buggy with some, mining some aluminum and jasmium. It's not that big of a deal. Get up to tier 5 pretty quickly. Water would be a bit of a bitch, but it's like we've already kind of, like, hammered out methods. Man, where were they at, Ember? What field were they at? None of these fields have spice in them. Did they full clear a field and then get into the fight? Like, what the hell? Where were they at? I don't want to go shove my nose into the middle of their business and end up getting myself in a 5v1 again, but I would like to peer from the distance and see, like, what are they doing over there? Maybe throw a rocket or two, because I can't help myself. Man, was I mad doing the TOA quest? I don't remember. I bet I was. I bet I was super pissed. I bet I was fuming mad. Sounds like something I'd be mad about. I'm mad just thinking that they made me do the Tombs of a Mass Kick quests. Just let me PvE, bro. Why you gotta make it so difficult? Did I have to do that quest? They did the same thing for Theater of Blood in one of the leagues as well, didn't they? Where I was forced to do that stupid-ass quest in Mortania, bro. Dude, I hate questing. They better... That's the one thing in RuneScape leagues that they need to figure out. They need to have that dialed in. Like, auto quest unlock everything. Everything, dude. There shouldn't... Just, from the rip, just auto unlock all the quests. I don't even care.
There's someone here. Where is everybody? This one empty.
We gotta remember to do the jump dodge.
Identify yourself.
What? Ah! I wasn't fucking fast enough. I see how it works now, though. Why was mine red for a long time yesterday? Like, mine was red for a long time yesterday. Fucking just wasting my stamina because I'm an idiot, bro. What did I say before I come in here? I gotta remember to jump dodge. I'm just wasting my stamina. And moron. Guys. You weren't this fucking difficult yesterday. Come on, man. It's because I got 2 fucking melee dicks following. Fuck off, bro! God. Oh, okay. I'm getting a little pissed off. Just a little pissed off. Fucking heal, you dumb idiot. Come on, where's your stupid asshole buddy that wants to come interrupt my stab? Guys. Oh, I killed my own power there. Okay, so that can actually screw you over as well. Stupid ass PvE. This was my fault for sucking that melee guy in. If I didn't draw that melee guy in, or I would have fought him over there or something, this would have been a cake. I'm a little pissed off because we were blitzing through this yesterday. Now Dirty Mike and the boys are about to come get another buggy boot. All I want is the fucking Emperor's wings out of this stupid thing. Just die already. And see, that's why I don't want to drop. That's why I don't want to drop this. I don't like this blade. But this blade is actually shredding through the PvE. Cocksucker's already hit it. Where you at, Dirty Mike? When were you here? How long am I gonna have to wait on this? Or do we have a log out camper? Actually, you know what, Dirty Mike? Your ass probably hiding in here, aren't you? Aren't you? No, he's not. I don't know. I don't think I picked Mortania in the last league, so I don't know if it made you do that Mortania quest again. I literally hate that quest, though. I hate any quest in Old School RuneScape. You know a quest that I like in Old School RuneScape? Cook's Assistant. That's a good one. Something where I can just get all the stuff I need and then and auto-complete it. You know what I mean? Just auto-complete it. Sandbike Engine MK6. That's not what comes out of this. I can get the, I mean, that might be one thing that comes out of this. Hopefully we don't get that. But we could get the Buggy Boot MK6 out of this. I need the Emperor's Wings MK6 out of this. My question is, if somebody comes in... So I was able to log... What was that? Did you guys hear that? I was able to log out last night. In the deep desert, immediately. There was no countdown timer. And I think it's because there was a certain amount of... I can't show you because I can't pull up my thing. The right above my water bar is like the amount of coverage we have on our character. And I was like under a certain amount of coverage, and so it let me log out immediately. Which... Is that a storm? It is. Alright, we out. Man, that is just the worst angle on a storm, isn't it? Oh. That's because it's not even cutting across the way I thought it was. Damn, bro, we've already searched those islands, and I'm like way off here. Sooner, how you doing? They need to do something to prevent chest campers. Like, I've got no problem with going in there and having a chest looted because somebody else, you know, hit it up recently. But the people camping chests are actually starting to piss me off. And what's weird is this server's deep desert is... I don't want to say dead because it's not dead. It's just slow. Even during peak times, it's got like the PvE guild and then the one PvP guild. So even on this server, we have people literally log out camping these things like crazy. The camping problems are crazy, Jen. Servers are meant to be updated soon. We've got an hour, no, 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours, we've got an update coming out. Doing great? I'm doing all right. We're doing good. Could always be worse sooner. Do I feel like from week to week it's been more or less action in the deep desert? More. That's kind of like a variable answer though, because first off, like I said, we play at the off times. Like, we're very much so playing on the non-peak times on this server. But for the first few weeks, it was basically nothing but the Deep Desert Police Department, a couple of small groups and solos out here trying to scavenge for loot, and then the Deep Desert Police Department. And the reason I say more rather than less is because Dirty Mike was right. There was a bit of a bell curve of players who hadn't made it out to the Deep Desert yet. And that bell curve of players is starting to make their way out to the Deep Desert. And I think that's evident with the fact that this whole resistance has been built up on this server here, forming like a... Sorry. Forming like a pseudo Zerg on the opposite side here. You're so right, Psych. That'd be a good update right there. If you log out in that room, you never log out. Yeah. You would then have people like just stand camping that place, but at least it would be like you can fight them when you get there, you know what I mean? We're not swapping servers yet, J-Wolf. I'm just trying to gauge people's reaction to even the prospect of swapping worlds. But if I did swap worlds, I'd be getting on that Dune status website to figure out which one was the absolute highest population. Like, we'd be going for the absolute peak of population world. Whoa, is that what I think it is? No way the shield is still down. What is that, bro? What the hell is that? What the hell even is that thing? What sort of rust-ass base is this, dude? Guy thinks he's safe, too. Bruh, it's one wall, dude, I bet. I bet this wall right here. Actually, it might be honeycombed up like that. And maybe the door would be the way to go. You don't have to think too often when you're doing raids here, but he's got like a half-wall system going on as well, where I might pop into that and have just a roof right there, which would be a bitch. But hold on. Like, he might have the sub-thief hidden up here as well. Yeah, you hear that? You might have the subfief hidden right there. Hmm. Well, we just had a storm kick through, so that's a bitch, but... Server, man, it never disappoints, bro. There's always some goofy ass people doing some goofy stuff on this server. That base is goofy, and I can just only imagine what's in there. If I had to predict, it's gonna be like 3 of the small chests filled up with stravidium. Something weird like that. He's gonna have a little spice in there too, like maybe 500 spice. Savage Cabbage. Did I miss somebody? So those PvE zones did testing stations were PvE like 2 weeks ago, but now they've been PvP. Is this intentional or will this be fixed? So those PvE zones, deep desert testing stations, were PvE for like 2 weeks. But is it PvP again, Cabbage? That's because sometimes the PvE stations are too close to control points that affect the stations. Is there another one that's a PvP zone out here? That was fun last week. Actually, that was a good spot to go to get into some ground combat. I didn't know that happened again last week. I thought that was just like a bug. My bad. I didn't mean to miss your, I didn't mean to miss you there. Space Cowboy coming in clutch with the answer, though. Appreciate you. D2 is a PvP station? Well, I mean, shit, we're in the 2 sector, aren't we? So why don't we go take a look at D2? Oh yeah, I bet that's brutal. All 3 of them are PvP this week. Really? Also the 5 to 6 wave ones. Damn. Damn, which one's the 5 to 6 wave one? Are we about to go ruin somebody's day? There's more land right over here that I haven't checked. There's land that we missed in this deep desert. What the hell? Was this where they got into the fight? This is like the one sandstorm that I haven't checked, or the one sand ring that I haven't checked here. That's why I didn't come check this island. It's like nothing. Well, I mean, F8 makes sense because that's in a PvP zone. H2 and D2 make a little bit less sense, but... I hope in doing that, Space Cowboy, that they shift these control points in even just the slightest way, shape, or form, and we have another D6 debacle. You saying that has me excited for tonight's update. I'm telling, every update that happens is a roll of the dice here. H2, though? Oh, you're right, H is. I'm an idiot, bro. I'm dumb. I'm dumb, man. I expect it to be A, from left to right, A, B, C, D, not up to down, A, B, C, D. I always mix it up. Where the hell's the lab? D2. Am I? Oh, I'm on D2. What the hell? I thought I was on the wrong side of the map. Oh, it's right here. It's literally on the control point. Oh, damn. These overlap thick, bro. It wasn't this thick last week. That's like a full overlap right here. Doesn't sound like anybody's down here, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Nice, big fat stinky lag right here. There we go. How many waves is this? 5? What do you get out of here? You get nothing out of here. No wonder nobody's here. Nobody's ever gonna come here, bro. You don't get anything out of here. You get trash, like a buoyant reaper. Wow. Wow. You get like a buoyant reaper, some sort of filter extractor, just a bunch of nonsense. You know, one thing you might actually be able to like say would be good out of there is the carrier booster. That might do you some good, but on this server, schematics aren't. There's no schematic. What the hell is this? This is now the second sand bike I've seen in the deep desert, and I don't understand it. What are the chances? Yeah, you know, I think that's why they started putting the doors there where you can see if the loot's there or not. I know on H2... that you can see the loot there before or not, but you can't guarantee somebody's not going to log in and grab it. Like Dirty Mike was saying, they had when they walked into H2, the loot was there, but by the time they completed it, somebody had looted it. Yeah, but man, you're on a sand bike, you're basically relegated. What's up with the lag over this island? I mean, there's nothing in this, is there? Not even a sub-thief here. Wow. Yeah, logout campers should be like the #1 priority. Agreed. Every time I see a powered down base, I have to check it. I'm like, was it somebody who got banned? Nope, there's sub-thief here. Just a power outage. Oh, this guy. Somebody got banned? Nope, just a power outage. Oh, shit, bro. How am I not gonna check the big one? Nope, just a power outage. Oh, this is nice. This is exactly what you want to see happening. Thank God I'm not being chased by a worm right now. Oh, that would have sucked too. You're all being chased by a worm and you grapple and it just throws you throws you away from your vehicle. Nice. Yeah, I've seen some clips of some people getting really stuck with that and actually getting... Oh, I thought it was another power outage. I was like, dude, I just want to run back to my base real quick, grab some gas, repair this thing, go out for another scouting trip. I gotta go grab a bite to eat real quick. I got all these powered down bases, which just I can't help but check. H2 has the battery drain. Yeah, H2's battery drain rapier sucks. That's the rapier that I have, and we tested this last night. I don't know if it's bugged or what, but it does the same amount of power drain as the dagger that wasn't a power drain dagger that the other guy was using. They fixed the crashed ship one at least? Yeah. I'm still scared to stop by the crashed skips or crashed ships, if I'm being honest. I just never know if they've been looted already and a worm's like about to come chomp it. Did I just phase through my ornithopter? What the hell was that? Okay. What is happening tonight? First I start off the night and I can't turn left, and now I'm phasing through my ornithopter like I've never done before. I tell them to take the hitbox off of the wings, bro, and they're like, you know what? We're gonna leave the hitbox on the wings. Yep, let's leave the hitbox on the wings, and we're gonna take the hitbox off of the ornithopter. Bro, I just want to land on my bird. Game be broken, Jen. I don't know what's going on. You noticed, what I noticed is that the worm breaches to warn people before it chomps. Oh, yeah, I've seen that too, but I've also seen clips. So, like, it's gotta be the worst timing in the world. But picture there's a ship right there that somebody just looted. And I'm flying this way, and I'm like, oh, ship. But before I saw the ship, a worm breached and is getting ready to come that ship. I've seen clips of people landing at that and then basically having the worm immediately chomp it because they just happen to not see the thing actually pop off, you know what I mean? So I'm always sketch with those, I really am. But you are right, and to avoid that sort of like worry, you could just look at the ship for 10 seconds, and if it doesn't get eaten, obviously you're good to go. But even then, man. Even then, you can't wait to see what they're gonna do in the update. I'd imagine that it's just gonna be. I'd imagine that they broke something in yesterday's update when they put out yesterday's update, and they are going to be fixing it. So it'll be interesting to see if they give us. Oh man, I thought that was gonna work. It'll be interesting to see if they give us details. I was literally just talking about a ship being crashed right there. What the hell? I just summoned a ship. That's like right where I was pointing to. I just summoned a ship to this spot, you guys. Wow. Wow. Wow, I didn't know I had so much power. Cheese grater tower. It's an it's way more than a cheese grater, Space Cowboy, okay? We've upgraded this thing. This is cheese grater deluxe. Now you're getting the full tour here because this thing is immaculate. It is the cheese grater to end all cheese graters. Obviously, you have your typical functionality here. You know, you get your slice or you get your grated cheese from either three of these sides. They're all the same. But what's a cheese grater without a cheese slicer? That's why we threw in the square cheese slicer here. You run it down this side, you're gonna get a beautiful slice of some square cheese. Somebody pointed out that we even went safety first with the handle. You're not gonna have to worry about cutting your hands on this cheese grater, folks, because this thing is as safe as it gets. On top of that, we've done something with the cheese grater here that's never been done before. It's a complete revolution of what, you know, you would even consider a cheese grater to be, because if we take a quick peek on the inside here, not only can you shred your cheese into a finely shredded cheese, but you can also blend your cheese into a mush if you wanted to. Here you just slap that center button down and all of your cheese is going to be blended into an absolute mush. You can then take that mush and, you know, you can do whatever you want with it. I don't judge people for what they do with their cheese mush. Some people make Cheez-Its, like some home-baked Cheez-Its, but you do whatever you want with it. And there you go, the 3-in-1 cheese grater, slicer, blender. Safety first. Luxury. This is like the highest class of luxury here. And even at the top, if you, like this top piece here, it's removable, right? So you can pop that top piece off. And if you don't, holy shit, we gave it a, oh my gosh, it's got a 4th use case, you guys. Not only can it slice cheese, not only can it shred cheese, not only can it blend cheese, but you can also make yourself some sticks of cheese. Who doesn't like sticks of cheese, right? You just open this top up here and you take your cheese block and you just shove it down through these holes and bam, there you go. Finally, perfectly sticked cheese. Little do they know, Reaper. Okay. This is 3rd time in a row. What is going on? Little do they know, Reaper, that it is a 4-in-1 blender, shredder, slicer, sticker. Wow. Some may even make cheese soup. Caveman likes his soup cheesed. Who is Ben, and can you rate his base? Skull, I've been looking for Ben's base all day. I've never... This ad was brought to you by Big Cheese. Big Cheese got to me and I've changed, man. That paycheck was thick, dude, okay? I couldn't help it. Not sponsored by Cheez-Its, but Big Cheese and big blender companies, they got to me, bro. I didn't want to take the Cheez-It sponsorship. I'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Today on telemarketing TV, yeah. Did I ever tell you guys that I was related to, fuck, dude, I don't know his name. I'm not good with people's names, bro. Obviously, we all know who I'm talking about. Uncle Oxyfresh is what I called him. Hey, SPC Cowboy coming in with the sub over on Twitch while I was gone. We missed it. Unbelievable. You're absolutely insane, man. Hey, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. Sheesh, got the founder badge. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what the founder badge is. I'm new to this Twitch game here, but hey, we appreciate you, man. You're an absolute legend. The Cheese Master 3000 Deluxe. Actually, it's called, what did we name it? Damn it. What did we name it? Somebody had the best name for it. Oh, yes. It's make cheese great again. It's a play on words. You spell great, G-R-A-T-E, because it's a cheese grater. And it's, obviously making cheese great again because you can do so much with it. Oh, the number first badge. Very nice. Very nice. Still only half certain of what you're talking about, but I see. Oh, limited to the first 50 subs. That means you're a part of the exclusive OG club. Very cool. Very cool. Full context has been given as to what that is as well, which is amazing. I don't know if that's a bugged worm or what. Anybody here? Hey, anybody here? Hey. Damn. I can relog to get my Ornithopter's collision back? Okay. Maybe we'll just try to use that to our advantage. If we end up getting in a fight, I can just hide inside of my Ornithopter and let them break that thing. Would it actually make lasagna? I mean, I could shred the cheese that you would put on a lasagna, but I'm not sure if you want to put a noodle in the grater. I don't know if the grater that we made is actually rated properly for noodles. You gotta go through like some like Italian back channels to get that shit rated for noodles. It's a whole game with these food companies, man. They're just, it's weird. You think you're just gonna revolutionize the grater business, and then you get in, and then all of a sudden you got people breathing down your neck, man. You got Big Butter coming in. They don't like it when Big Cheese tries to make moves. It's a whole, like, mafia here. What you doing, bud? What do you got on your thing? You got rockets or storage? Also, let me see your colors. Let me see your colors. Show me your colors. Show me your colors. What you got? You got a black tail there. So if I'm not mistaken, you are not a part of the fermentally unstable. Let me take a look at your front. Let's see. Does he park there? Did they change their colors? Looks like he's going to park there. Yeah, just like I thought. It would have been weird if it was like out of color. Whatever, it's fine. Who's that? Where's he going? I'm gonna curve off all the way to the right here, make him feel completely safe. You can use the scan module on the bike and the ornithopter, correct? Scan module is actually nice. It is nice. I've never used it on the bike. I didn't use the bike for too long. Is this Titanium Island here? No, I've like lost track of what's going on. I didn't see that guy. Oh. Oh. What is going on? We got a base too. We got a base too. That's a rocket boy. That's DDPD. Yeah, you know. Come on now. You know. You know damn well. There's two bases over here. One DDPD. Who's this though? He's being targeted, it looks like. That's a random. Let's see if DDPD wants to work together here. Let's see if they pick up on what's going on. Get his ass, bro. Go, go, go. You fucking twat. Hang on, my power's running low. Just give me a second. Okay, I'm coming back. Coming back up. Coming up. Get there, get there, get there. Get there, get there, get there. Damn, they can get high enough. Oh, get there! What was that? Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell was that, bro? Somebody's in the air. What a shot. Come on, bud. We're on site for everybody here. You're not safe around here, but you better have some rockets on there you start firing. I heard Rocket Boy. Where'd he go, though? Rocket Boy! Cheese whiz. That's something that you can maybe do with your blended cheese. You take some blended cheese and some air? I don't know. What the hell? I don't know what you would do to make it cheese whiz. But if you put some blended cheese into a can that sprayed the air, that was definitely a fermentally unstable and somebody else. I don't know who the third party was. But with these two bases on this island here, I'm thinking maybe we hang. Here we go. I had a feeling he'd make his way back. Oh, you fucker. That was a good catch. Double drain on the stamina there? That was a really good catch. The fucker got me. Is that the Suspenser Blast? Because you saw that... I just D2 spawned. Fuck, I D2 spawned. Thought for a while that he was using the shock blade. Oh, definitely a cheese industry plant for sure. God, why'd we D2 spawn, bro? We're so far out. I thought for a while he was using static needle, but then he caught us on fire with the cauterizer. As soon as they stun lock you, you can't jump dodge anymore, and I'm still not using my jump dodge properly. Wasting a lot of stamina just fucking dodging. Yeah, that was definitely a good combo for sure. The missiles had nothing to do with it. It was a complete lack of stamina management. Plus that Suspenser Blast combo, I think that's what he used. Where is this Suspenser Blast? What does this do? Damages and impairs their movement. Something he used drained my stamina. That blast he used actually drained my stamina. I also still had a melange that I could have popped, but didn't. Huh. I thought it was a Suspensor Blast he hit me with, but it doesn't look like the Suspensor Blast drains stamina, so I don't know why my bar went from full to fucking 0. From full to 0. You rerolled on Harmony and it's much more active, but your Siege crashes because it's more populated. Damn. I think Dirty Mike was right, and the bell curve is finally starting to make its way out into the deep desert, so that's what I'm saying. The leveling doesn't concern me too much, because once you can get to that spice field, realistically you should be able to power level. That paired with the class quests that you'd have to do, but it's the questing that I don't want to do. I got cheesed. That's what happened, Skull. But we've got some action happening on F6 Island. If I didn't spam respawn all the way in D2, we'd have been back a little bit quicker. Yeah, you're right. Getting to the aluminum tier would kind of be an annoying part as well. Good point. The class quests is what would just absolutely kill me, bro. That's what my main hesitation is, the class questing. I don't want to do it. I basically just put the poll out there to kind of gauge what people's reactions were to that info. What's this guy doing? It's definitely the same guy. He's got rockets on too, is what it looks like. Hey, turn around, dickhead. We're not done fighting over here. I just put the poll out to kind of gauge what people's reaction was to that. There's a lot. Is this the Zerg? The Zerg rolling out in full bug? Fuck! I don't know if this guy's on the stream. It's Arcadius! Arcadius, stop slicing me, bro. You had me killed fucking way faster than that. I don't know why you're sitting there slicing me. Slice, slice, slice. He did 3 slices that he did not need to do. Why is my home base on 4, bro? I almost spammed D2 again. Bro, he's pulling 3 slices there that he doesn't need to do. He had me. That's gotta be fucking Suspenser Blast, isn't it? It's gotta be. Why reroll? The main reason we were even entertaining the idea of rerolling is because the Deep Desert has been few and far between. But like I keep saying, I think Dirty Mike was onto something when he was talking about the bell curve. It doesn't seem like it's pushing me back or damaging me or even impairing my movement realistically. It's fucking draining my stamina. So what spell is it? What ability is it? Suspenser Blast. Is that what you're talking about? The belt? Is that what you mean by the belt? Cripple drops my movement. I know what he's hitting when he cripples me. But if you over stun lock somebody, they gain their stamina back. And in the first fight that we had, we were in the process of gaining our stamina back. And right when we were gaining our stamina back, he dropped the Suspenser Blast. And the Suspenser Blast seemingly, it either like prevented me from regaining the stamina or it drained my stamina. That's an interesting combo he's pulling there, though. So instead of the weirding step, he's mixing Suspenser Blast with Crippling Strike. And then with the Shigawire Claw, I mean, realistically, you're able to close the gap decently fast enough anyways. It's not a bad combo. It actually makes sense because you can close gap fairly quickly, like I'm saying, with the Shigawire Claw and a Suspenser Belt. Like, that's a pretty decent gap close. But you drain their movement and their stamina when they start to panic via the Crippling Strike, or oh, yeah, and then you hit them with the Suspenser Blast when they're recovering from whatever you did with the Crippling Strike. It makes sense. I get no extra poison damage from this stupid rapier that we decided to pick up. I must have landed right next to Arcadius because he was right on top of us. I'm assuming that would be my guess. That or he's just floating around this island and saw us fly in. Alright, where you at, dickhead? You know we coming back. At least one more time. Oh, I heard him. I heard him. Are we doing a rock fight again? Where you at? I swear I heard stepping. Come to the top. Actually, I'm getting drained by sun over here. Let's maybe find a nice shady spot. A nice shady spot. Hey, hey, hey! There he is. There he is! Round 3.
Jenkins,
who,
man.
who else? Who else? Who else? Who else would it
Are
be?
you following me around, bro?
No,
Are
you
following me
you
around?
follow me. You stream sniping me, bro. I'm trying to.
Dude,
wait,
I'm camping tit. What are you talking about?
Wait, who this? Who this? Is this you? Is this you? I'm trying to take these guys out.
Yeah, no, that person's with me. I've been killing people in the blue scouts.
I see. Okay. I see. I see. I see.
I thought you were one of them, dude. You have the same color swatch as they do on
As
your arm.
Dusty? As Dust? The Resistance?
Let me look. Yeah, look. So right before we
Glitter
just
Junkie,
fought, I
hello. How
had-
are you? No, it doesn't, Electros. It doesn't drain shield.
Oh no, that was you, fucker.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
These your forward operating bases, or did this just turn into us, you know, clearing this island?
There's this one base right here I was waiting to come on for a stand for. There's actually, and it's literally right over here for a sandstorm. Here, hold up, Scott.
That's you, right? These guys making me
Come on,
nervous
Tit,
up here.
Come on, Tit, Kate. Jenkins, it's over this way. Right here. No, it's not this one.
This guy thinks I don't already have the bases scouted. Where is it, though? Oh, they're waiting on the, that one. Okay. We're gonna see where this shield's rolling here, and we might do this two-step. Give me that fuel cell, dickhead. It's been storming for 7 hours, under a flash flood warning for
Sector
almost
weather
5.
alert.
That's
A large sandstorm is
crazy.
approaching.
That's crazy. Where I live at, man, hopefully you stay safe out there. I'm sure your dog's freaking out. Where I live at, we get hit with these, like, random monsoons as well. I'm guessing it's not this one. This is your guys' base then, yeah?
I don't know. I don't know who's that. That's not my base.
I don't know who this cat person is. Where's Arcadius? Is this your Atreides base over here?
No, that's what we were gonna. That's what we were waiting to raid. Me and Katie were.
Oh, so this one right here is your guys' base then.
Ours is that little black box right
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
There's nothing in it, but there's a buggy in that Atreides base.
Sector weather alert.
Yeah.
A large
Where's this
sandstorm
storm
is
coming from?
approaching.
You
What
can
side?
have all the loot in it.
No,
if you
no, no.
want.
No.
I'm literally just blowing shit up.
I'm here for the blow stuff up as well. That's all I really care about. I mean, unless there's like 15,000 spice melange in there or some shit. Then we might be splitting, but...
Well, we got a sandstorm coming this way.
I'm trying to figure out where this storm's coming from, what direction it's coming from. Did they get in the air, bro? It's impossible to tell, man. I wasn't paying attention. I need to know what side this sandstorm's coming from because we have another raid that we're probably going to go hit. You're in the Midwest with that Tornado Alley energy? Hey, I'm right there with you, Glitter Junkie, in the Midwest, actually, as well. I'm not quite on the Tornado... I'm not quite on Tornado Alley, but I'm right up next to it.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I don't see what side it's coming from, dude. Oh, it came from that side.
Yeah, there we go. Alright, cool. Alright, let's find some cover, and then we're gonna raid this.
Good luck. Am I not respawning anymore? I need to respawn.
I don't know where he's going. He thinks he's the guy with far for cover.
I'm right behind you, lurking.
Oh! Is that you guys? Is that you guys?
Nope. Nope.
Oh,
nope,
man,
nope,
this
nope.
just turned into action here. I was about to respawn. I got another raid over on the other side, but if this turns into action, bro, I'm here for action. Nah, he
Sector
gone. He
weather
don't
alert.
want it. He don't
A
want
large
it.
sandstorm is approaching.
He
He
don't
might
want it.
be. He might be coming back. I killed 2 of them at that fob that they're where their buggies at, and they've been trying to come back.
There's an assault right there. There's an assault flying. Is that you?
Nope.
Damn it, dude. I want to go hit that other base,
okay.
but there's people here.
I got one for you.
Where'd he go? Where's this guy at? How'd I just pass him?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I fucking should have done this earlier, bro. We got 6 minutes. It's a cheap base. We might be able to still clear it. Realistically, what Arcadius is looking at getting from that forward operating base on F6 is going to be some titanium. Which is nice, but I mean, it is just titanium. This on G3, I don't even know what that is, bro. Like, it could be anything, dude. Could be anything, could be nothing, bro. But curiosity killed the cat here, literally. I get what you're going through exactly, Glitter. You've experienced your first tornado warning when you visited Oklahoma in 2023. Yeah, I mean, like, I grew up around tornado warnings, but they were always, like, jokes where I was at. It was like there would never be a real tornado. Funnily enough, one hit not too long after I moved away from there. It's fucking shielded, bro. What a fucking durability kick in the ass right there that was. Just absolutely kicked in the dick. Bullshit, bro. It must not have hit this sector. I couldn't help it, man. I just could not help it, dude. Irritated as hell, though, for real. Earthquakes, see, that'd be a little bit more nerve-wracking to me than a tornado. Yeah, that's why I brought up Evil's talking about a real tornado warning from Oklahoma. The ones where I grew up, they were like cheesy ass tornado warnings. Where I'm at now though, isn't quite Oklahoma levels, but I mean like when they say tornado warning out here, it's dead ass. You better watch out. Keep your eyes peeled. I'm gonna fly back to F6, see if we can't catch back up with Arcadius. I'm a dumbass, bro. I shouldn't have taken off, dude. I thought for sure, man. I thought for sure. I was like, this is definitely gonna hit. Adam gets hundreds of earthquakes every day. Dang, that's crazy. I'm assuming nothing like, you know, actually shaking the whole building, but still, damn. Hey, Jolly coming in with the follow over on Twitch. We appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Speaking of which, we've got 59 viewers on YouTube. I figured now's a good time as any to give you guys a shout out. You guys are ridiculous. Again, this is just incredible. You guys are insane. Adam's sitting there at number 1, Captain Caveman number 2, and then Evil Boxman number 3. And on Twitch, we've got 12 viewers, which is actually crazy, actually insane. And Jolly coming in there with the recent follow. We appreciate you guys. Glitter in here as well. Space Cowboy dropping that tier 1 earlier. Honestly, insane levels of support. I can't even put to words. So the poll over on YouTube started off very heavily on the wait to swap servers section, but that go is very quickly picking up. You've only felt one small earthquake, some fracking earthquake in Oklahoma that traveled your way. And yeah, your warnings aren't a joke, but generally it's easy enough to tell if you need to take shelter unless it's night. Yeah, you're right, Glitter. It is generally easy enough to tell. Unless you're kind of like in the middle of it, but just off a little bit. You felt once. Oh wait, I already read that. 8 tornadoes hit the state that night as well. He wasn't even a tornado session. Damn. Most of them can't be felt. That's kind of what I figured, Adam. Kind of what I figured. Did he get somebody else? Is this my body? Oh, it's my body. I want my fuel cell. Just dumped a fuel cell on the ground for nothing. Did you hear that? It sounded like somebody was using a thing. Using a las gun. Oh, 7 man! Not certain what you mean by that. Presumably, you're an 07 player? 07?
Okay. I'm on a whole spin up here. Oh, this is Jenkins. Yo, Jenkins, there's fucking mad ass tit in there if you want it. I'm not gonna take it. Like, there's a fuck ton of Fedor in there.
This you flying up?
No, shoot.
No, I'm right here.
Sorry, how's it going? Is 07 like keyword for something? Oh shit, bro. Damn, you weren't lying, bro. Why? Like, that is a boatload of titanium. No
Yeah,
one,
do you
no
want
wonder
that?
they
'Cause
keep
if
peeking
not,
by.
I'm not taking it.
Well, I mean, I might grab like an inventory or two of it. Who is you? Who is you?
That's Ska.
Oh, okay. I never know. I don't know how you guys keep track of each other.
What are you trying to do, Kate?
Honestly, I'm not too concerned with the titanium. Not too concerned. That is a shitload of it, though. Those guys definitely did not... 07 is a guy waving high. Oh. Man, dude. Am I culturally stupid? '07 means disconnect. Salute, rather, but same idea. Oh, my gosh. Oh, I see it now. It's like a guy... Okay. I literally see it now. I see the guy saluting with the O and the 7. Oh my gosh, bro. I'm not a boomer, bro. I'm just like socially stupid, dude. I don't pay attention to those things. We're not boomers. Trust, I need like 60 years on my, 40 years or some shit on my repertoire to be called a boomer. I'm not even Gen X, but I feel like it now, missing that one. Man, look, these guys are flying around. They want it, don't they? They want it. I don't know why they'd be rolling... Man, that was like 2,000 titanium. I don't know why they'd be rolling 2,000 titanium thick without depositing it. How many bases are over here, man? This is what I'm saying. Like, this server hit a bell curve, and these guys are coming out in numbers, bro. This is all a part of the resistance, I think. These are like guilds banding together. I got put on their shit list. Your seeds sold again, 900,000 back again. Very nice. Hey, yeah, Glitter, you're right. The server is, the bell curve is definitely hitting. Which is funny, because when Dirty Mike brought that up the other day, if I had to bet, I would have bet that, if I had to bet, I would have bet that there was going to be no bell curve and that, in fact, people were not going to start showing up. But I would have bet wrong. Yeah, I would have bet wrong, Glitter. Yeah, Aspen, so what happened... This server has and this is why I'm like, maybe we will end up waiting. The poll that I put out on the YouTube chat literally would have had to been like, I think 75% or more in the reroll character section for me to have even like considered re-rolling. And that's mainly because this server's going through some weird stuff. And as a solo, I'm here for it. So how it started was there was the Deep Desert Police Department basically running the entirety of the Deep Desert. You couldn't do anything out here without being attacked by these guys. Then they dissolved into the Fermentally Unstable Guild, but for all intents and purposes, they were still the guild out here running the Deep Desert. And then Atreides on this server formed a Discord and an alliance, if you will, now making it where there's like 50 players from different guilds that have banded together in like a pseudo Zerg that have banded together to counter the Fermentally Unstable. And this is actually making it to where we've got some action out here. Like, a forward operating base with 2,000 titanium's crazy. You know what I mean? And that's not something that would have happened last week. And a forward operating base with 2,000 titanium is entirely due to the fact that the Dust Alliance that's forming is actually out here trying to push some stuff. The Solari dupe, the MK6 schematics sell for 500 million on your server. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they addressed the Solari dupe, I thought. I just don't know how well they would have actually been able to fix it. I'm in a party, but I think I got booted from the party. I'm not sure. Now they're trying to track me. Party disbanded. I was gonna say, typically when I'm in a party, I can immediately see them on my compass. They didn't fucking take any of this, bro. They gotta come grab some of this, otherwise the people who lost the base are gonna get it. What are they doing? Hey, 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 hey! Hey, 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 hey! I don't know if that's them, bro, but they're on site, bro. They're on site. I swear they're on site. It is them. It is them. Alright, we're in the air now. We're good. We're good. I don't think he can take us out of the air between the time of us getting back. Scared the shit out of me, though. Yeah, now we're gliding. It's a game over. It's cooked. The other day, you sold a pincushion gauntlet schematic for 900,000. People are trying to get rid of that dirty money, you guys. That's so funny, Cowboy. You're so right. They're trying to launder and clean that money. They got to put it through a couple wash cycles. We got about an hour and 27 minutes until this downtime here. I forgot there was a downtime coming. There's another fix for stuff in a couple hours. Yes, there is. They've been selling plant fiber for 100 each, make 50,000 a stack. I'm saying, or you've been selling. I'm saying, I put that out in a video. Man, people get mad. This guy freaked me out a little bit. Oh, he has a boost. I'm like, how'd he keep up, dude? How'd he catch up? He's got freaking rockets and he kept up. Why did I just nosedive right there? Oh, we swapped sections and it just got hit with the nosedive. What the hell was that? I've never seen that before. What's weird, you guys, is I'm almost positive that this server was heavily duped on by this guild, because there was 2 weeks in a row that guild was the top contributor and Atreides basically won the Landsrat on day one. So I'm convinced that guild was duping. But that guild since has been in like tier 2 slots. So if I had to guess, hopefully some of their big player... Bro, I can't help it, dude. This is it. There's nothing here. But this, like, looks like the remnants of either somebody who just straight up abandoned their sub thief, or possibly a cheater who got banned and then got his base taken from somebody, cleared out from somebody else. Bro, the Storm Rider boost got dropped on the ground. I would have been so gutted. So dupers get banned? Yes. Well, presumably. Actually, I would say probably guaranteed, but again, I'm just going off of what other people have said, so... I need gas. We're out of gas. So... The other day, when we were on the live stream and we actually decided to go run through the Haga Basin to see if we could find any bases that got their sub-fief deleted because the cheater got banned. People were talking about how they had people in their guild who got banned for something as small as the repair glitch. And I say small, it is still like exploiting and whatnot, but how people were somehow full... They were somehow full repairing their vehicle parts. And he said that the guy on his guild who was doing that for the entire guild got his account banned. So if they're banning accounts that are just taking advantage of the repair bug, I'd imagine they're also banning accounts that are taking account of the dupes. Is my audio low? Audio for what? My mic or the game? Is the game audio low? Appreciate you. I just bumped it up a bit. Let me know if that's too high. Audio's like a weird thing to oh, I came in here to make a fuel cell and I didn't even do it. Audio's a bit of a weird thing to balance in this game because when I get in the ornithopter, it's like loud. It's like blitzing loud. Yeah, when I get in the ornithopter, it's like blaring loud, and I feel like I'm trying to talk over the ornithopter. But then when I'm on the ground, just standing still, it is super. Mike, you can't hear my voice. My voice. Hello. It's probably like positioning, bro. I'm standing a bit far back. Let me double check. Properties. It is coming through the Yeti. Is that better? A little closer. Maybe a little higher. I might just be mumbling, to be honest. I might just be mumbling. That's as high as it gets. Hello, I will just talk louder. Does that help? It's not peaking the bar any higher, but the bar does look like it's not going up like it normally does. I don't know. I was mumbling then. I was mumbling. Hey, no problem, no problem. Not a problem. I did crank the audio up a little bit, so let me know if I put the audio too high. Obi. It's fine for you? Good. Good, good, good. Solari dupers got banned, not item dupers, but a lot of them duped the Solari on a second account and got to keep their main account. That's gross. And when we were looking for these bases that got their sub-fiefs deleted, I kept bringing up, I'm like, if these big guilds are duping, like you're saying, they're realistically probably not doing it on their guild leader's account. So, like, realistically, you would have to have, presumably, the owner of the sub-fief get banned for the sub-fief to get deleted, you know what I mean? It is super sad. I could not imagine duping in an online game, bro. It, first off, just takes all of the fun out of the game. And second off, it's just scummy behavior. You know what I mean? It's just not... I couldn't imagine, bro. Makes you feel like you're losing time. You are kind of losing time, and that's kind of like the problem. And especially with, like you said, you get these guilds and shit out here too. It's to them. That's not them. Is this you? This ain't you, is it? Who this? Who this? Who this? Who is you? Who is you? Identify yourself or I'm firing. Okay, okay. All right, all right. I see a bug ornithopter out here not matching your colors, and I'm immediately like, it's, That's not you? This ain't you? Who's this? What the hell? He just fired rockets at this guy. But that's their colors. No, that was a white top and a black back, wasn't it? That wasn't their colors. I'm a moron. It's the literal reverse of their colors. I couldn't agree more, Caveman. I'm assuming it was just a big duper that got banned. I'm like, what's he doing? Oh, we could just easily take him out. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Get some revenge, huh? Maybe lasgun his fucking ornithopter. See how he likes it. I'm just kidding, dude. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. What's this guy doing? Why do you land in the sand? Hey, 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 don't you start fucking firing rockets at me. Why do you land in the sand? I'm gonna get down to safety, pocket this thing real quick. The way I look at it, Caveman, is duping in an online game is no better than cheating in an online game, and I believe cheaters in online games should be literally put in jail. It's a white top, black back. It's the opposite of what they're doing. Oh, he's thumpering it. I told you, these guys are toxic as hell, bro. Damn, does he have 3 rockets that are about to hit him? 1 back to back to back? These guys are toxic as hell. We're kind of feeding into their toxicness by defending him while he's pushing this thing. Dude, you still left a shitload of titanium. Bro, I'm taking some of this titanium. I said I'm taking some of this. I'm taking some of this titanium.
Oh, take all you want. I sent you a message to have it all.
We gotta be fast because that asshole. Yo, watch it. You got an ornithopter watching you here. I don't know if he has rockets. Damn, bro. It feels bad. I told you these guys are ruthless. I told you, man. This is exactly why there's been an alliance formed to go up against these guys. Damn. Also, you don't mind large range farming treasure? Oh man, I missed a lot of chats here. You wonder if they're just banning people that abuse the glitches repeatedly, or even the people that did it once or so as well? That's a good question, randoms. I don't know. I'd imagine it would have to be pretty egregious abuse of the glitches. But so the guy who was saying that his guildmate got banned, they were basically using their guildmate to full repair their entire guild's arsenal of, ornithopters. So I'd imagine that was a pretty egregious use of that. You know what I mean? Will, how's it going? It's going. How are you? We're doing all right. We're doing all right. So like I said, I'd imagine it has to be egregious. Farming treasure, we're just kind of out here messing around. We managed to find a raid with Arcadius, and then my dumbass was trying to do the other raid over there and ended up missing that raid, but realistically, they had way more titanium in that base than they ever should have had. And they just lost a buggy, too, because these guys just went and pushed it out into the desert. I'm assuming they're going to thumper it. Is that really a problem, Cowboy, with the long-range scanners? You're the second person I've heard complaining about them, and I've never used them to actually, like, track somebody, and it doesn't seem like it's that beneficial. It seems like it's very niche. Like, if somebody used a long-range scanner on me, that actually might be in their best interest with the way we can just Shigawire Claw and fly out of there and go find a spot to heal real quick, you know what I'm saying? But I've not had a problem where I feel like I'm being tracked by that thing. No, from what I understand, there's plenty of back-end ways for these guys to track items coming into and going out of the game. Had to get thumpers, but it's been thumped. Really? Got thumped before you got back there? Really? Oh, is that what you flew back for? Yeah, gotcha. How do you even farm treasure? It's a really good question, J-Wolf. As soon as we fly out into this PvP zone, I'll show you. I've got a video out where I broke down the treasure scanning, but I don't know how accurate that information is anymore because ever since I tried to do treasure scanning after that video, it seems to be less and less treasure out here. But essentially, you're going to want to find like a good chunk of some desert. The further out you are, the more that I seem to find. It also like is right around the quicksand areas as well. You'll find a start to it, like boom right there though. So you'll just scan. See if I can get this real quick. You'll just scan it. And then there it is. Easy as that. Easy as Sunday morning. We better get some IDs on this guy right here. Once you find, just scan and there will be more close. Right. Once you find one, you seemingly start to run into a chain of them. What's this guy's game plan, you think? Think he's trying to go back and get his stuff? I don't think he realizes he's being followed. This might be Sky, though. Looks like they're back end. I can't tell without the colors. There's two of them. If there's two of them, it probably is these guys. Yeah, you get some of the MK6 components. It's a decent way as a solo to go about getting stuff. Where'd that assault ornithopter go? Is that you? Can never tell, man. Where'd the assault ornithopter go? There was just an assault that flew by here. Why is there so much action at the Titanium Island? That's where I liked to get my components when I first came out to the deep desert. You also get the Opifire gems, which are used in the Landsrad. Some other things as well. That's gotta be the fermentally unstable. Where did that assault ornithopter go, though? He couldn't park that thing. Is that my body down here still? Oh, yeah, I want that gas. Excuse me. Yeah, I want that. It's a white face, black bottom. Fuck, I didn't catch the track on it. Fermentally unstable is black face, white bottom. I don't know who these guys are. They're dusters. They're dusty dusters. Get out of here, Dusty! I can't tell if he has rockets on his ornithopter or what. I don't want to pull my shit out just to have him, like, blast some rockets down on me. Dust is white face, black body. Yeah, they went opposite of you guys. Oh. This guy is just hanging here, bro. Doing what? My power pack's running really low. Fuck it, let's fly. Come on, baby, we can make it. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. What's the assault going? I bet they're mining spice. That was a fucking piss poor aimed rocket. That one's it, though. That one's it. That one's it. It's not it. Where's the assault going? Here's what we need to do. We need to go figure out where these guys are going. Yeah, that's what Ember was saying. Ember was saying when we first popped on the stream that you guys took out a carrier while they were farming. Hopped on, watching from the start. To be honest, as the Deep Desert beginner, it's the first time you saw a raid after the storm, not Coriolis storm. I mean, you completely... We didn't even get a raid going today. Oh, this is the first time you saw that you can raid after the storm and not just the Coriolis storm. Yes. Any storm that rolls out through the deep desert, if it hits a base, is going to drop the shield of it. The PvP zone specifically. At which point you'll be able to raid it. You got 6 minutes to raid it, that is. Maybe that Assault Ornithopter hooked... It looked like he was going straight, and presumably there's some spice out there, but he might have hooked a hard right. And that one guy's literally just flying over Titanium Island. I don't even know what for. He's flying over Titanium Island like he's scouting out the large field and protecting his carrier ornithopter. I don't know what he's doing. Man, when is that finally gonna make it into the game? Give it another 3 months and they'll have the deposit all water button. Who'd have thought that was gonna be such a task to get into the game? Something that should have been picked up by the developers if they even spent like 2 hours grinding out the game. That's what I keep hearing. Evil is on other servers. People are just getting ganked every time they go to the Titanium Island. Honestly, if I was mining titanium, I most likely wouldn't do it on that island. Especially with all of the traffic that's happening there, like, currently. And this is minimal amount of traffic compared to what I'm hearing on other people's servers. So realistically, if I had, like, a lot of traffic there, I'd mine titanium here, I'd mine it here, mine it down here, all kind of while I'm trying to scout out bases. We've got about 60 minutes until the... Yep, 60 minutes until the downtime. I panicked there for a second and thought that we might be a lot longer or a lot closer, just like 2 minutes away from the downtime, but we got 60 minutes. You mine at 3 a.m. and see a graveyard of ornithopters. Zeus goes in at the off time, and we're at the off time on this server right now, actually. But Zeus goes in during the off time and just sees all the mayhem from the day prior. That's how last week was for us. It was like every time we walked out, there was just an ornithopter graveyard on a new island every time. What are you doing, sir? Slow down. Slow down, I just want to see your colors. It's like an all gray one. What the fuck? I don't know, man. That might be a random solo out here. Man, if you guys took out their carrier today and just took out one of their titanium bases, that whole resistance might end as quickly as it started. That's what he's doing. There's somebody else here. That's probably... That's not what I saw, was it? That's a forward operating base that, What's-Its-Nuts would make. Oh, that poor thing. Brutalized. Only 13 likes with 61 watching. You know what, OMC? I appreciate ya. You can always count on ONC pushing for them likes. You know what I'm noticing? I'm noticing that each and every time you call it out, we happen to be at more than we were the night before. So you know what? We're on the come up still. 13 likes, that's pretty decent. Hey, Elno, just got here from hitting that like button. Are we winning yet? You know, it's been a bit of a strange night. I thought I saw an ornithopter flying. I might have just saw that crashed one. I swore I saw one flying. But that assault ornithopter, they're clearing that base. They had a second forward operating base on the Stravidium Island, and they're clearing it right now. So I'm going to wait for them to come back. Ta-da! Actually, let me pull this out too. Do a quick check. I'm gonna have to fly back to the Haga Basin at some point tonight to repair that power pack and maybe craft up another one. Where'd the base go? Have I lost my mind? What the fuck? Have I lost my mind? There was a base here when we just first pulled up. Not this one. There it is. If that black base isn't yours, you guys, there's another forward operating base out here that they might be currently trying to clear. I'm gonna go pop by this one and see. There's not even a subfief on it anymore. This is just foundation. Let's clear this shit out of the way. Okay, that wasn't the base then. Maybe that was maybe that was for mentally unstable clearing this. I'm confused. Confused! Oh. Hey, look who it is, if it isn't that guy. Hey, what do you think you're doing out here, that guy? Oh, it was Mike. It was Mike. Okay.
Wrong button. What's up, man?
Yo.
What are you up to? Raiding?
That's what we always doing, Mike, isn't it? That's what we
Amen.
always doing.
Amen.
You better hope a storm don't fly through. I saw some big chests in there. Oh, okay, okay, okay. This week, it's all looting Landsrat in the deep desert. There's no mercy. Very nice. I needed Harkonnen to come through and pull the win out this week so they could vote for full loot PvP, but no! Harkonnen's slacking this week, bro. And you know, Atreides isn't gonna vote full loot. Though maybe the Dust people will vote it. They won't. They won't. Did I get the MK6 Emperor's Wings? Not yet, OMC. It's funny that you brought that up because I literally was just thinking about that. That just crossed my mind. I was like, you know what? We're in the area. Dirty Mike's in the area too, and you know that bastard probably just ran this thing, but let's go ahead and see. Let's go ahead and pop in and see. Shoot first, ask questions later. That's typically how we do things out here. Sometimes we'll play civil with the fermentally unstable. And I think that's mainly because those sons of bitches will have 3 people out to defend them in no time, bro. They're on the Discord, and they will immediately have 3 sons of bitches out there with rocket ornithopters. But it's still on site, so. I wouldn't, yes, Harrower, yes, I would say that. Especially for 2 weeks on this server, the Landsrad was basically immediately completed. And I'm convinced that's because there was dupers on this server, heavy dupers. And what's funny is those dupers aren't even #1 on the contribution chart anymore, and I think that's because some of them got banned. So Atreides has won handily like a few times on this server, and like I said, I feel like that's because the Harkonnen guilds don't partake unless they actually have something of the rewards that they want. Yes, we were fast enough for once, bro. Big. Also, like, shitty, because that's just, like, makes this... Oh, fucking twat lick, bro. Does it not reset if you don't loot the whole thing? Some motherfucker. The reason I say that Atreides was duping on this server is because they won the Landsrad on day 1. Day 1 of the new Landsrad, they had basically 8 tiles already unlocked and completed, which is just ridiculous, bro. It's not unimaginable. It's not like it's impossible to do without dupes. But I have to always bring up that Atreides didn't make it out into the deep desert until last week. So, yeah, there's a control point right next to that PvP ship right there. I want full loot PvP, Zeus. I think that'd be really fun. When full loot's active, do you gain access to other people's ornithopters and vehicles as well? Because, man, if it was full loot, we'd have gotten a carrier yesterday or the day before, whatever it was. But realistically, all I have to do is change up my gear just a little bit to kind of mitigate the risk that we have out here. And then I'm fully game. I don't mind losing a set or 2. Or 3 or 4. Or 6 or 10. It don't matter. Just arrived. Should you rewind and catch up? Gamer49, hope you're doing well. Good to see ya. Not much to catch up on. There was a bit of a base raid that I missed, but we still profited off of. I missed it because I had respawned at another possible base raid. I messed up the last raid, bro. Either way, we had Arcadius breaking down the first base anyways, so. There was like 2,000 titanium in there, and they thumped some poor team's buggy, but. We got about 50 minutes until the hour-and-a-half downtime that we're walking into here. I think after which, what's weird on this server is there's a lot of the fermentally unstable guild that plays during these rat time of the hours. They got like 4 people that rock that overnight playthrough, and then the dust zerg that's forming on this server.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Where is it? Uh-oh. Whatever, we're gonna take the durability loss because I don't know where this shit's at. Boom. Ah, there's a good chunk of loot that just fell on the ground.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
There's a good chunk of loot that just fell on the ground. We had like Opifire gems and stuff. It's like the longest 60 seconds of my life. What are they counting with the slowest clock I've ever seen? Yeah, right, dude. That was practically 30 seconds anyways. You're telling me that that was 4 seconds just now? My one sentence took 4 sentences? Get 5 seconds my ass, bro. Nonsense. I'm gonna have to sit down soon, man. I need to call the Pilates guy and tell him to teach me his ways. Did I get the MK6 Emperor's Wings? No, not yet. Oh yeah, I already read that too. We went and tried to grab them. No, with the way the loot works out here, it's a pain in the ass, bro. Between how easy it is to run that ship and all that. Did the storm pass? Like, what the fuck is going on? So there's just no storm anymore? I don't understand what just happened, dude. What the fuck, dude? There's literally no storm anymore. The storm doesn't disappear in the 60 seconds it takes me to fucking respawn. I don't know if it was hitting this sector or not. There it is. Damn, it's gonna miss this sector. It's gonna barely clip this sector, dude. This base has been spared again. Just took a durability loss for no reason again as well. That power pack is damn near cooked. What we're gonna do here is slap that on. What we're gonna do here is ride the backside of this storm again. The wings suck, sadly. I wish they were better than the full suspensor. Do they? Okay. I'm glad J-Rob's coming in. That's kind of what I had figured as much. I didn't like the Tier 5 Emperor's wings compared to the full suspensor belt, so I kind of figured it would be the same thing. You think durability-wise, they need to be repaired less, but the full suspensor is nice? I like how much air I get with the full suspensor, and also people, I like what they brought up as well as the full suspensor belt. It completely negates fall damage with the way you're able to slow yourself down. Whereas in the Emperor's wings, you can't slow yourself down as effectively. So I'm kind of torn. I do want to end up getting them so I can try them, but I'm kind of torn as to how well they are going to end up working. What'd I go in my inventory for? Oh yeah, to see that 13,000. I wanted to see. I need to swing by. All right, so I need to go back to the Haga Basin to repair my shit and maybe make another power belt. We'll swing by the auction house first to see if those seeds have sold. You were actually thinking about multiple respawns. You could hide a few trash sand bikes with storage for fuel cells in sheltered PvE areas on the edges of the map. Then just spawn stored Thopter. Is that inside of the deep desert? Or just in the game? But that's not actually a bad idea with the respawn system, but I think you can only have one vehicle set as a respawn at once. So, like, you'd have to have one sand bike spawned, like, in the Jasmium area. You know, if you had, like, a sand bike parked on the 5 layers of Jasmium, you just hit a quick respawn, you respawn on top of that. That's a good point. Just have it in there as like the 4th suspensor belt. Like if all else fails, we know that we have that in there. Fuel, yeah, I know. We'll make it back. We'll make it back before I run out of fuel. Somebody's been tapping that medium spice field. Nice, I had a blue screen, middle of fight on I2, and you got ported into quicksand without your scout, and then you got eaten by the worm. Oh my gosh, Tiger. That sounds awful. I am so sorry. There's nothing worse than dying to the worm because of a bug. Dying to the worm sucks to begin with, but dying because of a bug is so frustrating. It reminds me of the first time I accidentally jumped out of my ornithopter while flying through the deep desert. And I was in the middle of a sand tile. And I just watched my ornithopter glide. And glide and glide. And I got dumped in the sand. And I didn't even think to jump up in the air and die and respawn. Instead, I tried to run to an island and I got eaten by a worm. For Deep Desert, you ran into a group of Harkos ganking at control points, so you started taking all the control points. Gotcha. Gotcha. It would actually work in the Deep Desert as well. I suppose, like, if you had your vehicle respawn, like, in your pocket, if you had, like, your sand bike in your pocket, and then you flew out with your ornithopter, dropped off the sand bike somewhere you wanted it to be for when you hit a respawn, and then you pocket your ornithopter, or you can, you know, fly away with your ornithopter, whatever you're doing there. You can do that with a respawn beacon, you could. You could potentially drop a sand bike down in one spot and a respawn beacon down in another, though. And run it that way. Oh, I'm no longer... Oh, yeah, I am. Man, so yesterday the inspector was set to come out, and the timeline I was given was between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. And when I was talking to the guy, he was like, chances are it's going to be somewhere around the afternoon, you know what I mean? Like, chances are it's not going to be early in the morning. But the timeline was 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And so my thought was, you know, I was like, I'll pull off the stream at 8 a.m., go do like a final cleanup of the house, make the house look a little bit better before these guys roll in, right? My wife wakes up at 7 to go to work, and she comes in here and she looks at me like, what are you fucking doing? Because I told her, I was like, I'm not going to go live tonight. I'll probably just pick up the house and relax. But then, you know, I ended up going live. So she looks at me like, what are you doing? I thought you weren't going live, this, that, and the other. And I end up cutting the stream at 7:30 because I'm like, you know, I'll go knock out some cleaning early just in case, you know, they do show up. Sure enough, man, sure enough, literally like 8 a.m. on the dot. It was a good thing that I pulled off at 7:30 and went and did some cleaning, because if I didn't, my wife would... I'd have been in the doghouse all day. I'd have been in the doghouse all day. Why am I still gaining temperature? There it goes. Yep, let's go roll out to the auction house, and then let's roll back to Haga Basin, repair our power pack, maybe craft another couple of suspensor belts, craft another power pack. Nah, we left it. There ain't nothing. There was nothing on it but a fuel cell. I was joking when I said there was a lot of loot on there. It was just a bunch of junk. No. Brutal glitter. It's Friday as well, so you might have to roll into work still also. That sucks, man. Hopefully it's not flooded. What sucks also is just how damaging water is. Water is ridiculously damaging. Oh yeah, I don't care about the fallen ships. Those actually are your probably #1 way as a solo to gain some of the tier 6 components, though, is knocking out those ships. Because the section of it that gives you the resource or the schematics gives you a boatload of resources. Very nice, very nice. You caught the 3-day weekend just to take care of any sort of flooding that happened. That's nice, at least. I can't wait to jump on the Discord once the downtime starts, only to see a bunch of people asking, are the servers offline? Bro, without fail. I can never tell if they're serious or not either. So worst case scenario, it would be either like push brooming all of the water out, or like worst case scenario, getting some sort of like pump action in there, yeah. That's not bad. Ugh, my garage floods every single time, but that is because it is falling apart. It's like a garage on the side of our house that is literally about to collapse. Every time I go in there, I'm like just waiting for it to like start creaking and collapsing or something like that, because it is a safety hazard. Yeah, same with the awning coming off the front of our house. The awning coming off the front of our house. The shingles that are on it are really bad, so it's just been taking a lot of water damage over the years. And my wife she says to me all the time, she's like, we need to tarp that thing off, or we just need to rip it down. She's not wrong. I'm like, why rip it down when the thing's gonna fall down? Just let it fall. Sump pump is a necessity if you're prone to water? Yeah. Very true. I don't have a basement where I'm at, so. But I was just getting ready to say, if my house flooded, I'd be screwed, because that would mean that my crawl space is flooded, which I would need a sump pump for. Oh, I get what you're saying. Realistically, you could just have like a little bit of a forward operating base in the safe zone with some fuel in it, couldn't you, gamer? I can't even imagine. When I say sump pump, I mean it's my ass going down there with the cheap-ass water pump I have and fucking doing my best to get the water out. I'm the sump pump. I wasn't talking about installing a real one. I'd be screwed if ours flooded. Thankfully, the ground out here is soft. I'm not used to soft ground. I'm used to taking a shovel to the ground and hitting rocks basically immediately. But out here, when I walk on the dirt, it's like I'm walking on a pillow. I'm like, what is this pillow-like substance that I'm walking on the ground and my foot's just sinking into dirt? It's crazy. I'm used to clay. I'm used to clay. And I could probably hit clay out here, but I'd have to dig further down than I used to. But yeah, I'm basically used to hitting clay at about 2 inches down. Out here, I could easily go probably like 8 inches of like powdery dirt. Wow, it expired. Oh, I thought somebody sold it. Nobody's bought any of the agave seeds. Nobody wants my seeds, man. Somebody undercut me. You fucking sick bastard. You gonna undercut me? You gonna undercut me, huh? I'll show you undercut. I'll show you undercut.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris?
Oh my gosh, your voice is just the most annoying thing I've ever heard. No shame to the voice actor, but what the hell is that? Have a base in E4, but they track me when you leave? Ah, I got you. Man, Gamer's being hunted down so much that he's actually being tracked leaving out of his base. That's crazy. If those agaves don't sell, I will just realistically keep them. It's entirely server dependent, Zeus, but this server's auction house is dead, man. There's nothing really going on with the server's auction house. No tier 6 schematics that are worthwhile, no resources that are realistically worthwhile. If I'd have checked what sort of spice melange was for sale, it was probably 180 melange. Even if I made 800,000 gold, I would have nothing to spend it on. So, Adam, we actually learned yesterday that, these agave seeds are sometimes a Landsrad task as well. Sometimes one of these Landsrad tasks is turn in agave seeds. And that might actually be what bumps the price up for those. Do other servers have better auction houses? Yes. Yes, they do, Canned. Ours is broken. This server's auction house is bad. Other servers' auction houses are also flooded with, like, duplicated money as well, though, so... Our server seems to have not gotten hit so hard by the duplication. Hey, we appreciate you stopping by, Glitter. You have a good night now that your dog's finally sleeping. A good day, that is. Hopefully the flooding slows down. Man, I can't make those. Fuck, dude. I thought I could make particle capacitors. Man, we're gonna have to run some labs, and I haven't had to do that in so long. I don't want to run labs. Oh, you son of a bitch, bro. Would I really put the time into leveling another character? You feel like it's not worth the time unless it takes a year for them to add a character transfer? That's the problem, Kay. That's kind of why I put the poll out. I just wanted to gauge what people's thoughts were about that. It's ended up closer to 50-50 than I was anticipating. I would have needed it to be, if it was like a 75%, yeah, you should, you know, re-roll a character, I maybe would have, like, considered it. But I think, like you're saying, I don't know if it would be. Still running the needle? Yeah, we're still running the needle. I made my bed, now I need to lie in it. I don't have any other tier 6 blades, and I don't want to swap to the tier 5 blade. So, yep, we're still running the needle, even though it's broken as hell. Just ran 2 in a zone trying to get the compact compactor. Your market isn't terrible, not great either. It could be worse craned, I suppose, but I don't know. It's pretty freaking bad with how barren it is. There's nobody's selling anything, nobody's buying anything. It's worse for wear out there. We got 20 minutes until the until the downtime. Let's go ahead and get back out into the deep desert before we go. If we did a restart, Kay, we'd be looking to join the most populated server, and we would do one of 2 things. One of 3 things, I suppose. We would run it entirely solo again, which is probably the last option, or we would find one of the big guilds to join, or we would try to pull people in from the stream to join that server to then attempt to, you know, take over whatever's going on, or at least cause more mayhem doing that. Thing with that is we stream at an off time, so a lot of my viewers are like on European, like EU European servers, Oceanic servers and shit like that. So I don't know how well that would work, and I don't really want to join a guild unless I can like guarantee that it's active enough of a server to get into some guild versus guild combat. But if the server is active enough and we can guarantee some guild versus guild combat, I'm all in for it. But realistically, waiting for a character transfer, I think, is probably the way to go, especially considering that this server seems to this server has some happenings happening on it, you know, with the resistance that's being built up and whatever that Zerg's doing. It'll be interesting to see where that ends up going, if anywhere. Okay, well, I didn't craft any extra suspensor belts, but we still have some back at that base that we can repair, and we do have another power pack, which was the main problem. You just sold an MK6 compactor blueprint on your server for 2.5 mil. It would never sell on this server for that. I couldn't sell shit on this server. And that's kind of the point too, Mick. That's kind of the point as well. That is kind of the point as well. But if I made another character, what would I do at the end of that character? I'd be flying around the deep desert doing the same thing I'm doing now. And every day it seems to be that it's actually getting more populated out in this deep desert rather than less populated. Like today, we've got at least 2 raids that we've gotten into, not even including the 2 forward operating bases of the Fermentally Unstable Guild. So there's technically 4 bases that we could have got down on raiding today. The 2 forward operating bases of the Fermentally Unstable Guild are going to get cleared. By them, I mean like their stuff's going to get taken back to their base. We're on Dew Gap, Kay. We're on the Dew Gap. If I got like confirmation that it was going to be even another 3 months before they actually came out with server swaps for characters, I think we would probably end up re-rolling. I don't know what you mean by that, Ray. Yeah, Harmony I hear is popping off. Honestly, Mick, the end game's the same regardless. Just if we were on a higher population server, we would get into more action out here in the deep desert. There may actually be a guild building in the PvP zone we could try to harass, you know what I mean? I'd imagine that they are going to merge servers. I bet they merge servers before they come out with character swaps, which is another thing where it's like, is it worth spending another 150 hours building up another character when it's entirely possible that by the time we build up the other character, they either do a server merge or they allow the server swaps by the time we build that out. Who frickin' knows? Then we also have to worry about, like, if we build another character on Harmony, which is popping off right now, what happens when we get to the end of that character finally? We finally have it built up, and then Harmony's deep desert is dead, and we're in the same position. And see, like J-Rob is saying, he's level 185 and can't imagine re-rolling, and I'm kind of there with him. Once you hit level 150, the experience, the leveling slows down tremendously, and level 180 is only halfway to level 200. Is there a way we can tell how many people are actually in the deep desert? Okay, because from what I've seen on the sites that show you the server population, it's talking about the Sieches, not the deep desert. I could be wrong. The quest is the main reason that I don't want to reroll. And probably won't. I do not want to quest again. Yeah, questing is probably the main reason why I won't reroll. The deep desert is shared across all of the Sieches, sure, but it's telling me how many players are playing on Leg Siege and how many players are playing on Toe Siege. It's not telling me how many players are playing in the deep desert. Dune status thing back up to look at these numbers. Yeah, so if we go to Dugap, it says that it's online with 25 sieges, and then when I scroll down, it's now telling me that there are currently 3 players in the Jakurutu siege. But it's not telling me how many players are in the Deep Desert. There are 0 players in the Leg siege. I didn't realize that. We did come from the Leg siege into the Abir siege. So there's 2? There's 2 currently? That can't be possible. Hey, Hopeless Gamer coming in with the sub over on YouTube. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Nope. Well, I mean, I don't know for sure, but from what Hawk is saying, I came from the Leg server. I came from the North America Dugap Leg in the Haga Basin. When I came to the Deep Desert, it swapped me over to the Siege Abir. So, if I'm reading that correctly, if I go over to this Dune status website and I'm looking at the Siege Abir, that should tell me at least an estimate as to how many players are in the Deep Desert. But I'm still not certain that that's accurate because it says that there's only 2. Granted, we are literally 10 minutes away from an update.
Infiltration instead of invasion.
Hey, extra XPTGV with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we got 1.5 hour downtime coming in, Mick, followed by 30 minutes of playtime, followed by... Oh, here we go. Followed by the reset. So it tells me that there's 31 players online inside of Dugap. 3, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, plus 1.
On intimidation.
7. Oh, that's exactly 31. And that's just counting all of the legs. This isn't talking about the Deep Desert at all, unless it's saying that the Abir Siege is the Deep Desert, which I don't think it is. I don't think that that's what this site's tracking. I think this site's tracking Haga Basin. Deep Desert is all of the sieges in this server combined. It can't count the players in the DB in the Deep Desert, sorry, because I'm in the Deep Desert, yet it still says there's 0 on Leg. If it was counting the players in the Deep Desert, it would be putting them onto the Abir Siege, and it says that there's only 2 there. For Sycamore coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. What's going on over on Twitch? We got some insanity happening on Twitch. We appreciate you guys stopping by. Hope you're doing well. No, it can't count their home siege because my home siege is leg, and leg says it has 0 people on it. So if it was counting players in the deep desert as like coming from their home siege, it would say at least 1 on leg, but it's not. And when I came from the leg siege into the deep desert, it now says I'm on the Abir siege. And there's got to be more than 2 people in the deep desert. I guarantee there's more than 2 people in the deep desert, even though we're 8 minutes until the time here. This just isn't, this site's not tracking deep desert at all. It's only tracking Haga Basin. Unless the Abir siege is the deep desert, but it's not. This is like the literal Abir siege, because I can go to the Abir siege in the Haga Basin. And I bet you on the Abir siege in the Haga Basin, there are 2 players. Like, that's what's going on.
On
This thing's
infiltration
not counting on at all.
instead of invasion.
Something is happening. People are swinging through. Is it going to be another one over on Twitch? Let's go ahead and wait for it to come in. Surely. A little bit delayed. I guess it's not coming in. Hey, it wasn't Twitch at all. It was from YouTube, Alexandru. Hey, we appreciate you stopping by. I hope you're doing well. What's Twitch? I was born on MySpace. MySpace, your space, our space, we all space. You know what I mean? I was born when the word Twitch meant something differently and ended up getting you sent to the doctor. Do a little Twitch in school, now all of a sudden they got you on Ritalin or whatever it is. See, Canned Crane and his buddy are still on in the deep desert, so there's 2. I'm 3. You know Arcadius is out here somewhere. Sky's here somewhere for sure. You wish PvP was more faction-oriented so you can't fight the same faction if you're aligned? I don't think that would work. I think it would work in some sense, but that would just, I think, exacerbate the problem that's happening with the servers seemingly being one-sided anyways. You know? But I hear a lot of people ask for that. I hear a lot of people ask for that. Server will shut down in 10 minutes. Please find a safe space to log out. I think you mean 6 minutes. I'll be right back. It won't shut down. Ray's got it taken care of, you guys. He killed the downtime. Week, you guys. We might be walking into a D6 debacle. That would be great. Control points aren't even a faction activity, gamer. I wouldn't call control points a faction activity at all. It's like a piss poor attempt at the devs to like put together some sort of like faction activity, but it's a piss poor attempt. If they wanted to have some good control point faction combat, what they would have, Ooh, did they really cancel it again? Now I'm like second guessing, Ray. Did they cancel it again? We still got 2 minutes until the shutdown. Anyways, like I was saying, if they wanted to have good faction combat, they would make it to where once every 6 hours, a control point would spawn somewhere randomly in the deep desert. And basically, you would have a 30-minute countdown to this control point spawning, and you would know where it's at in that 30 minutes, which would give guilds and factions 30 minutes to kind of prep themselves to get out there to combat this control point, which is going to run for 15 minutes. After the 15 minutes, whichever faction controlled the control point for the most amount of time is going to walk away with knocking out... Whoa, I did not know you had a key on that map. Is going to get away with knocking out, say, 10,000 of the goal amount. 15,000 of the goal amount. That's a number that they can, like, mess around with. But this would make it to where the guild versus guild combat is scheduled and somewhat structured and still comes with a bit of a Landsrad boost to it. And I think it's just so simple, bro. And I'm not fucking pulling these ideas out of my ass. I'm not fucking creating these ideas myself. I took that from Throne and Liberty, right? I took that sort of scheduled combat from Throne and Liberty, implanted it into Dune Awakening, and made it fucking fit. And the same thing goes with old school RuneScape and RuneScape's sculling system in their wilderness. If you just transplant that system into Dune Awakening and rework it just a little bit to make it fit, it literally fixes PvP in this game by incentivizing PvE players to fight back and making PvP players second guess, you know, do they want to skull up on this person and potentially lose their shit, or do they want to hold off? And if I'm a PvP player and I see another PvP player flag, that means I can flag up on him, and now we both have a risk of losing some of our gear. 10 points per minute in a control point drives me nuts. There's no way I can sit there that long. So once you control it, Ivory, you can just leave and you'll continue to get the 10 points. Right, Canned, you're right. So I brought this point up earlier. You can't, and this is kind of another stupid thing with the control points. If I fly past one and it's already controlled by Atreides, I can't jump in on that and then like extra control it and start to gain points myself. I have to be there when it's becoming controlled. Otherwise, I won't gain the points. So yeah, Ivory, yeah. You get those points regardless. So if you see one that's open or controlled by the other faction, just swoop down, sit on there for what, you got to sit on there 30 seconds, sit on there for 30 seconds and then bail. And then say that lasts for 24 hours, you're getting 10 points per minute for 24 whole hours there. I don't think it'll die soon. I think die is a very I think die is the wrong term to use. I think it'll stagnate for sure. It's going to stagnate for sure. But it's on a massive downward trend right now, like a big downward trend. The peak every 24 hours is dropping. Yesterday's peak was 54,000, I think. And today's peak is 47. So it lost 7,000 on peak. It doesn't help. The downtime and stuff doesn't help, especially because, like, it's not quite peak gaming hours over in Europe, but it's getting close. You know, it's getting close. It doesn't... What really is killing this game, though? God damn it, there's so many things. There's so many... I could just list so many things that are wrong with the game, which are contributing to the fact that it's dying. I would maybe argue that the main thing killing the game is the constant influx of bugs, which is why they have to put out so many patches and so many hot fixes. What are you taking the massive hit in, Harrower, exactly? Are you talking about, like, losing a tier 5 Ornithopter, perhaps? Because that's about the most that you could lose in this game is your Ornithopter. And I would argue if somebody came out with... If somebody built up one single tier 5 Ornithopter and then came out to the deep desert and then lost it and didn't want to rebuild, I mean, realistically, they probably weren't going to hang around for long anyways, considering what the end game actually looks like. It's the devs killing the game with incompetence. I wouldn't necessarily say incompetence in the sense of, like, these people don't know how to do their jobs. I would say the devs are killing the game because they have no passion for the game. They're just treating it like a 9 to 5. And that's super, super blatant with the fact that the game didn't launch with a deposit all button. I am going to fucking die on this hill that the game developers did not play this game legitimately for longer than 2 hours. They did not a single developer played this game for longer than 2 hours in a legitimate way. Most of them, if they played for longer than 2 hours, were probably spawning themselves in resources or just filling up their water so they didn't have to grind out water at all. Because if a dev even spent 2 hours playing the game, they would have noticed that filling their water with these leader-gens and having to spam click deposit to fill it is not good design and needs to be addressed. But it never got addressed. It literally launched like this. I literally, Dirty Mike needs to get his Harkonnen ass, kick it into gear so they can win the Landsrad and vote for full loot PvP here, because we have another potential to get full loot PvP, and I've got zero faith that Atreides is going to pull the trigger on it. They do need to rework the Deep Desert completely. You're 100% right, Hawk. And that's kind of the problem that I'm getting at when I said there's a whole list of problems with this game. It really realistically stems down to the fundamental loop that the developers were trying to make with this game. Because if you take a look, the main loop that the developers were trying to push people into was this deep desert endgame loop. It's apparent with how much of an afterthought the PvE seems to have been in development. Because what do they do to make the PvE more difficult in the deep desert? They literally artificially implement difficulty, which is the worst form of difficulty to implement. So, from a fundamental level, the PvE in this game was developed as an afterthought. From the Haga Basin through to the Deep Desert, the PvE in this game literally serves only one purpose, and that is to get you into the Deep Desert. Then once you get into the Deep Desert, the balance doesn't get any better. The scout ornithopters with rockets being able to take people out on the ground. The zero land anywhere inside of the PvP zone of the Deep Desert. You know, you have 8 tiles connected to each other that are just flat desert. The ground combat is probably the best thing to say about this game. The ground PvP is probably the best thing to say about this game, for real. So it's like the whole end game loop that these guys were even going for here just wasn't it. And I don't blame it on incompetent devs, as in they don't know how to develop games. I blame it on devs who just have zero passion. Devs cheat and ban cheaters? No way, Stoner. Are there clips of that happening? Also, if you take 2 weeks off, you could lose your base. That's a good point. And Tigerfly brings up, is it 4 weeks or are you wrong? I think it is 4 weeks. It's 2 weeks for the first tax, and then 2 more weeks before you're late on those taxes, at which point your base is at risk. I'm not entirely certain on that though. How do you get control? Just stand there, Zeus. You don't even have to get out of your ornithopter. You can just hover. You can just sit on that thing like an egg. It's the dumbest mechanic, bro. Brain dead developers. Absolutely zero thought went into what the fuck they were doing out here. Oh, which is another point with the Deep Desert, is these control points. They don't facilitate guild versus guild combat at all. And in all of the trailers leading up to the game, that's what they were pushing, was this guild versus guild combat. But it ain't it. It ain't it. Disconnect respawn is so much better now. Was wiped a couple times, your ornithopter and all equipment after reconnect. Comnet said the worm got me. Man, that sucks, gamer. Every time I disconnect, my ornithopter ends up flying away and getting eaten by the sandworm, but I end up just on the ground. And Zeus brings up a good point, is everybody's playing with more than 100 plus hours. And that's kind of a point that I bring up too, is like, I can complain about this game all day long, and I've still sunk 350 hours into this game. So I can complain all day long, but that doesn't take away from the fact that the game actually has some solid bones behind it and can pull something off here. I don't have hope, but it's possible. Good luck, Dirty, and with this whole Zerg filing in here for the Atreides side, you guys are screwed, man. Y'all are screwed. You're in trouble. And yeah, you guys are about the only one who's truly contributing to the Landsrat on the Harkonnen side. So it makes sense that it's like once every 3 weeks you guys are able to knock that one out. We're not going to get full loot this week. Get screwed, bro. You get like 2 weeks to pay taxes. I heard an extra week on top of that for being due. And then once you don't pay, you still lose shields that protects you from the sandstorms. And then it's 3+ weeks after that before your sub fief is destroyed. Yeah, true. But I've also heard that if you don't pay your taxes, the Sardaukar people are going to literally jump down on your base. Anybody been DDoS before? It seems like some people in Asia are crashing the Deep Desert servers. Patrick, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I hear some of the nastiest shit coming out of the Chinese servers. There's a bit of a resistance being built up on our server with the Atreides, who are putting together a bit of a Zerg. But like Dirty Mike pointed out last night, they're not that great, and they are probably unorganized. Reconnecting right next to your ornithopter now, huh? Wow. That's actually nice to hear. Look at Dirty Mike trying to recruit so they don't get zerged on. What's funny is though is there's only like what 12 of you guys active and you're still able to take out these guys' carriers and shit. I was telling that other guy earlier. I said you guys are going to kill the competition as quickly as it got built up.
On subversion.
Hey, Zionite Plays coming in with a follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. You can pay the overdue tax or partially pay it. The grace period is 2 weeks with the final set of taxes due in the 3rd week. If you pay on time, you'll get around 28 to 30 days before shutdown. And I believe once you shut down because of taxes, that's when you have the Sardaukar come in and actually like raid your base, which can end up killing it a lot faster than the storm does. Regardless, though, the point still stands. You can only spend so much time away from the game before you're at risk of losing your entire base. And there's only so much that you can actually even put inside of the bank deposit box inside of either of the posts or the places or whatever. I'll be back. I got some toasting. Toasty. Man, what did Patrick say? I missed something. I missed some context here. Damn it all, what did he say? Where's it at? Oh, there it is. Oh, I bet it. I would assume that it's DDoSing rather than. I would assume that it's DDoSing rather than the server like shutting down, but it could very well. It could very well be the servers like dealing with all that shit. I don't know. That's the game. Why is the buggy unprotected? Unnecessary risks. I agree with you, Zionist. That is Zionite? My gosh, when it's purple or it's dark blue on the bot Ricks, I can hardly read that. But I totally agree with you. That is the game. Like, getting your shit thumpered sucks. But it sucks, and it's something I would never do to somebody. But, you know, it kind of is what it is. Hello, people on your server are pocketing their ornithopters midair and then replacing it below and then repairing their ornithopters or just sitting up there as it slowly falls down. Is it an exploit or is it an intentional mechanic in the game? Dat Ducky on Quack. I believe, so it's not an exploit. It's an intentional mechanic in the game. Well, I don't know if it's an intentional mechanic for them to fall that slow after you respawn them. But it's not an exploit. It's more so just people taking advantage of that game mechanic. I've also heard of situations where people will jump out, pocket their ornithopter, drop their ornithopter, stand on top of it, and then as it's slowly falling, they'll switch from their booster over to their rockets, or from their rockets over to their booster. You know what I'm saying? So you could even potentially start to chain tech like that into, like, you're boosting around and then you see somebody at an island and you pocket, drop it, put your rockets on, all in the air. And I kind of, and that's what I was getting at, Harrower. I'm glad you brought that up. It is cheesy for sure. It is definitely cheesy, but it's not the easiest thing to pull off either. I haven't like practiced it or anything like that, but I agree with you, Harrower, about thumping these vehicles, because currently the way it is inside of Dune Awakening, you're only at risk of losing the mats that you farmed, and if they break the chassis on your ornithopter, you have to replace you have to peel the whole damn thing apart, right? Ben! We got Ben in the chat, you guys. Ben, your base's power is out, Ben. Where is your base? And your power is out. Fix it, okay? The ornithopters dive now when you exit. You have a hard time storing it midair now. Yeah, it is a bit of, like I'm saying, it's less of an exploit and more of, like, just picture, like, movement tech in Apex Legends. You know what I mean? It's like strafe jumping in Apex. It's less of an exploit and more of just, like, some tech that people are taking advantage of to do some crazy things, like swapping into their rockets or whatever. Ben/Stoner Gaming, man. Ben, they told you that your power was down in last night's patch notes. So all you have to do is destroy the chassis. Yeah, so the vehicles have this weird thing where if you destroy the chassis, you can no longer repair any of the items on that ornithopter. So in order for somebody to repair the items on that ornithopter, they're going to have to take everything off of it, build a new chassis, and then put everything back onto it. So you can have a completely zeroed out ornithopter. 0% on the wings, 0% on the engine, 0% on everything. And then you can take that ornithopter apart, everything but the chassis, and then you could put all of those 0% items on a new chassis and then repair those items. Does that make sense? Drop it, pocket, rocket. Couldn't agree more. The chassis is the vehicle, essentially. Yes, it's like the foundation of the vehicle, and if it breaks, nothing on the vehicle can be repaired. So you can have... So last night we broke... Yes. If you're trying... So I think if you lasgun the chassis, they can still spawn on it. So you'd have to lasgun whatever part they spawn in, which I think is the body. I'm not certain. Maybe when you lasgun the chassis, it actually removes the respawn. I'm not certain. But yesterday, when we rolled up on that carrier ornithopter, we broke the chassis on that thing, but did no damage to any of the other parts of that carrier ornithopter. So if the guy was smart, which he wasn't, but if he was smart, he would have gone back to the carrier ornithopter and started disassembling the parts that still were at 90% health and taking them back to his base. All he would have had to replace was the chassis on that thing. Instead, I think he just left it there. I don't know if he ever came back to get it. Xandros is right. The chassis has more health, and even with that being said, though, the lasgun breaks the chassis in one shot. So even on the carrier ornithopter, I think it only took one power bar for us to pop that thing's chassis. So that was with the black market lasgun. I haven't used any of the other ones, so I don't know how well those perform, but that was with the black market one, yeah. Somebody says every update is right in the middle of his peak time. Oh, okay. He said his peak time. Gotcha. Well, that sucks. I don't know what. Were you playing in, like, Australia or something? Yeah, it's going to be 90-minute downtime, and it's been down for... It's been down for about 30, so we got about an hour left. Yesterday, they said 2-hour downtime, and it was, only like an hour. If you can do that, it's called skill. Yeah, I agree with you, Zeus. I do agree with you there. That's why I'm saying it's more of like an actual game of mechanic rather than any sort of exploit. So if you want to raid a PvP base, what's the best way to break into it? Hands down, the best way to break into it is with a las gun. But realistically, any gun will do. If you're just gonna use a regular gun, you're gonna want to go with something that has the highest damage per shot, and also a reasonable rounds per minute. Was I able to get that rapier from H8 yesterday? We did, Mordred, and it's shit. It's terrible. Not only did we get the rapier, but we tested it on Dirty Mike, and we found out just how bad it is. I don't know if it's bugged, or if the description on it is literally just a lore dump, and it has nothing to do with how it actually functions. But it is not draining players' shields like you would anticipate. As a matter of fact, their shields instantly regenerate and it's actually doing just as much shield power supply damage as a regular blade. So we were in the PvP zone fighting Dirty Mike, and that's when we tested out to see what sort of power drain it had, which was next to none. And then somebody else, Zio, I think, was there, and they had a fire dagger, and they slashed me with their fire dagger a couple of times, and it drained just as much power as this power draining rapier did. Yeah, the rapier sucks. It's ass. Good morning to you as well. Hope you're doing well. The poison ones are good, yes. Poison or fire would be what I go with. We don't have a poison or fire schematic currently, unfortunately, so we're a bit stuck where we're at. I will say that this rapier against the PvE, I don't know if it's getting like extra damage or what, but against the PvE, it seems to be doing really good. Does the Regis rocket launcher do decent damage to buildings? It's slow. You'll be able to break the walls, but it is slow. You'd be better off using like the tier 5 triple shot or the cope pistol. But yeah, the rocket launcher does. Hey, we appreciate you being here. I do my best to drop the tips, but we're not the best at surviving when shit hits the fan either, so. It is what it is. Saw another streamer try it. Looked like there was on a graphic with little particles coming out to indicate shield drain after 3 regular hits. I slashed Mike for 10 regular hits, and it was nothing. His power would just immediately regen. I think it's a lore dump, gamer, actually. The more I look at it, it's like it's a lore dump. How to get the MK6 stuff as all the stations and stuff are camped by people. I mean, as a solo, I want to get the schematics, but most of the time it's 1 versus X as a solo. Laura's right. You could do the PvE locations to get stuff, but you can't get everything from those. Realistically, there is no best way to go about as a solo getting the schematics. Now, if you're doing... That's with the labs. That's especially true with the labs, I should say, because the labs are a pain in the ass to do. Flippin' it's talking about buying the blueprints off of the exchange, but on my server, for example, there's nothing on the auction house. That's it. That's what I think it is. It's just, yeah, flavor text. Is there official communication from the devs where they said they will fix the Pentashield exploit? Not from what I understand, Extra. Not from what I understand. Not like where they explicitly say, hey, we're going to be fixing this exploit. But I believe that you can shoot at the front of those walls now, so people who are tucking it in the corners still can end up getting raided if somebody shoots the front of it. But again, if you have a 10 by 10 pentashield wall, it's 350,000 health. People are sinking the corners of their pentashields into the terrain. And they're basically building big pentashield boxes that are unraidable because the corners that you would typically shoot to damage the walls are stuck in the terrain. Now flipping it, I'm telling you, this server's auction house is dead AF. Ain't nobody used this auction house for shit. For nothing, bro. You are right, though. There is probably like a hot time to actually find the schematics. Yeah. I'm with Ham here. I there's literally ain't shit for sale on there. Those testing stations along the A row only give the tier 5 schematics though, which is what Ham is saying. Those tier 5 schematics aren't very good. What? Am I missing something, Stoner? No, bro, it's just plans for building and the pentashield can lock on plans? What do you mean? Right. Like Mordred saying you connect the pentashields to ghost walls and you sink the if you're smart, you sink the corners into the terrain so they previously couldn't damage it at all. Now you can just shoot the middle of that pentashield wall though. Oh, right. Yeah, the ghost walls. Yeah, the ghost walls. I get what you're saying. Yeah, so if you have a 10 by 10 pentashield wall, it's 350,000 health. Previously, you couldn't shoot straight on the wall to cause damage. You would have to shoot the corners. So people would sink their corners into terrain, so you couldn't even shoot the corners. Now you can shoot head on at the wall, but again, it's 350,000 health if it's a 10 by 10. Are there any of the tier 6 blueprints worth selling this week besides the needle? Needle's not even worth selling. I wouldn't pay 10,000 for the needle. And other than that, honestly, I have no idea. No. Ham's right. You can definitely cheese out your server and get some decent mining done if you do it at the right time. Bro, it's shit, Canned. It's absolutely terrible. It doesn't do what you think it would do. It doesn't do what it reads it would do. Me and Dirty Mike tested it out pretty thoroughly yesterday on the stream. Basically, let me do a double check. Like, I want the Emperor's Wings tier 6, but that's just me, bro. Those are actually not that great. What are these circuit gauntlets? It's a heavy armor that optimizes power usage. Like, those might be decent. But you can get the circuit gauntlets out of the Landsrad rewards this week. At least I can. The bigger buggy boot MK6. That one will probably sell for a shitload. And you get it from the H8 large shipwreck at a 33% chance. Lone Twist, good morning. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Well, what do you think the chances are there's another D6 debacle that we get to deal with today? Is the carrier thruster worth anything, or is the normal one just as good? The carrier thruster is a bit weird. It's supposedly slower than the normal one, but can run for longer. I don't know how valuable that information is. I picked up one of the carrier boosts, and I was like, oh, cool, I'll go check to see if any of these are being sold on the auction house, see maybe what I could sell it for. None of them are being sold on the auction house. Probably can't sell it for anything. Yeah, the buggy boot, if you, and especially if the teams don't have access to the Landsrad vendor, you know, I could see the buggy boot easily selling for $1 million or more. That's another thing that sucks about the PvP in this game. It's not balanced very well, Ham. There's no risk. So yeah, they'll just basically keep on respawning and the ships, that's actually a good point that Gamer brings up, Ham. You might be able to go hit up those ships and pick up some tier 6 blueprints from that to try and sell to the vendors or the auction house, perhaps. The auction house being dead just feels like crap. It is. It is. It sucks so bad, Canned. It just goes to show you that this server that we're on is very strange. It's a weird server. There's a lot of goofballs that play on this server. You sold the triple shot MK6 for 1.35. That's not bad. Yeah. Yeah, Ham. Honestly, right now, though, there's not really a gun that you could even pick up out of the deep desert. There's no gun this week. It's literally just that static needle, which is ass. The static needle is terrible. I couldn't agree more, Canned. If they just did something as simple as making it to where you could auction or you could hit up the auction house at any one of the trading posts, they had a bit of an auction house thing that you could connect to, it would be so much better. I mean, like I said with that poll, the poll would have had to been like overwhelmingly in favor of doing a re-roll for me to even realistically have considered it. But yeah, I keep hearing a lot of things about Harmony being super populated. Deep Desert is more like Dead Desert. You're right. On most servers, I would argue. And even if your server is populated, bro, when you have 4 tiles that are connected to each other with nothing but sand in them, what are we doing? I see no reason that they can't put that right on the trading post, all of the trading posts. Somebody asks, so there's some sort of community manager on the Dune at Discord right now, and somebody asks, is there going to be stuff done about building on paths or over resources? The guy responds and says, paths in the Haga Basin, he doesn't think that that counts as an offense. And then he says, building on top of resources in the deep desert, this is being looked at by the team, but no news as to what they plan on doing for that yet. Warcraft Frankel saying that his server's auction house is pretty active, but last week the Plastanium and Spice was going for around 2.5 to 3,000 each, but then jumped all the way back up to 7 to 9. That's a strong indicator that there was a big dupe on that server. When you have the prices drop like that, and then even because between 7 to 9,000 for Spice Melange and Plastanium is right about in the correct ballpark. 2.5 to 3K is really low. I've seen it drop as low as 1,000 per Spice Melange. Has anybody ever gotten disconnected from the deep desert in the deep? Has anybody gotten disconnected in the deep desert server mesh and gotten out? Like, you got disconnected as you were transporting in between two. I'm not sure what you're asking there. I don't want all the servers to go into one auction house. I want the auction house to be accessible to the Sieches. Like, because the auction house already is accessible to all of the Sieches. It's already combined all of the Sieches. So just put it into the trading posts so people can access it from there. Is that scout armor? Honestly, I don't know what this armor is, to be honest. The only cosmetic is the helmet, I think, though. This is Idaho's charge, actually. That's what the chest plate is. You heard they were bringing out more land masses into the deep desert. Yes, only in the PvE areas, correct. They threw that in a little bit of fine print there. I got really excited yesterday. And they didn't say only in the PvE areas. They said mainly in the PvE areas. So we can still just hope that there's some extra land inside of the deep desert. They did say mainly. Simplest solution for deep desert resource node building, make it so they don't respawn if you build over top of it. Smart. I mean, there would have to be like some sort of weird checks in place. The melange is 25,000 on your server? Wow. Per melange? Wow. That's crazy. Oh, holy shit. You sold an ancient way for 70 mil. That's it. That's a duped, that's duped. 30,000 for Plastanium as well. Holy shit. That is another indicator that a dupe happened, but rather than duping items, the people were duping Solari. And now they just have unlimited funds to pay whatever people are asking for, which is another thing that'll massively inflate prices. Yo, Jay Wolf, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Laura, my advice for that is to just mine titanium on some of the smaller items, or smaller islands. That's typically what I do when I'm mining titanium, and that's because I'm also scouting out bases while we do that. Speaking of which, we've got at least one base scouted inside of G3 to take down. Man, that's wild, Laura. Yeah, I'd be hitting up a different island for sure. $150,000 per melange is fucking insane, dude. About 7,000 per melange is what I would expect, Mordred. You go to the G2 areas to get your titanium, it's not as much, but less people and lots of medium spice there as well. That's what I'm saying. Typically, as a solo, there's a couple islands that have enough titanium to still fill my ornithopter with, so it's not that big of a deal. Abandoned base with decaying structures in PvE. How long until chests break down and drop their loot on the ground once they're exposed to sandstorms? I don't know if the chests actually drop their loot on the ground. From what I understand and from what I've heard from multiple people is that the chests just disappear and all of the items in the chest to just get deleted. I'm not certain on that, though. I've never seen one decay. But the storms in the Haga Basin do very little damage. I know it takes like 2 weeks for it to full break Harkonnen walls. Yeah, but where do you think the 10 million Solaris that somebody's purchasing for $20 came from? Ascended? It came from one of the dozens of dupes that this game has been just had wreak havoc on their servers. They do drop stuff, but you have to be there before it disappears, so it might hit that timer. And see what Scapegoat is saying is, I've heard different things. I've heard people in the chat say for certain that nothing drops out of the chest, and then I've heard people like Scape say that it does drop. It's just on a timer. Where's this armor from? The helmet is like the... Fuck, what is the helmet, dude? The helmet is the Atreides helmet. And then the chest is the Idaho's charge. There's no cosmetic on the chest. It puts it in a bag like when you normal drop. Yeah. That's what I've heard from some people. I've also heard that it just doesn't come out. And it's entirely possible that the people who are saying that no loot drops from the chest, it's entirely possible that there was nothing in that chest. So when it broke, obviously nothing dropped. Anytime Benderone. Beat Bender 1. I like Benderone better. Benderone. Did I miss you, Potato? Damn, I must... How far back? Oh, J-Wolf. P.S. If you get added on Discord from a random, don't let them in. You just had someone try to sell you $30, 80 billion money in the game, so you don't know about that. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Discord is a dirty, dirty game. 120,000 per melange is the price from the NPC vendor in Arakeen. Damn, I'm pretty sure the Oh, 120 per melange from the vendor. I see. Holy crap. Maybe the prices that they were talking about earlier are less inflated than I thought.
Instead of elections. On intimidation.
Oh, it is 100 for 120,000, isn't it? Or is it 1 for 120? No way it's 1 for 120. 100 for 120 makes more sense. So I watched the large cistern break and it only dropped fuel cells and some garbage. Hit Broken Fief today and got 7,000 plastanium. Damn. Damn. 23 people? At least 19 viewers over on Twitch. Man, did we actually break the 20 mark on Twitch? That's crazy, you guys. Twitch has been going crazy. I appreciate y'all being here. While we sit here and wait for the downtime. $120,000 for one. Gross. No, it shows 100. However, it's 1 for 120,000. I wonder if that's a bug then. Bro, I don't read the books, Laura. I don't read the books. I don't watch the movies. I know absolutely nothing for the for Dune lore. Ah, the 100 is the vendor quantity available. My God. I could not imagine spending 12 million Solari for 100 melange. Chances are, Evil Box Man, somebody got banned. So they had a bad day, but they lost their 7,000 plastanium the moment they got banned. Honestly, I don't care about the lore for real. Not much of a lore hound over here. How's the seed market on your server? They only sell for 800 on yours, but they are selling. It's good to see that they are selling on yours. The seed market on mine is strange. Before I made the video, I popped into the market to try and buy some seeds. I saw that they were going for like, it was like a maximum of 8,000 and the lowest was like 6,000. And I picked up 20 of them for 6,000 a piece. And I was like, holy shit, that is expensive, bro. So that's why I was like, all right, we're going to make the video doing this. And since then, it's like 4,000 is what I put them in on. And somebody actually undercut me today at 3,800. But it doesn't look like any of them are selling. So I undercut everybody and just dumped them in at 2,000. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. But like I keep saying, you guys, my auction house is dead. Canned gets it. Or Canned gets it. Canned gets it. This auction house that we're on is just, it's cooked, bro. Ooh, spice residue. No shot. I didn't even check. I don't even know why I get excited, bro, because I promise you these servers wouldn't sell it. And even if, let's say, for shits and giggles that I walked out of here and I sold the black market lasgun schematic that I'm trying to sell for 1.5 mil. Let's say that I sold that. I couldn't buy anything but melange with the 1.5 mil, and there's realistically not that much melange even being sold on our auction house because it's dead. And it would expire. Canned, you're probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong. I don't know, Potato. We put out a poll today over on YouTube to kind of gauge. Oh, yeah, you are from YouTube as well. We put a poll out to kind of gauge what people's reaction to that whole thought process is. And I don't think we're going to end up swapping. You sold for 10,000, but only 10 so far? Damn. I dropped them to 2,000 a piece. Yeah, I cut it in half. I said, you guys want to undercut me by 200, huh? We're bringing the price of these seeds all the way down, bro. I'll drop them in there for 500 bet. Actually, you know what? I'll keep them at that point in time because I need them. I'll be back. Chair stream. Chair react. Breakfast and coffee are calling you. Pop in after the restart. Hey, we appreciate you stopping by, Laura. You have yourself a good morning. But yeah, if the poll that I put out on YouTube was an overwhelmingly like go ahead and swap, we probably would have started looking into like what the most populated server is, you know what I mean? So your friends on YouTube and Twitch, share his live, put it out there more. Who's your friend, Potato? There is no video playing evil. Oh, right. This is a Hassan stream now. Gross. I need about a decade and a half more of age under my belt before I think we can be considered a Hassan stream. Maybe some painted nails. If I'm not interested in the lore, books, or movies, what brought you into the game? Just wondering. I'm all about online multiplayer survival games. I quite enjoy the online multiplayer survival game, and then the PvP. I was excited about the PvP endgame loop. I was keyword there excited about. I think we were talking earlier, and I don't think that they would be able to technically pull off combining all of the servers' auction houses. I think like maybe if they did like a region-wide auction house, that would make it healthier. That would make it a healthier auction house, but that would also make it to where servers that aren't being affected by the dupers as much would still be affected by the dupers with what happens to the auction house. Yeah, that's true, Evil Box Man. You would probably have to hit me with a bat over the head like 6 times before I could get to that level of thinking. Ever tried the Isle of Evrima? No, I haven't even heard of it. Do I like the art style of Dune? It's an interesting question. I'm never really one to care about games art styles. Hey, low tier Duster. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Yeah, we're here until it comes back up, and then we're gonna have 30 minutes before the daily reset, and then we're finally gonna be able to get back into things at a normal pace. But I don't really typically care for games art styles. You know what I mean? I'm an old school RuneScape player, so a game's art style can be real. Do I play any real-time simulator games? Not typically. I'm not a huge fan of the top-down mode. Online survival game where you play as dinosaurs. Gotcha. Question, is this Let Hop, we get some new stuff here, like more things to kill? I'm confused. I'm confused as to what you're asking there, Potato. If I had another character on another server, I think that if I had another character on another server, I think we would obviously be able to kind of like bounce between two characters where it's like, nothing's happening on this deep desert tonight, or I didn't find any bases. Let's go check the other one. Gamer's been playing too much Dune Awakening. He's seeing things in real life and conflating it with in-game stuff. That's funny. That reminds me of me and my buddy back in the day. Like I said, I'm a big old school RuneScape nerd. So I remember, dude, I remember this so explicitly. We were walking back from the convenience store getting some snacks to play some RuneScape, and we walk past a herd of gnats flying in the air. And I was like, hey man, look at these gnats. And he's like, don't. He's like, don't do it. And I was like, man, it's too bad I don't have 44 rune crafting so I can collect these nature runes, so I can collect these gnats. And he was like, I ought to slap the shit out of you, bro. And there was another time there was like a stain on the ground that looked just like an amulet of fury. And back when we were playing back in the day, amulets of fury were like 5-6 mil, you know what I mean? So him and I both geeked out on the amulet of fury that was on the ground. I'm hoping we get more things to do so we don't get too lazy on here, but it would be like more what happens in the works. What? I'm hoping we can get more things to do so we don't get too lazy on here. But I would like more weapons and the works. Yes, I got you. Yes, I got you. I read it too fast the first time. I should have been able to piece that one together. The Dune has a solid foundation to it, and I imagine that this is going to end up shifting more PvE focused. That's where I see the game and the developers ending up taking it. Whether or not they're able to successfully pull off some interesting PvE is still completely and totally up in the air. But I think the game's got a super solid foundation, even with how redundant the PvE is. You could easily spend 200 hours messing around in the Haga Basin and the A section of the deep desert. So it's a solid foundation. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Surely they're just going to add more and more and more, though. I don't ever like jumping into the trash talking evil. We like to keep it civil around here. That's why I've got my deep desert chat shut off. I can't see what they're typing. For multiple reasons. It gets me on edge because they'll be typing shit and I'm like, are they talking about me? I don't know. Are they looking at me? Are they above me? I don't know what's going on. And also, it's distracting. I think that PvP isn't dead. I don't think they balanced it well at all. So they kind of killed PvP in this game. It never even was there in the first place because the risk versus reward literally facilitates griefing. It literally facilitates the griefing style of PvP. To where the only reward that you're going to get in PvP is if you gank somebody. So, I don't know, man. And PvE players are always the majority. They always are the majority. Speaking of the overland map, what's the point of those fuel and water islands? You can't see them. You hover over them, Mordred. So this is another thing. This overland map pisses me off. There's no reason to have the ornithopter or the overworld map right now because for the future, they're saying there's going to be events that happen on the overworld map that you're going to need to use the overworld map to fly to. The way I look at it is those events aren't currently there. So right now, I just use the overworld map as an extra loading screen I have to go through and an extra 60 seconds I have to wait before I get to either one of the trading posts. It's a completely useless mechanic right now. But in the future, there's supposed to be random events that happen there, world events that happen there. You might have to travel so far in the world map that you need to pull over at a fuel station and refuel. Fucking whoever developed that shit, dude. Whoever greenlit that idea needs to get canned, dude. It's in your chat. Yeah, you just go to your settings. It's somewhere in your chat settings. Can I look at that now? Where the hell would it even be? It might be in, like, your actual social settings. Man, why is it always... These poor people, when I talk to them, they gotta listen to me speak through my headset? I can only imagine what that sounds like. It's in the game setting when you get in, like, in your social tab. Yeah, that makes sense. You went to an intel station below E and a control point, turned the whole thing PvP. Yeah, that's brutal, gamer. There's another one. That happened last week, and there's actually another one this week. It's another reason. Another reason the auction house is poorly used is because of the overworld map, which just shouldn't be in the game right now. So whatever fucking head creator greenlit that dumbass idea to be put in the game on day one needs to be fired, bro. How many hours, by the way? Too many hours. It's slightly inflated. Let me check. It's slightly inflated. The past, like, 3 days, I've been doing a lot of cleaning inside of the house while I'm just, like, standing there. We're at 415 hours of playtime. But I would say at least 15 of those hours is me just standing there. You have an audio interface and you have to keep changing the output every time you log in. It's crazy. That's crazy. I've got no remorse for the devs, Stoner. I'm not somebody who's like, but their jobs. They did a fucking piss poor job at their job. So goodbye from your job. Good luck getting another job. Maybe the next development job you go into, make sure it's a game that you're passionate about and not just some 9-to-5 thing that you're going to put out. Now, I'm a little bit toxic here because these devs might have joined Funcom originally developing Conan, let's say, and Conan was a game that they were passionate about, but then they got put onto the Dune team, and Dune wasn't. That's not the point. That's still not the point that I'm making. If you're not passionate about the game that your team's being put onto, fucking say something, you know? Rather than just clocking it in, phoning it in. I've got no remorse for devs losing their jobs when they perform poorly. The fact that I still haven't given the carrier storage is insane. Yeah, it's crazy. So many chat patches with just bug changes. Yeah, very small patches with very minor bug changes that end up introducing more bugs into the game because their code is spaghetti, dude. It's spaghetti, bro. It's spaghetti. We made the joke last night. We don't need to do it again, but you know, if you know, you know. The code looks like somebody developed it. They need more stuff in the game. They don't see it, but I would add a boss to make more fun. There's so much that they could do. Players do have to go to PvP anyways to get anything really decent, but if you're a PvE player, why do you want tier 6 gear? If you're a PvE player, why do you want tier 6 gear? So you can do tier 6 PvE easier? Well, let me tell you something. If you're solo, the tier 6 PvE never gets easier. It has its difficulty just artificially inflated by making it to where they reload fast as hell. Their abilities cool down fast as hell. They've got a ridiculous amount of health pool, and they just do they output a ridiculous amount of damage, right? All artificial ways that they've inflated the difficulty. And then you pair that with the fact that the end game labs come in waves. They come in waves of enemies. Oh, another artificial artificial way to increase the difficulty, bro. It's shit. So as a PvE player, your game ends. If you don't want to partake in PvP at all, your game ends in the A section of the Deep Desert. It does. That's where it ends. Because getting the tier 6 gear is literally just for PvP. You know what I mean? Nobody said you can't solo endgame labs. I'm saying that the PvE in the endgame labs is dumb. It's literally stupid. It's nothing special. It's the same exact PvE that you've been experiencing the entire game, except for the fact that it's been cranked up to 11 with the bullet sponge damage and all the artificial difficulty. Any big updates this patch? We'll find out soon. These assholes don't tell us until they actually drop the patch. Gamers got a point too, is like the NPC gets the wall hacks and shit like that. That's not as big of a problem to me as all of the other artificial difficulty. Yeah, 20 minutes. Tier 6 gear is pointless for PvE right now because PvE is pointless right now. There is no point to PvE. The endgame tier 6 PvE is shit. It's shit. It's redundant. It's the same PvE that you've been doing the whole entire game, which is why I constantly say the PvE in this game was developed as an afterthought, which is why it's so redundant. It's literally only there to help guide you into what they wanted to be the PvP endgame loop, which also doesn't function properly for dozens of reasons. Probably first off, the fact that you can't even really facilitate proper guild versus guild combat with the amount of like empty deep desert that you have, but you pair the 0 risk and 0 reward PvP mechanics, and then you just basically immediately kill any sort of like damn reasoning here. I would just get the stuff and grab stuff for new players. You're mostly a PvE solo player. You want tier 6 so you can start PvPing at some point. That's the best. That right there, that experience that Evil is going through is actually probably the biggest chokehold. It's probably the biggest chokehold right there that PvE players are having into even getting into the end game PvP content, is because yes, if you do want to get into the PvP content of the end game, you realistically need to be in tier 6 gear. The artificial inflation of difficulty is what makes the deep desert PvE a joke. It's artificially inflated difficulty. But you are absolutely correct. The Swordmaster paired with Bene Gesserit health boost, yeah, absolutely. And the fact that you can just basically run melee and have your shield up the whole time doesn't help much either. I'm not saying that the tier 6 PvE is hard. I'm saying that the difficulty from the tier 6 PvE is it's artificial difficulty. That's what I'm saying. And the only way to get those tier 6 is inside of the PvE. You're right, Potato. Especially most of like the sought after weapons do come out of those labs that have 5 waves. And then if you're solo, you're having to rock through all 5 of those waves. And like Mordred said, then you're having the challenge of finding the chest unlooted. We could go on and 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 on. It's a bit jarring. The best PvP I've had canned is on the ground. I do like the ground PvP. There are some things that seem like they're bugged a little bit, and some of the abilities, it's hard to tell which one they're casting explicitly. The Idaho's charge, so the helmet itself is just the Atreides cosmetic helmet. The chest plate isn't cosmetic. It's just the Idaho's charge, which I believe is light armor. Are you talking about the las gun, Kiba? That's a good question. I've never tried using the las gun in PvP when I have people actually trying to slash down with the melee. The problem with any sort of weapon in PvP, the moment that you fire it, you drop your shield. So if I was coming at you to melee you and you whipped out the las gun, I could just try to like step back and then hit you with the sniper a couple of times while your shield is dropped. Which is actually exactly what happened to me yesterday when we shoved our nose into fighting that guild. What had happened is I was firing my drill shot at him, and he just simply took a step back, whipped out his sniper, and when I fired the drill shot, I think he dodged out of it, and boom, 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 sniper just laid me out. Anybody know where Ben's base is in the Haga? You're trying to raid it when his sub fief goes down? Ben. I don't know where Ben put his base. Its power's off, though. The plasma cannon is essentially the heavy machine gun, but it uses energy and a much tighter spread. As soon as you drop your shield, though, even in the PvE content, which is why I'm saying PvE basically just boils down to running around with a sword. Because you don't want to drop your shield. The second you drop your shield, you got 6 of these people firing at you. You know? That has to be some sort of, like, inside joke. I don't even know. That has to be some sort of inside joke. No. No, Zeus, you cannot. How's the non-black market las gun? I'm not 100% sure. Low tier, I'm not certain. I've never had the non-black market las gun. I wasn't even going to pull out the las gun until we pulled 2 of the black market schematics. Las gun does nothing to the player's shields. So if they melee coming at you, it's the last thing you want to pull out. Yeah, because then you just drop your shield and you're just going to... yeah, get stabbed. That's what I'm saying. You fire any weapon, immediately drop your shield, and immediately put yourself at a massive disadvantage, which is just a weird mechanic. How do you get the las gun? You can get one of them from a quest. the non-black market, the Arhoon lasgun comes from a quest, whereas the black market lasgun dropped from the deep desert. 26 people now on Twitch, huh? That's crazy. I'm still seeing 24, but when it said when you said 24 last time, it was at 19 and then peaked up, so that must be like off a bit. You're making me a bit nervous here, Potato. That's a lot. That's a lot of people over on Twitch. Hello. Hello. Hi, how are you? 27. Jeez Louise. The main menu is just riveting. It blows my mind. You know what's funny too is we even had somebody comment on the live stream where we were standing at the door. Sycamore, hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. The live stream where we were raiding that base that had a wall broken, and the guy kept coming and trying to get his stuff out of the base. And so what we did was we stood inside of his base, staring at the inside of his door, hoping that he would come back and open the door and see us there and just kind of be like shocked, right? We stood there for had to have been like 30 minutes, bro, and it never happened with no payoff. And somebody commented, they're like, I can't believe I watched you stare at that door for 30 minutes and enjoyed my time doing it. So, hey. Are the spice generators worth it? Zeus, that's such a good question. I was looking at my spice refinery in the Haga Basin last night, and I was like, I've got a lot of this residue left over. I'm wondering how many of those fuel cells that I could craft. Because realistically, I would say, yeah, those are probably worth it if you can craft an abundance of those fuel cells. I don't know exactly what it takes to craft them, but I know you need the residue. Make sure you go home and make sure the gas is going good. Souls is saying he runs 11 of them, so they must be pretty good. See, that's what I'm saying. The residue flows in so thick that it makes me think that you would be able to produce those batteries or whatever in mass, and then you'd be able to just have those running. Might be a bit easier. Oh, you're right. The irradiated slag. You're right. Adam pointing out a good point. That was the third piece of ingredient that you need. Yeah, the slag is what'll slow you down, for sure. Yes, 100%. I'm wondering, you get that slag from the wrecks, and I think that's only PvP shipwrecks in the deep desert. You might be able to get them in the A section. I'm not certain. You might even be able to get them in, like, the Sheol area. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Sheol. Yeah, maybe. If you can get them in Sheol, you probably realistically should have no problem filling up on them. Honestly, if you can get them in that A sector of the deep desert as well, no problem. Hey, take your time, Potato. We appreciate you stopping by. I get that. We cut the stream last night because my wife looked at me like, you didn't vacuum this house at all, and we have people coming over. And I told her, I was like, they're not going to be here right at 8, okay? But I felt bad, so I was like, all right, I'll pull off and go do some cleaning. And they showed up right at 8, dude. And she was like, I told you, you idiot. You dumb idiot. Shy Bear, how you doing? We didn't feel it was worth it since the lube is so easy. Yeah, the slag comes from Sheol, not bad. And you are right. You do make a good point that the lube is easy, but you do need to have, like, I'm sure if you're in a big, like, for me as a solo, a couple of those is going to really, like, overkill the amount of power that I need. But if you're in a guild, I could very easily see you running out of space to put the wind generators down, so it's going to turn into a point where you do want to drop that. Sheol has them, you get around 70 per run, and it takes 3 per cell. Damn, per singular cell? Jeez. That is a lot. The slag. Oh, that's a good point that you bring up, Skate, is that the slag might actually sell well on the market. Per 10 cells. Okay, 3 slag per 10 cells. That's big, actually. That's big. That makes me feel better. Servers are coming up. What's that say? Servers are coming up with a new version. You'll have to get the update from Steam before. How come I see the patch notes? We don't have patch notes. That's yesterday. My God. We have idiots in the general chat every time, and I'm gullible. Dude, I just believe people, you know? If they're sitting there typing it out, I'm just like, why would they type it out if they're lying? And sometimes they're not lying. They're just stupid. Ooh, are we back? Hey, let me know. No, I wasn't muted. I reamed on that connection. Let me know if it's coming in staticky. Is it coming in staticky? All good, good. Perfect. Yeah, when I moved that up, I reamed on that connection. I thought it was going to come in staticky, but nope, it just shut off. I was responding to Stoner Gaming over there saying I need to be a comedian. I just thought it was a funny comment. Funny that you should mention that. We're back. Canned Crane says we're back. Oh no, the mic's back. Thought the game was back on. Shit. Sea chopping for wherever you want is very OP, so keep that in mind. Oh, Ham, that's a good point right there. Because in my mind, I was thinking like I could go get 70 slag from Sheol, but you know, then I'd have to wait for those chests to respawn. Dude, do I stream full time? No. The answer to that is no, up until this string of streaming. If I were to look at my past month in streaming, it would definitely be like some full-time hours. I wouldn't even necessarily say I do content creation full-time, aside from the fact that I don't do anything else. So let me try and make this make sense. So I was working at Walmart 6 months ago while I was doing the content creation still on YouTube, pumping all of that out and whatnot. And my wife was working part-time, stay-at-home part-time. And while she was doing the stay-at-home part-time, she was also juggling doing homeschooling with the kid, and then obviously like taking care of the house and stuff like that, right? So she was doing part-time work, homeschooling the kid, and taking care of the house. Well, she got presented the opportunity to go full-time, and it just so happened that her going full-time barely covered our bills. So she was like, since I cover the bills now, she wanted me to pull off of Walmart to come home and do homeschool with the kid, take care of the house, and then obviously, is the game updating? We don't have patch notes yet. Ray, you fucking debate me, I bet. So currently, I do content creation full time, and I have the time to stream full time, and it has just so happened to literally fall into a full time streaming gig at this point in time. Am I a full time streamer, as in like I make enough money to justify being a full time streamer? No, no. But you know, I'm blessed with a support system here, a wife who believes in the dream. It is updating. Okay, big. We got the update coming. Let's get the update rolling. We should have patch notes coming soon as well. What's with them not posting the patch notes until after the patch is live? Most publish the patch well before. I complain about this every time. It's so dumb. We've come to one of two conclusions. The first being that they're patching out exploits that they don't want people to know about yet until the exploits are getting patched out, or they don't want to tell people that there's a patch note coming, and they don't like technically they can't technically guarantee that they put the patch out. Because there was a night where I had brought up that theory, and it wasn't 5 minutes later that they were like, actually, no patch tonight. Yeah, we got the update downloading right now. What are we looking at here? Another 1 gigabyte update coming in. Do we have patch notes? Still no patch notes. They want to make sure that we cannot discuss it and just be bored during the downtime because they are evil. I couldn't agree more, actually, Mordred. What I was saying is they announced that there was a patch coming 12 hours ago. And typically, the games like Souls said, typically these games drop their patch notes when they announce a patch is coming. And as a content creator, that gives me the ability to cover that news. Let's break down the patch notes. Let's make a video game, or let's make a video real quick talking about the patch. Not with Dune, unfortunately. But the Dune patches have been pretty lackluster anyways, so not much of a video coming out of like 4 patch notes. Yeah, no, it's definitely, I wouldn't be where I'm at today if I didn't have my wife and stuff supporting me, you know what I mean? So, huge. Yeah, you're going to want to make sure you force stop your game on Steam and then maybe even reboot your Steam, because I'm updating right now, Ham. Big ban this patch? Are you sure? Are you sure, Escape? Are you positive, or are you just predicting that? If there's a big ban coming through, we might fuck off the deep desert tonight and go a Haga Basin searching. Dead ass, bro. Because you find a Haga Basin base of a duper who got their shit banned, and you might be walking away with 7,000 plastanium. You know, that's a come up right there, okay? Just guessing? Okay. Okay. Hell yeah. I don't know if they announce in the patch notes that there's a ban wave, which is unfortunate. They warned us, and you still didn't get your character to safety beforehand. Justin, no. No, tell me you weren't flying in the deep desert or something, Justin, please. Yes, Potato, yes. The patch notes are up. Where? On Steam? That's 1.1.17. That's from yesterday. I don't see patch notes either. You were in North America and you were flying in Haga. Oh, nah, you were flying in Haga. You weren't in North America. Nah's the answer to the question. Okay, well, at least in the Haga Basin, I don't think it's like an insta Sheol death. But man, if you... Last time I got booted from the server and I was gliding in the deep desert, my my ornithopter got eaten. Did the sub thieves of the people banned disappear? From what we know, Shy Bear. Yes, from what we know. There was a big ban wave that went through, and then it was a big ban wave that went through, and then on stream there was like a bunch of people finding bases in the Haga Basin that were abandoned. Here we go. Now we got the patch notes. Am I stupid, or did they just link me to the same patch notes from yesterday? Oh. You guys ready for the patch notes? Back-end security improvements. Fixed a shipwreck with the wrong Canley setting. This will be affect future Wow. Is Funcom foreign? Is Funcom like Chinese or something? Let me pull this up. What the hell is this?
On infiltration instead of invasion.
Moon Cold just subscribed.
Instead of elections. On intimidation.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Moon, hope you're doing well. Let me, oh yeah, let's pull this back up. It says, and I quote, I didn't have a stroke back there when I was reading, okay? It says, and I quote, fixed a shipwreck with the wrong Canley setting. This will affect future deep desert layouts. I think if we cut the B out of that sentence, we can make it make sense. This will affect future deep desert layouts. Fixed a shipwreck with the wrong Canley settings. I'm assuming that's the PvP setting. Restored emotes that were missing for some players in public servers. Are you fucking... Back end. This is the big one right here. This is the big one. This is the one that they want you to ignore. This is what they fixed. This is why they did this update. Yesterday when they fixed whatever dupe they did, I bet they caused some spaghetti code error that was allowing people to have more access to things than they should have. Back-end security is 100% why they pushed this patch. Because other than that, there was literally nothing in there. Crazy. Canley has to be the PvP/PvE zoning. It has to be, since they're talking about a shipwreck. Crazy. All right, this game's booting up. Steam won't update? I would like force stop it, possibly even like restart the Steam. Their priorities are a bit crazy, Scapegoat, but the emotes were just a side character to that update, just a side effect. The real chunk of that update was back-end security, and I'm wondering what happened. My servers restart in 25 minutes. We got 25 minutes before we're going to be staring at the main screen for another 15. 2 patches in 24 hours. That's right, Ray. Both of them underwhelming. Problem is, even though we got this update, they will bring servers up just to restart them. Yep, I got 25 minutes until the restart. Brutal. One of the days the patch is going to have some actual content. Yeah, next year when they drop the expansion, it'll have some actual content. That's a good thing. That's a good point that you bring up, Justin. Maybe some extra checks that they're putting in to deal with dupers. Hey, if we could get another ban wave rolling through and I can go try and loot up some Haga Basin bases, hell yeah. Problem is with that, though, it's like the guild owner has to get banned or the sub-fief owner has to get banned. A real patch coming soon, TM, yeah. The way I read it, back-end security reads to me like yesterday's patch opened up some sort of back door that they did not want opened up, which they needed to shut. Apparently, we're supposed to get an actual content this month, right? The quest and the first DLC. Yeah, we'll see what that looks like. We'll see what that first DLC looks like. Yeah, we only found one. I only found one base that was seemingly from a banned player. August. I mean, we're close enough to August at this point in time. Honestly, and also, like, within this month, also to me is like a 28-day span rather than like the actual month of July. A 20-minute quest line. I know, Potato, your server must have gotten frickin' rocked, bro. Must have, like, big bands. Big bands crazy, dude. Yeah, I wish actually they would come out with some sort of mechanism where they could deem a base completely abandoned and then allow people to loot it rather than just delete it. Guys, how much slag is needed for 20 days for the spice generator? Ham is trying to set up his break. Ham's trying to set up the break. Ham, I'm going to be in your exact shoes come RuneScape Leagues. When RuneScape Leagues drops, I'm going to be in Ham's shoes trying to figure out how I can set this thing up to be lasting as long as it possibly can. I don't know, Canned. I have no idea. If there's none on the auction house, I would maybe put it up for like, each cell is 1.5 hours for 1,000 power. So you would need like 320 cells to power one of them for 20 days. Damn, 320 cells or literally like 1,000 slag. Wait, no, I'm stupid as hell. I'm dumb. 96 slag. Bro, 96 slag can get one of them running for 20 days? That's crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Ham. And at that rate, for 96 to run it for 20 days? That makes me wonder too, Scape, because he was saying he was able to get in his ornithopter, and typically you're not able to do that, so I'm wondering if the banned players also lose all permissions on their ornithopters and shit. Well, technically you can get 1,000 power off of 3 slag, but that 1,000 power is only going to last you 1.5 hours. Oh, actually, that 3 slag will give you 10 cells. 15 hours? Have I lost my mind here? I think I'm doing my math wrong. Or I'm mixing my math up. My numbers have gotten all twisted. Oh, for sure, Ham. Especially if you're actually pulling 70 slag per trip. Literally 1 hour should be more than enough. I'm sure I mixed a number up somewhere. Alright, you son of a bitch. You've literally survived 2 storms, and I'm fucking sick of it, alright? We're gonna get you your base, buddy. That's why I'm sitting here. We've got 15 minutes until the reset, and be damned if I'm gonna have a storm sneak by and not at least pop into your thing, okay? Yeah, it takes about 96 slag. I think that's the exact number I came to. Yep, 96. Because you need 320 fuel cells in order to run it for 20 days. That's run 1 machine for 20 days. You need 320 fuel cells or 96 slag. Yep. Yeah, so realistically, you could get one of those ran almost for 20 days off of 1 Sheol trip should you get 70... Should you really get 70 slag from that trip. Ray, it would be nice, actually. I wouldn't mind at all if they were like, go ahead and take their carriers and stuff, too. What's the reset? The reset's just like a 15-minute server reset. Just like a, just a quickie reset. Oh, well, this is interesting. His foundation goes all the way down here, huh? What are you doing with foundation all the way down here? Oh! Is his subfief tucked in? Does this guy have an unrateable base? It looks like... I could splash damage that subfief, surely. Okay, hold the fucking phone. This is just the weirdest thing I think I've ever seen. It is his. It is his. He double claimed out here, right? No, this is just one claim. But it is his. His subfief just isn't in his base. Wow. That would have like blown my brain out when I rated this thing. Because when we're right here, you hear that, right? I kind of have the volume turned down. That might just be a generator. But his subfief is down here. What a freak, bro. Oh. Oh, buddy. Dude, if your subfief is on this, and I break this, your subfief will just break, you would think. That's way further up in the rock than I thought, though. I can't... This led to more questions than answers. Not much of an exploit, though, to be honest, because I break this right here, and that subfief is going to break. I don't think the subfief can just float in the air. But regardless, if I break this and the subfief doesn't break, we'll then try hitting it with a couple rockets to see if splash damage will take it. And if splash damage doesn't take it, realistically, he's got the tier 1 walls up here. So with a las gun in 6 minutes, I can break every wall in this guy's base. So, like, he could do all he wants with that. But on this tier 1 granite here and a las gun, bro, I'll break every wall in this base. That being said, this guy has gone further than I've seen anybody else attempt to go in preventing their base from being raided, and yet they still came out here. That's not even the tier 2 granite, that's tier 1 granite. So why would you go through all that trouble to prevent your base from being raided and then build it out of that? This guy's weird, bro. This server is weird, dude. A bunch of goofballs. And that's why Dirty Mike and their guild, even though there's a Zerg forming against them, they're gonna be fine, dude. This Zerg is filled with goofballs, man. You looked in your machine. Oh, so that, I guess, does depend on... Oh, it says the machine lasts 10 days. See, I guess we might have just thrown a bit of some extra math into the equation there, having to do with how much power your base is actually taking. Oh, I'm sure he'll be fine. I'm sure he'll get over it, Soul. It really is a Gooner Zerg. It is just a Zerg filled with, frickin' weirdos, man. Just really frickin' weirdos that do weird things. Goofy people that do goofy things. Another question in terms of settings is, what settings do you have for your graphics? You mean upscaling, what level and stuff? Bro, my graphics are turned all the way down. You guys want to take a look at this? It's pretty pathetic here. We've got our graphics kicked all the way down. Low. Resolution scale. Performance. Set to performance. Like I said, bro, I play old school RuneScape. I don't give a damn what the graphics look like, as long as my performance holds up. And this is a bit of a mixture with running the live stream as well, because if I start to kick the settings up in game too hard, it's gonna shell shock my CPU, which is just gonna shut down the stream essentially. Beat Bender coming in with the follow. I missed it, as well as Dat Duck on Quack coming in with the follow as well. Missed it. My bad. My bad, my bad. Dirty Mike and the boys is... You should tell Dirty Mike and the boys the new name for the Zerg. What'd we name the Zerg? The Gooner Zerg? Yeah. They're not dusty, they're Gooners. He hates corpse duty. Corpse duty's easy. Easy, man. Easy. I guess if you're, like, filling the corpses from the deep desert, that's probably a pain in the ass. But you take your Assault Ornithopter or a buggy out in the Haga Basin, bro, you get all the corpses you need, basically, ASAP. I don't mind it, and also, like, if the settings were way worse, I wouldn't care either. Like, I get down on old school RuneScape graphics and Dofus, you know what I mean? I played a lot of Dofus and shit. Graphics are the last thing I'm concerned about. Games these days have always all keep pushing into, like, this ultra realism type shit too, where it just makes them all look the same, which isn't fun. It's less fun having it be ultra realistic than stylized. I prefer, like, an actual art style. You got your base near a science outpost for the bodies. Gotcha. Out in the deep desert, I'm assuming. Oh, you do your processing at the Haga Basin, so you don't even need to, corpses are definitely getting pulled out of there. That's a fair point, Candon. I guess mine comes from the perspective of a solo, where I go and I do one inventory of an Assault Ornithopter of bodies, and I'm set for days. You know? I'd have to have a lot to process to burn through all those bodies, you know what I mean? I'll be right back. Yeah, that's like guild level of processing, though, for sure. If I had to do that much body farming, I think I'd be pissed off, too. So maybe your guildmate will be mad. You came from WoW Classic Anniversary to Dune Awakening. I've never played WoW. I was going to play WoW as a joke because I heard that the WoW community gets really, really mad when you play the game wrong. And I've never played WoW, so there's no way I would go and play the game correctly. You know what I mean? You play with... And it happens in RuneScape as well. You start playing even with, like, the slightest bit of inefficiency, and people in old school RuneScape start freaking out, bro. They're like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? You could be doing that way more efficiently. And I'm like, who the hell plays for efficiency, bro? So I was gonna, like, joke stream playing World of Warcraft to just see how many people we could end up making mad, but I didn't end up pulling the trigger on it. Your base is literally above lab 17. Oh, nice. That should be plenty of bodies then. What rock am I on? We're on G3. We're on G3. I'm just hanging out here until the reset because I've had... So this is so close to this left side. I've had storms come in right before the reset. And if a storm came in from this left side, it might leave me a minute or two to actually break into this guy's base. I don't know what an AK-40 raid is. A 40-man raid? Another reason I didn't pull the trigger on WoW is because of the add-ons. I was going to jump into WoW during Dragonflight. I was going to jump in during Dragonflight and see how many, like, classic Andes I could piss off because I was playing the game wrong. And I was just, like, so many extensions to play. It's, like, one of the reasons that old school RuneScape's vibe kind of is dead for me as well. All the plugins and tile marking and shit like that. It's stupid. Also, I don't like prayer flicking in RuneScape. Can we just go back to the old days where it's like honor PKing where you get flamed for safing? Oh, he's eating to full. And you would get flamed for eating to full, bro. You would get roasted by everybody around. Granted, back in the day, they weren't pulling out the AGS Gmaul 2-tick special attack hitting you with a 65, 45, fucking 30, you know, combo. But it's so weird. Everybody you see gets reset after patch. You get reset an hour before patch. Oh, the resets are done on per region. The resets are like spread out per region. So you're coming from... Oh yeah, you're coming from South America, I'm assuming. Yeah. South American regions reset, I think, 2 hours before the North American regions. That's kind of another thing with old school RuneScape. And I think it's funny, there's a lot of players in old school RuneScape who treat it like their game... They treat the game like it is exactly the same as it was in 2007. And they still have the polling system where they're, like, worried about the game's, like, integrity and power creep and all this, that, and the other that the players take into account when they're voting in the polling system. And I'm like, dude, this is nowhere near the same game as we were playing in 07. Just let the developers take the reins. You know what I'm saying? Just let the devs take the reins. Enough with the polling system. Do you want to know what polling got us in old school RuneScape? The sailing skill. Okay, anybody playing or have played old school RuneScape excited for the sailing skill? I don't fucking see anybody excited for it. As a matter of fact, every time I get on a X post where they're talking about it, they're just getting shit on in the comments. Nah, you're East Coast US? Are you playing on a South American server? The South American servers reset. That's crazy, though, because the reset for North American servers is in 3 minutes. And the reset for South American servers is at 2 a.m. Which would have been... That would have been right when the patch happened, actually. So that still doesn't line up with what you're saying. Huh. Weird. Oh, got you, got you. That makes sense. That does make sense. That's probably dictated by them then, presumably. Knock, knock. Oh, look, it looks like he put the tier 2 ceiling right here. Why? Why would he do tier 2 roof right here and tier 1 everywhere else? It just doesn't make sense. Well, no storm this time. If he's making a home, he's doing it in the wrong spot. The wrong spot. I'm having a heat stroke. I knew it. I knew it was too hot in this room, man. I knew it. We didn't get a message for the reset. Should be happening any second now. We didn't get a warning at all. There it is. There it goes. I'm gonna go get some water. What's what's a winter in Australia look like though? Evil, like 60 degrees outside, you know what I mean? Does it really hit winter out there? You did at 35 seconds. Man, sometimes I say things and then people respond to what I say. and I have no idea what I said that made them respond. Oh, Funcom is Norwegian. Okay, well that maybe explains the patch notes a little bit. Did the agave seeds sell? Nah. No, agave seeds didn't sell. Unfortunately, somebody tried undercutting us by 200 and we just pulled ours out and put them up on the market for 2,000 each. So we basically cut our price in half. We'll see if we sell them at that. Our auction house low tier on this server is dead. Oh, you got a warning at 35 seconds. Gotcha. You got 35 seconds, man. Land. Land on the ground now because the server is shutting down. Damn. $40 Fahrenheit, huh? I was going to say it's the middle of the night, though, but it's probably the middle of the day over there, isn't it? I wish that our server's auction house was even remotely active. It's not. It's very strangely dead. One thing I've been able to sell consistently on there is fiber. I sell fiber at 45 a piece all day. But anything else has just been... This is the biggest base you've rated in PvP, any guilds? The biggest base was probably the week that they extended the safe zone of the deep desert. And it wasn't a guild base, but it looked like a base that was being put together by a small group at the very least. It turns out, I made a video about this base that we raided, and it turns out that the person who we raided actually watched the video and got in the comments, and they were like, that was my base that you raided. Like, they extended the safe zone, yada, 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 right? And I didn't believe it at first, right? Because my videos don't get a ridiculous amount of views. So the odds that somebody's base that I raided, the odds that they happen to see one of my videos, I was like, that has to be like astronomical. So I didn't believe it at first, but we even confirmed that he in fact was playing on this server. And that was probably the biggest, like, size-wise, with the medium chemical refinery and the ore refinery and all of that schematics that we pulled out. But like I said, that base that we raided happened the week that they extended the safe zone of the deep desert. Ever since they've extended the safe zone of the deep desert, all the bases that I see out here are forward operating bases. Essentially just bases with buggies that are being used temporarily to farm up, titanium. For example, the base that Arcadius raided today, that we were going to raid with Arcadius before I tried backing out to go to the other base that I thought had its shield dropped, but it didn't. The base that Arcadius raided had like 2,000 titanium on it. So size-wise, that one was smaller, but material-wise, it was also smaller as well, because we pulled like 100 and something plastanium out of the other base. Just nowadays, we don't run into anything big, unfortunately. You are debating me. You guys are debates. I'm hitting refresh. Dugap is not back. It's 8 p.m. Okay, so that's kind of getting nighttime. And now you're catching that cold wind? Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. All right, Australia can get hit with a little bit colder weather than I thought. 40 degrees, though, still doesn't quite constitute winter. Yeah, like, how much snow do you get per year? Because if it's less than 6 inches... Did you really have a winter? I don't know. lift is up, but it won't let you in. Gotcha. Gotcha. No, you're good, Potato. You're good. It's the moving to the cities and back that kills it for me. You'd list more, but you have to carry it out there. I couldn't agree more, man. It's absolutely insane. They need to just bump the auction house out to any of the trade posts. It should be as simple as copying whatever code they have attached to the machine that is in the trading post that attaches you to the auction house. You just fucking move that over to the Haga basins in the Sieches. It's that simple. You should at least be able to tie the Sieches together via the trade post. It's crazy. No snow? Okay, it's a winter without snow, a snowless winter. That was the main question I was asking. I was like, do you guys really catch a winter out there? Drops down to below freezing and your guys' shit's freaking out like Texas did over here. You joined the server and it put you in a dog siege. I'm not sure what that is. The carrier getting storage would help. But that's like just a workaround for a problem that shouldn't exist because the auction houses should already be tied into the trading posts. Wrong siege. Oh. I heard that happening. I heard about that happening the other day. You should just be able to hop over into your siege. You might have like tried to jump into the server before your siege was like technically up. So it just bumped you into whatever siege was available. Okay, well actually now I want to check. It still says I'm in Siege of Beer here. This left side of the deep desert has been pretty slow. Were you at one of the no way. Were you at one of the Arakeen or Harko village? Right. When you swap to the deep desert, this is why we were trying to figure out earlier if we could tell how many players were in the deep desert. I don't think you can. And somebody said hit escape and then you can see what siege you're on attached to the deep desert. And then that siege on the tracker will be telling you how many players are connected. But that siege on the tracker was saying there was only 2 players connected, and we know for a fact. If you were in Arakeen, I would... that's just so risky, man. I would maybe fly via one of those people to Arakeen and then try to pick up your ornithopter that way. You know what I'm saying? But I know there was actually a problem where people were losing their ornithopters because they would go to Arakeen in their ornithopter, and then they would leave Arakeen from the guy. And then what would end up happening is they would leave the Arakeen place from the person who transports you back and forth, and then when they went back, their ornithopter was just gone. So I'm not certain if it like stores your ornithopter even though you left the area. That's crazy. Yes, Scapegoat, you're right. With all these forward operating bases, the best time for you to get loot is either A, if they didn't take it all out, or B, you catch them as they're getting ready to transport it. Like, for example, that base that we raided with like 2,000 titanium in it, the reason it had 2,000 titanium in it was because Arcadius was preventing the people from going back and picking the stuff up. Like, we were sitting there throwing rockets at all the ornithopters flying in so they couldn't come grab their stuff. And then they broke the base and pushed the dune buggy. They pushed the buggy into the sand and thumped it. They're ruthless, man. What's the tech on pushing vehicles with the ornithopter? Honestly, I don't know. Every vehicle that I've tried to push that's landed on the ground with my ornithopter just stays there like a rock. Didn't I just cap this? Stupid Harkonnen assholes flying around here capping these things. This might be a medium spice field. It might also just be a small. I'm not certain what's getting ready to pop off over there. Yeah, but I'm not positive how to push the vehicles, honestly. Canned. I forget who we were talking to earlier about, was it Ham? If Ham is still in here, some of the PvE that you could do, Ham, out in the deep desert PvP zone to get some tier 6 resources, it is dependent on what week you're on. Like, I don't know if weapons ever come out of these, but these ships right here are incredibly easy to hit, even as a solo. Like, no time at all. Now the actual problem that you're dealing with is just whether or not the person had their whether or not the chest has any loot in it, or if there's a log out collector there. 29 likes for 15 viewers. Hey, that is amazing. 29 likes is incredible. 51 viewers, even more wild. Who we at for the top fans? Start shouting you guys out midway through the stream. Adam's taking it at the #1 slot, followed up by the Evil Boxman and Captain Caveman coming in at number 3. 27 viewers on Twitch as well. Y'all are crazy. Twitch doesn't tier you out the same way that YouTube does, but we appreciate you guys. 27 viewers on Twitch is actually a little bit unreal. I'm going to look away from that number and assume we're still at 3. We're just going to run with the mindset that we're still at 3 so we don't get too nervous back here. Don't want to get too nervous now. Yeah, Twitch has turned into a bit of a snowball tonight, hasn't it? Let's go swing by F6. F6 usually has got something going on. Somebody want to explain to me what the fuck is going on right now? Bro, I'm gliding backwards at 100 kilometers per hour. What was that, dude? What was that, ornithopter? Don't hump the air, you dirty dog. Alright, let's try this again. Nasty, nasty ornithopter. Hey, we know what 07 means now. Ooh, that means hi, how are ya? Technically a salute. I'll never unsee it. Cut and save. It's a new RPG moment. Yeah, we need to get better at that, don't we? What was that, 6 hours into the live stream? Let's see if I remember. Oh, shit. I hit clip that on Twitch. What does that mean? I hit clip that on Twitch. I didn't realize it was just going to be one button. That's why I've never hit it before. Oh my god, we still learning new things about Twitch every day. That's why I've never hit it before, because I thought it was going to be like it is on YouTube, where I have to like manually go in and like start tinkering with all of the timestamps and stuff. Neat. I think this is where Dirty Mike's base was. Pretty sure they cleared it. They had that assault ornithopter rolling in and out of there earlier. Mark! How's the band wave? Was there a band wave today, Mark? Mark, was there a band wave today? Is that just a guess, or do you know that for sure? I didn't mean to miss your chat there, my bad. You don't see an actual loot table for those ships. Let me check. Oh. Yeah, here. Check this out. I got a link for you here. This will link you to the weekly Deep Desert. If you hover over the shipwrecks, it'll tell you what comes out of them. The one that I was just over at H something, H2 or whatever it was, drops the albatross wings. How long is Arrakis Day in Earth hours? I honestly have no idea. How long is an Arrakis Day in Earth hours? You know, 6 hours, probably. Honestly, low tier, if you're trying to get your ornithopter, which I'm assuming you left at Arakeen, I think your best bet would be maybe taking a ride back to Arakeen and seeing if it's still saved there. But you should be able to respawn at your base, correct? They still got this forward operating base here. 2 small chests in it, probably literally nothing. Probably nothing but some rockets for their ornithopter. Well, this is the first time we've rolled to F6 and not seen a single person over here. Let's go check F7 out. That's another island. think what we're gonna end up doing while we wait for this storm to hit that G3 sector is we're probably gonna be whipping out the storage and farming in one way, shape, or form, you know? You know what I'm wondering now is if the loot from these shipwrecks respawns when the reset happens. Because that would have been the place to log out and wait for the respawn or the reset so you could grab some loot real quick. I gotta jump on the Discord, bro. I need to figure out if there was a ban wave. It does reset shit. I've got no confirmation there was a ban wave. Has the recent mod prevented logging out in a ship station? No. The recent update that they came out with? No. It does reset. That sucks. How to farm this flower? I'm not sure what flower you're talking about. That sucks that it resets, because I can almost guarantee that Dirty Mike's dirty ass was sitting here waiting for his buggy boot then. Probably picked up fucking Emperor's wings. I keep hearing that the Emperor's wings suck, though, so I'm not too worried about it. They suck, yeah. That's what I keep hearing. Well, that's what I keep hearing. The long flower. Got you. Are you talking about the, I literally just made a video. Agave seeds? Are you talking about the agave seeds? I just put a video out talking about the agave seeds, which might help you, but you should be able to just walk up to them and harvest them. It should be just as simple as harvesting them. If the top part of the agave seed doesn't have a flower on it, that means somebody else has harvested it recently. All right. I'm gonna need to talk to the Harkonnen asshole who's just capping all of these. Yeah, Ornithopter Scout scanning the agave is a massive help. There's a worm over there. We might be able to go pick at some people. You might also be able to shoot off a scanner and get all of the agave seeds. I don't know if that's how it works. Yeah, just with your hand. You can't... There's no tool that allows you to, like, harvest them faster. So, yeah, you just have to press E on it. If you're having a hard time finding them, just like they said here, Just like Zionite said. Man, that dark blue is like impossible for me to read from the bot rigs. If you have an ornithopter with a scan module, you should be able to scan the area and then look on your map and you'll be able to see where all of them are at. They've got a pretty quick respawn rate too. I think everybody's layout of... I think the resources in the agave seed spawns change every week. When does the server reset and open? It depends on what region you're in. If you're in NA, it already happened. It just happened. Wreck'em Rob. Hi, how are you? Yeah, the reset just happened. If you're on NA. Are you on NA? If you're on NA, it should have happened. And then if you are on NA, my second question is, who put this frickin' wall up here? Give me a better indication that I'm flying towards the wall before I slam into it like a bird running into glass, which is invisible until you get up to it. The hell was that? Okay, so you are in NA. So my second question is, are you on a private server? Arabs in EU? Let me check. I think EU's already reset a while ago. Yeah, EU doesn't reset. EU resets in 17 hours, so you don't have a daily reset for a while. Yeah, so the servers reset daily Arab, and on the EU servers, those happen in 17 hours. Here in the North American servers, they happen at 4 a.m. my time every day, or 6 a.m. Eastern, which was 29 minutes ago. Were you on when the reset was meant to happen, Rob? Because that's peculiar that it wouldn't happen. Zed, how are ya? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, you were in. That's wild. There was another hotfix today, Alex. There was basically nothing inside of the patch notes except for a back-end security patch. That's about all they told us. They also made it to where people can use their emo... They also made it to where people can use their emotes now, which apparently was a problem. I don't know. It was a bit of a lame hotfix to pull the servers down for an hour and a half, which is why I think whatever back-end security thing they put together was major. It was a major backdoor that got opened up. Sikari, good morning. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. People can't get in the worlds now. Oh, no. Is this happening again? This was happening last night where a bunch of people on NA couldn't get in. Somebody says they had 4,000 iron cooking and it's all gone. In the box you hooked up to the machine by chance. Damn. So yeah, you're right. People are having a hard time logging in. Somebody says that they can confirm they got in from the connecting screen and they didn't have to Alt F4. Another wall, Evil. I can't believe it, bro. We're like birds running into glass today. It's ridiculous. It's freaking ridiculous. Alright, since we're right here, we might as well swoop in. I don't know if Ham is still in the stream, but we could at least show how easy the PvP ships out here are in the deep desert. I should, if I'm smart and I do this properly, only have to kill a maximum of one person. That is because this one's kind of cheesy. The other ones, you might have to kill all of the PvE in the gated area. Oh, we got people. I don't think they're firing at me. Yep. Showtime. Big lag. Dirty Mike, you dirty fuck. Alright, no more shield drops. He's Dirty Mike, you can tell he's dirty as hell. He ganked somebody in here too, is that what happened? I think he died. Oh, he ran out. He can't run out, so that must be somebody else? Maybe he did die. There's a death box over there, and I don't know from what. I'm confused as hell. Uh-oh. 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 I don't think so, because he can't respawn that quickly. Go, 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 go! Of course it's already been looted. Disgusting! Who is this? Who is this? That's gotta be Dirty Mike over there. What drill shot is that? It's the Ambition drill shot. It came out of the deep desert a couple weeks ago. Mike? Who is you? Sky? It's Mike or Sky. Kind of looks like Sky, don't it? Oh, wait. It's AI. It's AI. I'm sitting here talking to AI like it's fucking somebody. I'm an idiot, bro. Hit N and scroll down and you can see who it is. I know that wasn't Dirty Mike. Dirty Mike wouldn't have gone down like that. Ghost. Yeah, Dirty Mike wouldn't have gone down that easily. I'm also sitting here talking to AI like it's gonna respond to me, bro. Ham, we got it out of the deep desert a couple weeks ago. It dropped. AI Dirty Mike. It's AI Sky over here. Confusion set in thick, bro. Like, was it always AI? Was the AI standing over there? I don't understand. Is that hitting me? No. Banned for botting and then turned into an AI bot, like it was a player who gets banned and then just transformed into an AI. That'd be funny. The stagger imbalance in this game is disgusting. Every NPC can stagger and stun us, but only a few things we can do will do that. Yeah, the stun lock is a bit brutal with... I think the second that 2 melee AIs get involved, the whole fight just goes downhill. The whole fight just goes downhill from there for me. And it's because the second I stagger one melee person, the other asshole can just smack me in the back and interrupt my heavy stab. You know? Or 4 of them. 4 of them's even worse. That's when I really need this drill shot to shine through. The drill shot helps with the melee dickheads. Well, I realistically do not want to sit at this thing and see if it's going to respawn loot anytime soon. Not for the Emperor's wings, not even for the buggy boot. The disruptor pistol actually is something that we need to try out for real. Oh, like the way you think there, that disruptor pistol might be a game changer. It's a bit nasty. I'm honestly not worried about it, and there's a group of, I'm convinced, bots on this server. I'm convinced they're bots. There's a group of bots on this server that, I was gonna do spice. But I need some stravidium. I have a shitload of titanium at the base. I need to start processing some stravidium here. I was gonna go do an inventory of spice, but we'll smack down an inventory of stravidium first. Boom! Boom, boom! I don't know if that's a medium or a biggin. Or a medium or a small is what I meant. It's obviously not a big one. The charge up makes it wholly unplayable. Is it only if you're ganking? Is it really that unplayable because of the charge up time? The charge up time when I was watching clips of it didn't look terrible. I mean, there was definitely a charge up time to it, but it didn't look terrible. I've got, like, a lot of titanium sitting at the base, especially considering we pulled out most of the stacks of titanium from that raid earlier. It was a bit of a waste of an ore because I forgot to freaking deposit my inventory. Honestly, too, it's always been stravidium fiber that I run out of first before titanium. The drill shot is really good. It's easily, you can easily dodge out of the drill shot, but that does drain their stamina, so it's like a bit of a give and take. Recently, they've been countering my drill shot. These assholes. Every time I come through and I'm like, I come up with something where I'm like, this is gonna work. These assholes almost immediately come up with some sort of tech that like counters what I have going on. And every time I fire my shotgun, they're quick to pull their scatter shotgun out, dude, or their sniper. So every time I fire my drill shot, they just whip out their scatter gun or their sniper and just lay into me. Because every time I fire, I drop my shield. Yeah, the bigger buggy boots definitely probably one of the better loots coming out of the deep desert this week. And my thing is, if you just manage to get the Landsrad for the vehicle one time, you'll end up landing that. But you could pull multiple buggy boots out of this. You could farm up multiple of them this way rather than just that one from the Landsrad vendor. Do I ever farm with the Assault Ornithopter? Yeah. Yeah, we just happen to be out here with the Scout. Honestly, farming with the Assault Ornithopter is typically what you should do. Because you should realistically be able to gap. You should be able to catch a gap with the Assault Ornithopter if they don't actually, like, gank you and take you out before you can get into your Assault Ornithopter. You should be able to catch a decent gap. So I would say all assaults should be what you're farming with. I just swapped over to storage midway through our run here. Yeah, see, that's a good point that you make, Mordred. You shouldn't need multiple of them, but if you're a guild, being able to farm up multiple schematics is nice. Especially considering, you know, they might be taking it out to the PvP zone and it could actually end up getting broken or whatever. You're done bringing back raw titanium? Yeah, I agree with you. That's why we have the large ore refinery out there. That's why I need stravidium so we can start cooking up the plastanium, because it's too many trips. You're right, I agree. Could not agree more. What is this? Ah, this is where we saw Mike and the boys. Bro, I'll raid that shit just for them chests right there, Mike. Come on, you gotta get your shit out of here, my guy. You fucking Harkonnen dick. I'm so sick and tired of this. Just give it up already, alright? These are my control points tonight, okay? These sons of bitches. Personal contribution of 96. It means it only lasted 9 minutes. 432. That just scared the crap out of me. Hey! Kilo coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Huge Stravidium Island on the North G8. I just found a big one. Oh, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Oh, okay. Well, if y'all are working on it, then just fucking ignore me here mining Stravidium. Y'all need to get that out before a storm hits, because I will break those chests. I will take the 70 plutonium from both of those chests. Don't put it past me. Just pay no mind to the man mining the fucking Stravidium. He's a humble man. Ah, what was that? This is my laser. Thought it was rockets flying by my screen. Tell me that didn't look like rockets flying by my screen. I was like, they're not ignoring me, bro. They're full on it. They're sending it, bro. They're sending it. Rockets are flying. That's typically where I farm it as well. I don't typically do it on these big islands. Why? Because Big Mike and the boys are getting ready to fucking come flying through here. That's why. That's why. But yeah, I'm with you there. I hit it up on the 7, 8, 9 column. Yep. Honestly, as a solo, I don't need that big-ass island of Stravidium, dude. I couldn't even mine a quarter of that island before I filled up even an assault ornithopter. You know what I'm saying? So... I mean, maybe I could fill up an assault ornithopter from that island. The fallen ships have large random chunks of resources and their own pool of blueprint. You're right. You're right, Harrower. Actually, as a solo... that's probably one of the best ways for you to land your hands on some of the tier 6 resources, components, anyways, is the fallen ships. The schematics that come out of them are never that great, but you can get a ridiculous amount of them. Like, that's why I have... ...16 of these sandbike engines... and 10 of these soft step boots, and I swore I had more of the Idaho charges, but 16 of the sandbike engines all came from multiple. Curious about the new rocks next week. So with the new rocks next week, I was really excited reading the patch notes, but then I got screwed over when I found out. There's Dirty Mike. You go to get them chests. Smart man. Smart man. Actually, that was a white-faced black butt. Is that not Dirty Mike? That might be somebody else. That might be somebody going to farm that spice. Ooh, we might have somebody going to the spice. We'll give them some time. We'll let them farm up some spice. Maybe we'll whip out our rockets and see if we can't get into something dirty. Oh, back to the islands. I was excited reading the patch notes, but it turns out that the islands that they're gonna put up are mostly in the PvE zone of the deep desert, which is like not really what I'm looking for, you know? There needs to be some more islands out here. Now they did say mostly, so I'm still kind of like really hoping that they end up, but I've got not that much hope. Oh, right, Ham, I missed your question, my bad. The ships that fall from the sky give you pretty much the least sought-after schematics, but they give you a good chunk of the tier 6 components, like I said. Looping the agave, if your server has a market for agave, is good money. Yep. They're putting in some more islands to probably add some more tier 6 resources to get the PvE players that refuse to come out a little bit more freedom, I guess. I don't know. Nice, Ham. Nice. Good to hear. Big. Something to also keep your eye out on is some of the Landsrad tasks are to turn in agave seeds. I don't know if that comes up every week, but some of the tasks is to turn in agave seeds. Yeah, deliver agave seeds right here. You'd get the MK5 and the Steady Assault Boost module. That's decent for turning in agave seeds, which might very well bump up the price. You mostly go and do the down ships for the slag that you use for the spice-infused cells. Really? How much slag do you get out of a downed ship? We're gonna have to hit one of those up. Because we were talking about those infused cells earlier and how the slag is kind of like the chokehold resource in that whole thing. 23 points a pop? Oh yeah, you would be out there a while. And that is why probably the agave seeds will inflate in price every time that task comes out. You know what I mean? Especially if it has a reward that people want. Bad news, gankers at the Titanium Island on Armanil got jumped, barely got out. Oh no. Brutal. The cheese grater base is still standing. Yes, it do. It's been upgraded, too. It's not just a cheese grater. It's also a cheese... It's a 4-in-1 cheese grater. We figured out what the 4th use case for it is, and it even took me by surprise. It was something that we built into it since day 1, and just recently came up with the use case for it. So you obviously can take your cheese down all of the sides and get your nice shredded cheese. We've covered that. Every cheese grater needs a cheese square slicer, right? Slice your cheese down this side. This is special because you can hit a button at the top and activate the blender in here. I'll show you that when I go back down there. And the blender will turn your cheese into a mush, should you like cheese mush. But the 4th and perhaps most impressive use case for this cheese grater is at the top here. Because at the top here, if you lift up this and you lift up this, you can take your block of cheese, warm it up just a little bit, and shove it down into these holes, and you're gonna have yourself some perfectly sliced cheese sticks. So we're hitting the cheese on all levels here. Big Cheese isn't paying me enough for the amount of advertisement I'm giving him. Here comes the cheese bit. That's why I said it, Evil. I knew you were coming in. I knew Evil was gonna come say something. Once we start talking about the cheese, it's part of the contract. If cheese gets brought up, I just have to pitch the cheese. Otherwise, Cheez-Its will never pay me. The square slicer. It worked so perfect, man. The slicer was so perfect with the Ornithopter Bay. Absolutely massive. Sar coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Damn it, dude. The wings just take so much damage. I held off on the pitch. We didn't go full Billy Mays there. I held off on the pitch because I think we've already pitched it twice tonight. we've already pitched the base twice tonight. I'll show you the blender though, because I need to craft this duraluminum, which is down here. The blender mode is impressive as well. You pop in here and you can see you've got 2, 4, 6 blades, 8, 10 bladed blender here. It blades and blends from all vertices of this blender here, so you're never gonna miss any cheese. It's always gonna immediately just clump up for you. Be a beautiful clump of cheese. Nice. Did I sign an NDA to not talk about, oh, big what? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Big what? Big what? Big milk and big cheese actually work hand in hand. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how many backroom deals big milk and big cheese make together. Shit, I didn't need to fly all the way up here. I'll be right back. Yeah, they insider trade all the time. That's like a poorly kept industry secret there. Alright. We were probably a bit slow. And this guy's realistically probably already farmed his stuff. If it wasn't Big Mike and he was indeed going to that field over there, he's probably already farmed his stuff, but we're gonna roll out with the rockets anyways. It's been a while since we've rolled out rocket prepared. It's been a while since we've checked this control point as well. Let's see if anybody's snuck their way into the PvP zone. Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's all clear. I wish that Funcom would announce when they do ban waves so we could run like a live stream searching the Haga Basin for banned bases. That's something you gotta catch like right when it happens, which is why I wish they would announce it. Is that a hole in the rock? Damn it, I just gained all that height. That's gonna be just ground in it. Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm like, what is... I've never seen this rock before with just a giant hole in it. Nope. Not what that is. We need to keep an eye out for the storm. I forgot about the storm. We're kind of putting ourselves on the opposite side of the map as well, which will end up screwing us if a storm does come, because it gets hit like right away if it comes from that side anyways. Is this their base again? Why is this? Oh no, this is their titanium forward operating. That's the one that has nothing in it. That one's empty. This should not be this much empty desert in the deep desert. It's crazy. No, not after working at Walmart. It was back in the day when I was working at McDonald's, my first job. The owner and I had the same name, and so we kind of connected, and from there it spawned into this whole like ordeal. Eventually he sold the McDonald's, got into the cheese game, dragged me into the cheese game. And he said, "Why don't you bring cheese into your game?" And I said, "You know what? For the right price." It's not showing me my spice bar. How does personal contribution work in the lands rat or whatever it's called? You mean how do I claim specific stuff? Is it only one from all those points, or you unlock them one by one? I think that, fuck you, Mike. I think that, yeah, it was a black face and a white tail. It was Mike. Well, shit, I didn't see if it was a black face and white tail the first time. It might have been Mike. There might be nobody at this spice field. I think I haven't ever claimed any of the lands rad rewards, but from what I understand, you have to visit each and every single one of the house representatives to collect the rewards. So you have to actually go to that house representative. Which to me is just, why? Why? I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for a downed ship here, because I want to see how much slag that you can pull out of them. How long does it take at that shipwreck chest to respawn? It respawns, I think, between 90 and 120 minutes. But it's random between 90 and 120 minutes. I don't know how long it's been since we were there. Landsrat is just content padding. It's a resource drain. You deliver it to the quartermaster and pick it up at the house rep. Lots of flying if you need to pick up everything every week. Yeah, this is ridiculous. It seems just ridiculous, dude. That's what Swoosh is getting at, I think. That's like super padded content. That's really dumb. Yeah, Hank's got the right idea. I'm sure somebody's already got like an optimal route for the House representatives as well. Like you hit this one up first, then this one, then this one, then this one. Damn, they cleared that thing in one assault ornithopter. Oh no, they didn't. Oh no, they did. Fuck you, Mike. Just give him a little scare. Just give him a little scare. It is very much so kill 15 wolves type content. It is. And then they're like, not only do we want you to kill 15 wolves, but in order to turn this quest in, you must fly thousands of kilometers. Oh, and you thought that was the only one? If you want to turn the other quest in, fly thousands of kilometers across this way. Go talk to this random person hiding in a cave somewhere. Go find the House representative. It's dumb. This is like it's not artificial difficulty like they do with the increasing the difficulty of the PvE in the deep desert. It's not artificial difficulty, it's like artificial time waste. Like, for no reason are they putting this in here other than to just inflate the amount of time that you're forced to play, and which is just annoying. You shouldn't have to artificially Somebody was mining spice. I don't know what's happening right now. You shouldn't have to artificially pad your game's hours in with shit like that. Come on, give me that render. 2? You got a defender? Not entirely sure what's happening here. Well, I suppose we'll see how many shots it takes to knock him out of the sky. Hey, stop it! Stop dodging my things while you're AFK, asshole! Xena, how you doing? Good to see ya. Not sure what's happening here, Xena. We got something happening. Hang on, buddy. I'm running a little hot right now. Uh-oh, is he trying to move? Hey, stop it! Knock, knock! Bullhorn, good morning! Someone went AFK, and what do we say? Is Jen still here? Jen knows what we say. You don't go AFK in dead man mode.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Ah! Fuck off his ship. Where am I want that ship? What's Dead Man mode? Oh, okay. Dead Man mode is a yearly RuneScape game mode where if you die, not only do you lose all of the items on your person, but you also lose. It's only got 256 sand. $42. Why? I'm telling you, this server's filled with goofballs. He goes AFK, flying in the deep desert.
A large sandstorm.
I know there's a sandstorm, and it's probably coming from that direction, and I'm not gonna make it in time. I gotta get to my base. I gotta get to the base. I gotta get to the base. Yeah, but typically when you oh, I guess if they disconnect flying in the air, they would just sit there, wouldn't they, for 5 minutes? Oh, damn, that guy's gonna show up and he's just busted.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Nope, nope, nope. I don't got time for you, bud. I don't got time for you, bud. I don't know what you're doing over there, but I don't got time for you. No, low tier, no. I am not gonna thumper him. I wanted to kill his body so the worm didn't kill him anyways, dude. I don't want somebody to die to the worm, dude. You know what I mean? Like, a worm death, that's rough. You know what I mean? Oh no, Can's rad suit broken shield. Uh-oh. I know, lazy farmer with only 250 spice. He needed to do a bit more there, didn't he? He almost deserves a thumper, doesn't he? I know the worm, Alex. Hey, we saved him from the worm. I don't know if the worm was targeting him or not, but we saved him from it.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
Nice, Xena, nice. The tier 6 ornithopter wings break quick. I've been having to replace my tier 6 ornithopter wings every single week. And it's not like they break to 0, but they break to a point where it's like continuing to repair. They're only one shot now, so it's like you really can't. You haven't been killed by the worm at all yet? I haven't been killed by the worm except for that unfortunate bug that we had. Are we in Sector 3? No, we're not. No, we're in Sector G, though, so it looks like it is going to hit Sector G. We might have to drop ourselves here. I don't want to drop the 40,000 gold, though. I want that Solari.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Ah, yeah, I'm flying right into this thing, though, dude. 9,000 meters each way, it's fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna thump somebody's ornithopter. They would have to be on my shit list for me to thump their ornithopter, you know?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, sorry, I never finished explaining what Deadman mode is. Deadman mode is a yearly game mode that old school RuneScape drops. It's a PvP focused mode where PvP is enabled everywhere. The entire game is PvP. And essentially when you die, you lose the 10 most valuable items in your bank as well as all of the gear that you have on you. So it's a super high risk, high reward game
Sector
mode.
weather alert. A large
And you
sandstorm
never
is approaching.
AFK in Deadman mode. Because if you do, you're gonna die. I have no idea why people are carrying Solari on them. It blows my mind. It hit G3 and it hit it pretty solid. I need to get down to the ground here. I think I'm about to lose vision, so I'm just gonna aim directly at this fucking wall here and hopefully we hit it. Perfect timing. Oh man, did I miss something? Oh no, OMC's right there. People are just lazy, happens to me from time to time. That's a good point. Maybe they just run around too much. You want enough islands in the deep desert to run around on a sand bike? I don't want that many. I don't think you should be able to travel from Sector A to Sector I on a sand bike. But there should be 4 times the amount of land there is out here. There's just, it's a ridiculously low amount of land. pretty sure that got hit. I'm not going to do a respawn, though. We've got 6 minutes. I should be able to make it. Eight players race in the open desert, last one standing wins. They should do it to where you're racing through the storm, though, so you never know where you're going, and you're just basically trying to dodge bullets. If you heard a cricket sound effect in the game, yeah, it was a cricket. I've had multiple people in the chat complaining, like, crickets should not be able to survive on Arrakis. Look, man, I don't know the lore. But hey, they broke the lore to add in crickets, so they could have broke the lore to add in some interesting PvE. All right, did it manage to survive another storm? Let us find out. In today's episode of bases being spared from the storm, we have this one, which has been spared from several. Even this one, fuck off. No way it's been 6 minutes. Fuck off with this. Is it because it's in the rock that its shield never drops? That can't be the case. It's not in the rock anymore? Oh. That can't be the case. I will raid this fucking base. It's the last thing I do. Stupid asshole. Yeah, people keep talking about riding the worm, but I'm not convinced that it's going to be like, oh, you can just free ride the worm. And now you're just riding the worm wherever you want to go. You don't need to ornithopter around anymore. You just ride the worm through the sands. I don't think it's going to be like that. I think what it's going to end up being is just some sort of transportation system where you can ride the worm from here to over there. But I'm a bit cynical. I'm a bit cynical. I don't anticipate them actually coming out with a system that's going to be good. Nobody's farming this left side. We've got confirmation now too. That was a medium spice field. So there's a medium spice field there and a medium up here. Big. Oh no. What the hell? Where are we at? Medium over here. It's small right there, but a medium right there. There's two mediums next to this area right here. Oh my gosh, OMC. So now, the way OMC phrases it, now I'm thinking like, oh, maybe it's you ride the worm to transition from Deep Desert A into Deep Desert B into Deep Desert C or whatever, right? Like maybe something like that. But I like your idea of a temporary mount, perhaps. I just don't think they're gonna, I don't think they're going to. I don't think it's going to be anything that has any, like, real freedom. And if it does, I bet it's going to be so unbalanced. You want to play in the real Arrakis? I know nothing about the real Arrakis. Xena, who knows? You're probably not going to be able to ride the Sandworm until the very first expansion. I'm a bit cynical, but you could also just call me like a realist, you know what I mean? Just being a realist, being a bit realistic here. Nobody's farming this anymore because you can't, this stuff you get out of this chest is ass. Everybody thought the static needle was going to be good, but it's not. It's fracking terrible. Not what I meant to put on. Nope, wrong spot. I don't know why I keep doing that, but I've been doing it a lot. Is that still, this spice field still not popped off yet? Why is what bad, low tier? Make games great again. Xena, I couldn't agree more. Thankfully, the pendulum is swinging back over towards the direction of sanity. So I think that, I think we're in for a bright future. Now we just need to get millennial writers out of these games companies, and then we'll really, really be cooking. But the pendulum swinging back over, I think, is gonna wean the millennials out anyways. Oh, the static sword. The static sword is really, really bad because it doesn't do anything extra. It doesn't poison. It says that it should be draining power, but it does not actually drain power. Oh! Why does your shield stay on sometimes but not other times? What the hell was that? You know, I think if you're out here farming spice, you're probably best off... you're probably best off wearing some, like, heavy armor that actually gives you some concussion resistance. That way, if somebody does fly up on you, you'll probably be able to tank a few more rockets to the face. It's a placebo sword. It really is. It does nothing. And I'm pretty sure the description on it is fake. It's just man, what did somebody call it? I call it a lore description, but a flavor text. This is why I don't like the Haga Basin spice farming method. Because of how much faster this is, bro. It took me... Okay, I actually just shit my pants. I didn't fly high enough to reset the worm, apparently. It took me 20 minutes with the Scout Ornithopter to fill the Scout Ornithopter's inventory while I was doing the Siege swap method, right? In the Haga Basin. It's gonna take literally 5 to fill it in this, you know? Now, the Siege swap method is a lot more relaxed, you know? If you just want to, like, shut your brain off, chill, you know, headset off, you're watching your favorite television show or whatever, you know? You got me on in the background, chilling, listening to my sultry voice. I hear it's, my mom tells me, she says, I like your voice. And I say, okay. I say, thanks, Mom. I wish I was joking there. So yeah, it's like a lot more chill of a method, but it is slow, and it's really RNG based. It's super RNG based. Using the sand boots makes it faster to farm spice alone. I have the sand boots on. I just didn't reset my thing. I've got me sand booties on. I should probably, like, make a second pair of boots to be, like, a defensive boot, but, you know. I just rock my sand booties all the time. You can't take the Scout across sieges with items in inventory, can you? Zombrin, yes you can. Son of a bitch. Just you asking that question, I think, convinced me that I need to make a video on that. Yes, you can. So what you do is you take your Ornithopter out to the world map, and then you go to the main menu and you swap sieges from the world map. Works perfectly. Works perfectly. I thought the same thing, and that's actually why I was testing out that method. The past 2 days off stream, I've been testing out that method of hopping sieges, farming, right? And it's just slow, man, and it's totally RNG dependent. It totally depends on whether or not you happen to spawn into a siege and you find 4 spice fields or you find 1, you know? Yes! I'm telling you, Zombrin. You just want to shut your brain off, do some spice harvesting. You can go from siege to siege. Is that another medium field? That one's being farmed as well. You can go from siege to siege to siege, no problem. Problem is, you can even timestamp it here. That took 5 minutes to fill this inventory here, you know? It took 15 minutes to fill an inventory doing the siege swapping method. Zombrin, dropping the follow over on Twitch. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you. Happy I found the compact compactor. The compact compactor actually makes the world of a difference. It's a massive difference. Let's get up in the sky just in case these guys are farming with people. This Zerg that's been out has typically been bringing out defense when they farm these fields. They've got people defending their farmers. What is that? What is that? What is that? He's going to where I think he's going. That little cheeky base, you guys, that keeps evading my raid. And it's not going to evade my raid all day. I've just now turned this into the day's mission. I'm not going to end the stream until we bust that son of a bitch's doors down. Realistically, I don't mean that, okay? If he survives like 6 storms, we're going to end the stream. But at that point, we'd be like 20 hours into this thing. But we're going to take his base down. It's right next to a medium field. It's a smart place to put a forward operating base at. But not a smart place to lose all of your loots. There is an MK6 compact compactor, and I'm not sure if everybody's Landsrad rewards are the same, but I think it's on this week's Landsrad rewards. I need to get that. I hate looking through these things. I just wish it was listed for me. I just don't want to look at all of them. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe it was the collapsible Dew Reaper that I'm thinking of, which is lame. It is a drop out of the deep desert PvP zone, or possibly a Landsrad reward, because you can see these Landsrad rewards go up to tier 6. Like if you do 10,000 contribution, you get the collapsible Dew Reaper tier 6. If you do 10,000 here, you get the pincushion boots. I do not know what happens if you land in quicksand, but wow, did we just literally, like, we kissed the quicksand right there. Wow. Right on like a transfer spot too. That might have been the whole ornithopter just in the books right there. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Was it last week's AG? I suck, man. I suck. I gotta start paying attention to these stupid things. Hate these stupid things. I just don't want to literally just sift through these one at a time. Pincushion boots so far is about the only thing. Pincushion gauntlets, maybe. Yeah, that was a close one. Finally got the buggy boot. Nice, Mordred. Nice. It was about it, Xena. Yeah, I hear people have problems with the quicksand, specifically the quicksand on those little server transfer spots. And I about just shoved my nose right down into the middle of it, which would have been a bit much. Yeah, I'm wondering if all of the Landsrad rewards are the same, because if they are, then surely there's a website out there that, like, goes over it all, you know what I mean? A cutter that was better than the MK6 one? Damn. I think I'm out of bodies. Shit. Well, we're out of bodies, so we've done about all the processing that we're going to knock out today, because I'm not leaving this deep desert until we take that guy's base. And we might have a live raid, which would be great. Let's hope that he stays on for long enough for me to live raid his ass. Be brilliant. I think what we're going to do... We're going to go bully him a little bit here. Let him farm up a few inventories and then try to prevent him from getting any of them out. Why am I not getting a repair bar here? Where are we at? Oh my gosh, the wings, bro. Don't shut on me, door. Please don't shut on me, thank you. I was like, are we seriously out of rockets, man? I know we came out here with just a few. Dang, Hank pulled the buggy boot MK6 as well. Nice. Nice. You have a point there, Lone, but I don't want to be the guy who says I'm gonna go dominate this guy over here. No, we're gonna hit him with a bully a little bit. I'm gonna try to We're going to try to obviously take him down and then also hopefully prevent him from taking stuff out of his base. Would be great here. Let's go ahead and mark. G3, the sand's like right there. You got that and the static needle the other day. Nice. Static needle's ass, but the boot's nice. The static needle is either bugged or it is just the worst blade, the worst tier 6 blade in the game. It does as much power supply damage as any other blade. Oops, it's not a, I forgot it's no turbo. That's true. I get what you're saying. It would truly be bullying him if we brought our thumpers out and we were planning on thumpering him. That would definitely prevent him from grabbing his stuff. You did one mission, it got you some good gear. Yeah, the Lands Rads are really good for tier 6 gear, as well as you could even pick up some nice weapons and armor schematics, especially for early game Arab. Doing some of the quests and stuff at the outpost. If I attack this guy while he's farming, what do you think the chances are he flies back to his base or he tries to fly out? No, I wouldn't dump him. No, we'll give him the opportunity to make the great escape and take his stuff out of here. No reason to just cut him off at the knees. Is this guy Dirty Mike? Nah. This guy definitely hit up this spice field and cooked it right back to his base. The ideal situation would be to catch this guy outside of his ornithopter. I don't see the spice field anymore. Bro, am I blind? Where's the spice field at? There's a baby spice field. Where's the medium one? I don't know what the render distance is for the ornithopters on the ground. You got to be really close to them. I just want to find this medium spice field, bro. It was like right out here, wasn't it? I flew over it, so you think it would have marked on the map. There it is. I didn't mind it. I didn't mind the spice field. We just flew by it. I swore if he flew close enough to him that it would mark, but I might not have flown close enough to it. I didn't realize it was as close to his base as it is. It's right next to his base. That's all right. Coming at it from this backside actually gives me the best angle to fire on this guy. Give him a little something to fight for. Give him a little something to loot off me, you know what I mean? If he manages to take the kill, he takes some spice with him. Gotta give him something. 420 spice? Perfect, bro. Nailed it. Wicked. Wicked and Stoner coming in. Nailed it. I'm convinced we'll run into this guy. I'm almost positive he was flying towards his base. He had to have been. But he never came back out to mine another inventory worth, huh? You think he would just leave it? Because I don't. You think I can fly that far? I think I can. Let's make sure my suspensor belt's packed all the way before we just go shove ourselves into the sand. We're good. Is there any danger if you log out in the sand of the deep desert having pocketed your ornithopter? Possibly. You're logged in for 5 minutes, so typically when you're standing still, yeah, right, like Mordred's saying, but literally anything could happen, you know what I mean? I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it for 1 second that this guy's not based here. Not for 1 damn second am I picking up what he's putting down, bro. Bullshit that you're not based here. He has to be. That ornithopter farmed that spice and did not head south. It headed directly this way. The compactor is in this week? On which tile, do you know? I'm wondering if our tiles are the same. Does your Mattelli tile have the pincushion boots as well? I hope all the tiles are the same. You did use the still tent to spy on a base earlier. Allowed you to stay sheltered in view of the base to save a lot of water. Giraffe coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are ya? Yours has the helmet instead of boots. Interesting. The tiles are different per server. Pones coming in. That is disgusting. Really, if you die to the worm and have it in the backup tool, you can just make another backup tool? Huh. Come on, asshole. There's no way you just logged on, did 1 inventory of spice, and then logged off. That doesn't make sense. Peter Pan says, I'm sick of it. Screw the lore. Screw everything to do with the lore. Let's get portals in this bitch, and let's get some monsters up in this son of a bitch is what I'm saying. If we're cutting the lore out, let's get some actually fun to partake in PvE going. I guess it's possible. I don't think it's likely, but it's possible he kept heading this direction. Maybe he saw me fly by, panicked. He sees me fly by and he's like, uh-oh, I don't want my base of operations being scouted out. So he logs off. Just trying to get in the head of this weirdo, man, and it's really, really hard. still no extra spice mined from that. Lore has all kind of worms, even small ones that can eat you. I could have definitely been thrown into some sort of PvE aspect of the game, which would have been fun. Giant catapults, tossing sandworms into bases. Yeah, let's just really go in here. He could be inside his base. He could. If that's the case, then I just gave away that I was scouting him out. But maybe now he thinks I'm gone. Some Harkonnen dickhead. Totally agree, Peter Pan. 99% of players don't care about lore. The maybe 5% that do are really, really loud about it, though. Good morning, Naga. How you doing? Good to see ya. I've not read a single Dune book or even watched one single minute of a Dune movie, TV show, video. I don't know what there are, you know? So I haven't even watched like a summary of the Dune lore heading into this game, so I somewhat knew what was going on. Nothing, bro. Naga's the 5%. Maybe it's a bit higher than 5%. Maybe we're being a bit cynical. It can't be much higher than 5%, though. Is this spice about to blow? This guy's got 2 spice fields right next to his island. I think that they could have easily done some more with the PvE, and I'm pretty sure it was Legacy Gaming who I was watching who brought this up. And he was talking about the spice hallucinations and how they could have easily made these spice hallucinations some sort of PvE content inside of this game. And they could have done it to where, because my first argument there is like, well, you're not constantly hallucinating under spice, so how's that going to work? You know, now I'm forcing myself to hallucinate so I can have fun in PvE. That doesn't make sense. But you could easily make it make sense, which is why I'm saying these developers, I don't give a shit if they get fired, because they spent 0 time thinking anything through. Because even a suggestion like that, you can make it make sense by maybe making one of the labs so infused with spice that the air is so thick with it that you just start to hallucinate when you're down there, when in reality, that's just the PvE enemies that are down there. Like, it is not that difficult. Literally took 0 minutes of thought to put that one together, you know what I mean? Well, they kind of did something like that. What was that noise? Was that the spice field finally blowing up? If this is another medium spice field, I'm going to lose it, dude. Adam, that's a good idea. There's millions of different things that they could have frickin' done. There's another point that you're making as well, Naga, with the gear. I was going to say this earlier. The gear sets should come with some added bonuses. Tents, like, are the most useless item in the game, I swear. The only use case for tents that we've come up with are, like, memes, almost. Oh, what is that? Are, like, memes, almost, where we're, like, hiding from somebody. No, you're right, Peter. I say this every time we complain about it. I said I can complain about it all day, but it's still a game that's gotten 300 hours worth, that I've gotten 300 hours or more worth of content out of. So, with all of its bads, there's still a lot of good, a lot of room for it to grow. And I anticipate it doing exactly that. Well, what the hell, man? I don't understand. Maybe we misread the situation. Maybe... Why'd I do that again, bro? I do that all the time now. I've never played Ark, so all of that just went way over my head. But that sounds brutal. How'd I lose this spice field? What the hell? Yeah, I never really got into Ark. I tried playing Ark once and I just never really got into it. I tried playing it too late. You know, the game was like already solved. It's less fun to play games that are already solved. And that's kind of actually, that kind of like stems me into a side point here. That's why I'm somewhat bummed out with Ashes of Creation, you guys. I was really excited about this MMO, but I feel like they've just dumped so many people into the alpha testing phase of the game that it's kind of like picture when World of Warcraft first came out. Picture like the advantage you would have had should you had been able to play World of Warcraft for 2 fucking years prior. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like the game's already like figured out at that point in time. It's not something that you're exploring. It's too much public testing. There's nothing they could do to fix that either. It's already too late. Wormy, what are you doing over there, Wormy? It's almost like, it's almost to the point where I'm eventually going to pull the trigger on getting an alpha key. I agree, Cloud. I covered Ashes of Creation like 4 years ago and was like, I'm not going to cover this game because we're years from this game dropping. But we're getting closer and closer, but realistically, we're still a couple years out. But from what I see, it looks really good. It's just like, it's just frustrating because the game's going to be solved when it comes out. And like half the fun of an MMO is the discovery phase of the MMO, which you just don't get when you're for so long. I couldn't disagree more, Jirak, but we'll see what happens in the next couple years. But I'm typically somebody who's willing to lend the benefit of the doubt rather than to just immediately write something off as a scam. And Ashes is talking about, what's Ashes talking about? Ooh, PvP, bro. You know what we play games for around here. Alright? We played RuneScape strictly to PvP, bro. I'm not a PvM player in RuneScape. You think you can catch me questing in Rune? I've never been to Prifddinas. Not in old school RuneScape and not in RuneScape 3, except for in Leagues when they unlock it for me for free. We play that game strictly to PK. So when I heard Ashes is pushing for the PvP style, I'm excited. And then I was a little concerned with the guild versus guild PvP. But then I jumped into Throne and Liberty and I was like, dude, I actually love guild versus guild PvP. So yeah, I'm super excited for Ashes. Get in, you freak! Faster my way? I don't use the farm spice buggy thingy. In order to get that out here, Peter Pan, I'd have to be rolling out here with a carrier ornithopter, which would be the dumbest damn thing I ever did in my life. I promise you a carrier ornithopter wouldn't last out here. Dirty Mike would catch wind of my stupid ass out here in a carrier ornithopter, and he'd get Sky out here to thump me so fast. So, faster, I would say no. If you were able to take a sand crawler to that, you'd probably be cooking with a lot more sand faster. You take a 360 twist today from Dune and play Ascent of Ashes. It comes out today. It's like a RimWorld game. I don't know what RimWorld is. Oh god. Is it an RTS? I hate RTS games, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I hate RTS games. Oh no, you're good, you're good. You're good, yeah. In order to get a sand crawler out here, I would have to use a carrier ornithopter, and then I would have to carry it all the way to that sand field, and then I would have to set the sand crawler down, get out of my carrier ornithopter, use the sand crawler, and then once the worm starts coming, I'd have to get out of the sand crawler, back into the carrier ornithopter, and then pick that bitch up before the worm got it, so it would just be a no-go. Yeah, solo carriers. Yeah, we had somebody on this server actually solo carrying, but they weren't farming spice. They were literally solo carrying a buggy to farm the Titanium Island. And that carrier got sank. I'm assuming that was off of one of the large spice fields. I don't know how much you could get. I think it's like 15,000 or so that you could pull off of a medium spice field. Yeah, low tier. I can't either. That was insane. I don't know why that guy would do that. Why would you carry one to the Titanium? That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. You could just build a buggy out there. Just assemble your buggy out there. If you're on a server that has people buying them, yeah, possibly. I don't think that would work on this server. Everybody's crafting their own sand buggies, and there's not enough big groups or guilds, A, using the auction house, or B, needing to probably replace their crawlers that often. I think that he just panicked, if I'm being honest. I think he pulled a big panic move right there and just didn't even think to get in his ornithopter. What blows my mind is he never came and picked his ornithopter up. I hardly broke that thing. He could have easily come and picked it up. He would have had to disassemble it all, but he could have gotten it. Damn, Peter, that's crazy. That's crazy. There was a Zerg on this server, and when they're active... Oh, man. When that Zerg is active, it's about the same. They've got like 3 people defending and 2 farming all the time. Give him a little scare. Hey, Diesel coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's nice. PvP zone full resources, but big groups can just camp it all day. Yeah, so we've been talking about that. I've heard a lot of people having problems in F6, and even on this server, there's a lot of action going on F6 typically. But people are saying on other servers, they've literally got like full teams camping F6. What I would do in that situation is just do my best to like work my way out and farm titanium on the smaller nodes or hit up like a medium spice field. But if your server's that packed to where a guild's camping that, chances are there's small groups camping the other smaller spots as well, you know what I mean? Booty Hustler coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you're doing well.
On intimidation.
I don't understand that. I don't get that, Wicked. I don't understand that at all. Because for me, titanium's never the problem, bro. I've always had an abundance of titanium. I run out of stravidium first, more than anything. Like, I run out of stravidium very first. So what the hell are people doing worrying about titanium? Damn, I meant to scrub back through the VOD here. Let me see. How long has it been since the last storm? We're 8 hours in the stream. Bro, how long ago was that storm? I don't know, I couldn't find it. These motherfuckers. That's true, Wicked. Especially if you whip out like the ancient way or a rocket, they'll typically just fly off rather than getting on the ground. That's why I'm hesitant to leave this server. Did you guys see that? Was that a sandworm warning or was that a storm warning? That's why I'm hesitant to leave this server, because at least the guild on this server will get out of their ornithopter and fight on the ground. I think that's mainly because they realize that that's the funnest form of PvP to partake in. The sky PvP is not very fun. Low tier, appreciate you stopping by. You have yourself a good one. You take it easy out there. You heard it right. You heard it right. Sounded like you might have pocketed it. I without a doubt heard something. There we go. Oh, it's these guys. Hey, get your ass back here! Don't run! Call in reinforcements, pal. Come on. Bring them out. You know you got them. Huh? You know you got them on the Discord call. There's 3 of them about to make their way out here. I think he was the, I think he was the bait. I think something else is out here. I found your base. Shh. I found your base, buddy. Oh, canned. You son of a fish. You better repair that wing.
Yeah, I'm not dust. I'm just running their colors, apparently.
You are. You actually are.
Sir.
You actually are. That might get you targeted and thumped by the other people. Is this your little cheeky hidden base over here?
I realized, because I was watching the stream, I was that guy that was just being annoying. Do what?
Who's being annoying? I don't know who he's talking about. Is this your cheeky base over here? Where is this thing, dude? There's a sub thief over here somewhere. Oh, I can't fucking chat while my thing's out. I'm not sure what you're talking about with being annoying earlier. I don't know what you're talking about. There's a sub thief hidden over here. Is that your base? Oh, what is that?
Do you remember the scout with thrusters that was just following the titanium island? Do not talk about that. Are we chill?
This is your base, isn't it?
Don't tell them. Yeah, this is hidden tech.
This is not hidden tech. I fucking spotted you from a mile away. Oh, buddy. Is that inside the rock or is that
out?
Is that actually in the rock? Hold on, I need to figure out where that storm's coming. If this is canned, we won't raid him. I do want to see how he's in that rock, though. There's a storm coming, and I don't know if it's going to hit G3. Yeah, I'm not gonna raid, you know, people I know. Same thing kind of goes for the other people. Is it inside the rock? I can't hear you anymore, bro.
Go ahead. I can show you. You just gotta do not spill the beans on this.
Open it up. Yeah, I want to see. Yeah, I'm here. I'm right here. Oh, okay.
Big,
so there is like
but...
a hole. There is a hole. You realize if somebody pulls out their You realize if somebody pulls out their building tool, they do see that yellow box?
Yeah, I know that. Okay. I'm just, most people have not, no one's pulled it out. This has been here for days.
Dude, like,
people have not.
That's crazy. I must be skipping pulling it out too, or must have just missed it. And even after I pulled it out and found it, I don't know if I would have actually spotted it. I barely noticed it. Is this on every single Big Bull Island?
I think so. I don't know.
Man.
I think so, but I cannot confirm.
This is not hitting anything, is it? It's just a
I'm
low
gonna go
storm.
probably not, so people don't look for it.
I'm gonna go check other big bowl islands and see, because that is hidden, bro. That's the most hidden one I've seen yet. It's only exposed by a tiny little door. That's crazy.
And you have to land on like this ledge, or it's invisible.
That's wild, bro. That is wild. Canned is out here finding the holes, bro. Can's out here finding the holes, man. That's crazy. What rock is that? So check it out. I'll try and landmark it for you guys. It's in one of the big bull islands, and it is. Where the fuck did it even go? Dude, I don't even know where it's at right now. There it is. There it is. Holy crap! Look, you're gonna want to look for this ledge here that sticks out like a finger. Giving a thumbs up. No, don't jump on, you madman. I can't carry you anywhere. I'm not good at carrying people, bro. We dropped Ray like 15 times. Finding a hole, filling it in, absolutely. And like I was telling him, you can scout that out via the base building tool. But if that's been here for days, I've been pulling my base building tool out on all of these spots. You know what I mean? Haven't seen it. We're gonna go look for another big bull island and see if we can recreate that hole. Yeah, that is quite the hole. Yeah, we're gonna definitely go look and see if we can re-find that hole. Am I on? Yeah, this is nowhere near where I need it to be. Storm sucks, bro. The hidden cheese, yeah. It's been hidden in... Oh! We found the finger almost immediately. Oh, shot, dude. No way, you guys. Dude. He must be from Conan Exiles, pulling off a hidey hole like this, man. There's no access from the top. There's no access from the bottom. The only access is in this hole right here. And with that black door that he had set up, dude, it was hard to find. Wow, man. Wow, and this isn't even the same Big Bull Island. This is a different island format, just with the same copied over stuff. Wow, if that doesn't tell you that they're just generating these pieces of land based off of shit, I don't know what will. I'm trying to see if there's like a Big Bull Island possibly way up deep, dude. Like right here, I think is a bowl. I need to save up and buy the Harkonnen and build pieces. That shit's crazy. I'm mind blown right now. I'm baffled. And like he said, most people don't raid like I do and check every single hole, you know what I mean? Most people aren't worried about it. Like, unfucking believable, dude. The Fermentally Unstable Guild, I don't think they're gonna go through each of these islands and whip that out just to find some tiny little hidden base, you know what I mean? But you're right, Xena. Like, you're not safe, but you're definitely making it harder and harder for them to pull off a raid. That's crazy. Definitely lazy devs. Definitely lazy devs. It would cost a lot. It would cost a lot of time to get in, because realistically, what's the cost? Some durability on my lasgun? That's not that big of a deal. And, you know, we could break 6 walls with a lasgun, you know? So his sub-fief better be 6 walls deep, and he better have, like, 7 generators to boot, you know what I mean? If that shit gets raided, bro, it was not me. Okay? I'm calling it now. If I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it 2 days from now when that thing gets raided and he's like, you fucking raided my shit, didn't you? I did not. Okay, I will leave it alone. Yeah, that's where we're heading right now. I'm heading up over here. First off, this is a possible Big Bowl Island I want to check out. If it is, I want to see if we can find a 3 for 3 on that little hidden cave. And on top of that, it's like, dude, maybe we build a little hidden spot right here, you know? What if behind the door you put a couple of pentashields? Oh. You could, it looks like you could have gotten a 2x2 in there. Looks like you could have gone too high. So 2, 4, 6, 8, possibly. That's like, that is more defended, yes. That's more defended. Because it's going to take them a lot more time to break the pentashield. Ow! How much does it cost to buy the Harkonnen stuff? The Harkonnen building material, even with the 2x multiplier. 100,000? 100,000? What's it cost? This is not a Big Bowl Island, I was mistaken. Can Lasgun break a pentashield? Alright. I know somebody's trolling me, Dirty Mike. Stop following me and taking these as soon as I take them. Okay, so OMC, that is the question of the day. 160k? Okay. Previously, from what I understood, the only damage you could put out on a pentashield was if you hit the corner. Recently, a couple people in chat have brought to my attention that you can actually raid the front of a pentashield now. So yes, a lasgun should damage a pentashield, which means even with, you know, the 30,000 health that it would have, a lasgun would be able to break it. Definitely 2 lasguns would just melt it, you know. Last storm happened at like 6:15, so we got about like an hour and 15 until another storm swoops through. I'm coming for your base, pal. This is all still just me, I'm pretty sure. He only farmed it once and then ran. Weird. I have no idea, OMC. I honestly don't know. First off, it depends on how much health is on the pentashield door. It takes me like maybe 10 seconds to break a 8,000 health wall. So 8, 16, 24, 32, 40. So 50 seconds, about a minute maybe. Give or take. $160,000 sucks. I don't have anywhere near 160,000. I've been burning my money on listing prices. When was that, though, Xena? Because they've made changes to the pentashields. Previously, you could only raid them on the corner, so they might have been taking advantage of, like, splash damage or something. But now you can raid them on the front side. From what I understand, people don't use pentashield bases on this server, so I haven't had much, like, live testing with it. So funny, dude. Whoever was farming this. It was a full penta box. The penta box still only takes off of like one wall at a time. If it's a 10 by 10 wall, so 100 squares, it would be 350,000 health. Whoever was farming this static needle out of this probably thought they were gonna make such a big come up, and then once it's been known that this needle is shit, they're like, oh, I just farmed all that loot for nothing. I don't know what else you get out of that, but the static needle is the main pull. And it's ass. There's more fight. I don't know if I'm missing context. It's the very top message that I can see, and I can't read the context of it. And now I've confused myself. Oh, there's more fight, yeah, on these spice fields. Usually. Oops, thought I had my booster on. There's another medium spice field somewhere over here. I don't remember where. Is that it right there? Gotcha. What's funny is you're painted up in the dust things, so I thought for sure. They have the white face in the, they've got the white face in the black butt. They basically went opposite of the Deep Desert Police Department. The fermentally unstable people. Wow. I've never been next to a big one as it went off. But I suppose it would be dumb to not try and get an inventory out of that, huh? That's what she said. Sergeant Slippy Fist comes in here with, I believe, his first chat. Absolutely nails it with the timing. What a perfectly timed first chat. Let me double check. Yep. Perfectly timed. I gotta be quick about this because chances are the dust people are online right now. If I had to guess, the dust people are online and will be trying to make their way over this to drop a carrier on it. They seemingly like to farm early in the morning. guys hear that? Am I hearing shit? Am I hearing shit now? Do you hear shit with the hallucinations? I don't like that. Don't fucking give me audio hallucinations. You're gonna send me into a trip here. I can handle visual hallucinations. You're gonna put me on edge with audio hallucinations. I think it was just the sound. It sounded like an ornithopter landed on the ground, though. Try and shove myself right in the middle. Should be hard to hit me if I'm in the middle. That'd be the spice. Great. We've been officially made an addict. I forgot my mask. Yeah, not good, Zeus. Not good at all. The audio, visual's one thing. Audio makes me start to second guess anything that's going on around me. I think we had an audio hallucination on this game previously when we were flying. We like flew through some weird heat wave of a thing. It was very strange. We're gonna call this our last load though, because pretty sure we're flying too close to the sun here. These guys are about to be out here with a whole guild. Bet. Good enough. The only Dust ones in their Discord is in Haga. Is Dust offline right now? So much for a Zerg. What kind of Zerg goes offline? Get your shit together, Zerg. Come on. Recruit the people, bro. You gotta start funding them or something. I don't know, man. It seems like they had a good day or two, but then these guys absolutely cleared them. The Fermentally Unstable Guild cleared them today, I think. They cleared the carrier and the... Yeah, they might have quit again. They might have killed off the Zerg that was building up as quickly as it was spawned. They're just regular people. I'm sure people in Zergs have jobs, but that's why you gotta get more numbers, so it's constantly online. Somebody's online all the time. But you're right. What that Zerg is in reality is just like a compilation of different small groups and stuff like that. Breaking down your small deep desert base, you gotta go to work tomorrow. Makes sense. I would never leave anything out in the deep desert for long. I wouldn't leave anything out in the deep desert overnight at all. If I was doing a forward operating base, we would be setting it up and tearing it down in one play session. Even if it's as hidden as Canned has over there, I'd be taking everything out of it. We might leave the base there, but we'd be taking everything out of it. Speaking of which, Canned, the hidden hole that you found is in fact on several of the Dust Bowl islands. We've already found one. So there are several Dust Bowl islands that are just packed with these little tiny holes you can crevice into. I was looking at one that's empty without a build in it, and there's a decent amount of space to build in there. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. It's definitely cheeky, and it's gonna keep you out of the radar of big guilds, that's for sure. And the way you have it posted up is wild too. Like realistically, you could mine the whatever ore is on that island just on foot, not even get in your ornithopter. Just on foot, boom, boom, boom. Be able to bank it quick enough. Oh, I got you. How many days until the reset?
On infiltration. Instead of
3 days, 21 hours until the reset.
instead of elections. On intimidation.
Come on now, Botrix, you got this. Hey, Zeus, coming in with the sub over on YouTube. We appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. Welcome. Welcome. I'm gonna have to do a body run eventually, man, because I'm gonna have to bring some water out here. I should have, right after we seen that storm was gonna miss, I should have flown out to do a body run. Yeah, the storm only hit like 15 minutes ago. We probably got another 30 to 45, maybe even like an hour left until the next storm. What are you doing? Interesting path you're taking there, pal. We have 54,000 in this. About 8 hours in is when we ran into Canned. You've never gone into the PvP zone in the deep desert? Jintu, I feel like you're not the only one. There's a lot of people. There's a huge bell curve of people who haven't stepped foot in the deep desert yet. It's not as bad as I think people make it out to be, but to be fair, I'm on a weird server, and some of the stories that people be telling me in the chat sound like nightmare stories. Yeah, you can be fully attacked while flying in the air if that's what you're asking. Or if you're like saying that's why you don't come out, that makes sense. Canned is right. You just it's a bit of some timing. It's a bit of some. Once you get in an ornithopter, it's not easy to force you out of the air. Somebody literally has to lay in a bunch of rockets into you. So realistically, even with a full storage, if you can get... So, like, if I was being attacked, let's say I'm down here farming, okay? And I get attacked. So I'm here, doo-doo-doo. I farm this thing, right? Right, we slap this thing, and then boom, 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 rockets come in. I managed to get to my ornithopter. Boom, 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 rockets are hitting my ornithopter. What I would do is just literally go up, straight up. I have a booster, but let's just say for argument's sake that I don't. I have storage. I would literally go straight up, and yeah, they're hitting me with rockets, so maybe you do like a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Try to not get hit with as many rockets as you can, but you got to get up as high as you possibly can, and then you glide out, bro. And if you're lucky enough and they didn't break your wings by the time you get to your glide out phase, I'm going 180. The max that they can glide is 150. I'm going to gap them. You know what I'm saying? We're going to catch the gap.
On intimidation.
Honestly, J Wolf, it just kind of depends on what your auction house is at and where you think you should spend it, you know what I mean? You are one shot if you're on the ground, Zeus. That's a problem. So if the scout ornithopter hit me directly when I was on the ground, changes that whole scenario. That whole scenario does hinge on me being able to get back to my ornithopter, which is why typically when I'm farming ores and stuff, when I'm farming like ores, I land almost right on top of the ore, trying to almost use the tail end of my ornithopter here as a bit of some coverage from any potential rocket fire. In a perfect scenario, I will be under my ornithopter's tail while I am mining. It doesn't always work out that way, but in a perfect scenario. But Zeus is right. You are one shot. That's a problem. I feel like the ornithopters should do less damage to people on the ground. Yep, that's a good counter as well. If you can stay directly above or directly below the person who's shooting rockets at you, they're gonna have a hard time hitting. In fact, it's gonna be practically impossible for them to hit the rockets. Been all the way across the Iro. The Iro never has any island on it. It's crazy. I can't believe the whole entire Iro just never has islands on it. Such a crazy gameplay choice. Man. I just can't pass up on this medium field. We've been passing up on medium fields night after night, bro. We gotta start slapping some spice down. Might as well farm it while it's here. Yo, Pizzle coming in with the follow. We appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Lost everything by a gang squad. New Thopter and all your spice. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. That's brutal. I'm assuming they thumpered your Ornithopter. That sucks. Ah, who likes playing in a group though, Cloud, you know? Sometimes the solo way is the best way. Hopefully they can start actually putting together some decent guild versus guild combat though, because I do quite enjoy big guild versus guild battles. Throne and Liberty made me realize that I do. Oh, and that's what I was saying about Ashes earlier too. I was concerned, you know, that it was going to be a guild versus guild fest, turn into a bit of a Zerg fest. And Ashes creation kind of is. But at the same time, like, I enjoy playing with the guild and fighting in big guild battles, so I'm here for it. If they didn't thumper you, you can get it back. That is correct. You might have to disassemble the whole thing and take it home piece by piece, but if you disassemble it and put it on a new chassis, you can repair it. What I'm doing right now is very, very dumb. And what I mean by that is we are farming way too far away from our Ornithopter. You realistically want to be farming right on top of that thing because, like Zeus said, it's a one-tap with the Ornithopter rocket, which just... Yeah, I typically play solo. Throne and Liberty, like, is the type of game that literally forces you into a guild, though, and I did not mind the guild versus guild combat. As a matter of fact, I enjoyed it way more than I thought I would. What would you think about making the deep desert depend on guild size? That way every guild is forced to fight someone of equal numbers and not making it dependent on the server that you join. I think that the devs putting something like that together, parameters like that together, would be near impossible. If the devs could pull it off, sure, but then you'd run into situations where you have solos heading into the solo deep desert, but they're on calls with 2 people, you know what I mean? 3 people. I think that ends up leading to more problems than it solves. Unfortunately, the solo life is the hard life, you know what I mean? The rat life. Skull gets it. Solo life is that rat life. Gotta rat it out sometimes. You want to get the goods. Oh, Pizzle coming in with the follow. I already said that, didn't I? Thought I missed it. Thought I missed it. Man, 2 hours ago, we blitzed past the follower goal that Twitch set for us of 110. You guys are crazy. We're currently sitting at 23 viewers on Twitch, which, again, is just absolutely insane. I appreciate you guys being here. Honestly, just mind-blowing, for real. But then we got over on YouTube as well. You guys are killing it. We got Adam in as the #1. Evil coming in at #2 and J Wolf in at #3. Absolutely insane. I don't know if OMC is here, but he's got the like count on this thing. I don't have the like count. Either way, you guys are freaking insane. Absolutely killing it. I appreciate you. There's another full inventory of spice down. We've knocked out a decent chunk of spice tonight. Getting the double views. Yeah, over on Twitch, hitting double digits is wild. Let alone double digits twice over, passing 20. Freaking insane, man. I just wanted to freak him out a little bit. Just give him a little scare. You're never alone out here, pal. I'm always watching you. Spiced cheese. Oh. Oh, yeah. We got that purple cheese being made in the cheese grater tonight. Plenty of charge time left. Brilliant. Did I see the ornithopter slide 300 kilometers? Go up with S and then go sideways and press control. What? No, I haven't seen that. Is that what it's called? Like, it's called the ornithopter slide, like the like a dance move or something like that? Hold on. Give me a second. Go up with S. I can't go up with S. You only go up with space. Up with S like this. And then go sideways. And press control. It's a dive. Oh. S. I'm dumb. I was hitting W. Up with S. And then sideways and control. What the hell is that? What the hell even is happening? Why? Why? That's broken. That's broken. Does it work without the turbo? We gotta let our thing cool down. We gotta let our thing cool down and actually get up in the air here. We're gonna see how far we can take this thing. It does work out. We're going up high first, yeah. We're gonna. Alright, we go up with S, then to the side and control. What just landed me in the same spot? I got nowhere. Point straight down. I can go all directions. What? I feel like the turbo is screwing me. Ben, if you're reading this, your ornithopter's broken. Ben, stop doing the ornithopter slide. now I'm just picturing it. Hold on, shit, I did it wrong. Fuck. Now I'm just picturing like being in this guy's base right here. You don't know what's going on, and then here comes me over here, and you're like, what's this guy doing? And then he's just, oh, what the hell? I'm not doing anything now. How does this thing work without the turbo? Don't look at me yet. I'm gonna come sliding across your base in a second, okay? We're gonna do the slide, bud. What would be going through this guy's head? I don't even know what's going through my head. It is useless. Mastered? I can't control it at all. There's like, how would you even control something like that? It seemingly does not have any sort of direction to it. Up, sideways, control. Fucking hit the Q button. Fat fingered the Q button. I mean, it works. It's still doing the broken movement. I just have no sideways momentum. Ah, yeah, I just messed all of that up. Up, control S. The hell, that wouldn't get you out of some situations. Even with, even without the booster. Even without the booster, the hell that wouldn't get you out of some situations. If I was chasing somebody with a rocket and then their ass started sliding off to the side, first off, I'd be pissed. And second off, there's no way I'd catch them. Without the boost, it does kind of like completely stall you. Oh, here we go. We just did it without a booster and we managed to pick up speed. It just depends on what direction you're like actually gaining momentum in. When I was looking this way, it was slowing my momentum down, but the second I cooked it off that way, we started flying. Okay, maybe not. Oh, here we go. There's the 250. Okay, one more. Dude, I think that would work. If you pulled that off in the middle of a fight, they wouldn't know what to do, man. And, like, granted, it would put me all the way down at the ground, and I'd have to regain height. Crazy, bro. With the boosters, it's insta 250. Oh, when I shut the booster off, it shut off. Bro, I'm not a good pilot. I suck ass at piloting. Echo was the one who dropped that video talking about all of the Ornithopter ins and outs, isn't he? Yeah. I am not the pilot, that is for sure. What's crazy about that is you have like a bit of a spin going on too, so even if they managed to stay tracked on you, dude, it would be so hard. Weird. Oh, we almost had it. We almost had the continuation going. What sucks is sometimes it's pulling me in directions I just don't anticipate, and that's kind of not what you want going on in a fight. You should try to dive like that, and then before you hit the ground, regain control and boost up. Oh, yeah. Dive like, yeah. It would, you're right. We should practice stuff like that, correct. We should be hitting a storm here shortly. Hopefully it catches this guy's base. Okay. We're gonna boost to height here. I'm gonna hard pull. Cut that. Okay, it seems like we just rubber banded. Oh, whoa. We're going up. Huh! I believe I can fly. This is it, you guys. This is it. This is how you cross the deep desert. 900 meters! 900! 900! We did it! We did it! We did it! You did, I did it! I did it! Wow. Would I be able to recreate that? Probably not. I'm not even certain what made me start to go backwards. We had that weird rubber band thing happen there. Maybe it was the server rubber band. Control. Oh! Oh, we're doing it again! Blast off! To the moon! And we fly! Good luck catching me, assholes! I can fly backwards at 250, up to 900, my friend. And then the game freaks out. Xena, I was here. Man.
On infiltration.
Lord Optic coming in with the follow. Welcome. Hi, how are ya? You're wild. We appreciate you stopping by. I hope you're doing well. That was something else, man. I didn't expect... Oh, I clipped it. Oh, it's clipped. That's the second clip I've hit on Twitch tonight. I don't know how the clips work. I don't know how far back it's clipping. I don't know what. It's 8 hours and 52 minutes into the stream. Something to take note of in case the Twitch clip, for some reason, let's say, like, downloads at 720p or some shit like that. How are we doing that, AG? Let's go ahead and try and explain, because I was able to recreate it. So let me actually try and show you guys how to recreate it here. So let's see if I can do it 3 times in a row while I'm trying to explain it. Okay, so basically I'm gonna turbo boost up, and I'm tapping S, and then I hold D, and then I have to let go of the Q, but I didn't let go of Q fast enough. You see we didn't let go of Q fast enough? That pushed me down. That is D I'm holding, right? Yes. So basically, you're going to gain altitude while you're diving by holding S, and then you're going to hit either D or A to select a direction. I don't think it matters at this point in time. And then you're going to hold the control button. So watch. We're going to go up, holding S, and then hard hold D, control, let go of Q. If you let go of Q with the right time, it was rubber banding me backwards. We didn't get the rubber band at that time. Let's see if we can get the rubber band. Let's see if we can get the rubber band and actually launch ourselves up in the air here. Too fast, maybe? It was too fast, maybe? It seemed like I cut it off. I didn't give it time to actually develop. Maybe we need to be a specific height in the air. Good job, devs. Now you got Fringe flying backwards, 900 kilometers, 900 meters in the air at 250 kilometers per hour. Good job, devs. You fucked up with this one. I'm not getting the rubber band anymore. Damn, bro. That's a risky business. You try that in the middle of a fight and don't pull it off. Also, my method does rely on the turbo, so realistically, we wouldn't ever be in a fight where that mattered. Hotfix incoming. Damn it, Zeus. Now we have a patch coming out tomorrow. My speed seems to be determinative, like, on what direction I'm looking. If I look over here, maybe not. Try it with the assault? Oh, we should. I have to make it go backwards and up. Yeah, I know, I'm trying. I don't know what the magic buttons were before. Is it because I'm letting go of Q while I'm not facing backwards and up? Go that way! So if you manage the horizontal direction with S, when you go backwards, if I manage the horizontal direction with S, and when I go backwards and then use free look, I don't have a carrier. There's literally no reason I would build a carrier. Otherwise I would try. There we go. Now we're taking off. Whoa, 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 wow. It's not freaking out anymore either. Oh, there we go. Oh, we're going back now. Oh, we're gonna get kicked, bro. I gotta stop doing this shit. The game's gonna be like, he's fucking doing something, bro. It is something to do with the angle of the nose or something. But here we are flying back in at 250 kilometers per hour. Oh my gosh, bro. Woo, that is crazy. Okay. I was going to hang out around this guy's base here. Actually, you know what? I am going to do that. We're going to hang here for a minute. We should be getting closer and closer to the storm coming. I gotta run to the bathroom right quick. Also, my wife should be waking up soon. I should check. The Ornithopter Shuffle. I'm renaming it because we're not really going left or right. If you manage to catch it just perfectly, it turns into the Rocket Man. So it's now Rocket Manning. Like, oh fuck, there goes Fringe Rocket Manning again. I'll be back. Elon Musking. He's fucking musking all over the place. I hit clip on Twitch. As to whether or not that did anything, I don't know. We are 8 hours and 59 minutes in. Just trying to make a mental note to myself that I'll forget, so let me go ahead and pull out the notepad because I'm a moron. I made a mental note about the other one as well, and I don't remember. It was like 6 hours in or something like that. Who knows? That's just a guess. Complete and total guess right there. Yeah, I'm shocked that we actually started flying into the sky. Tell me it said sector, weather in the sector, please. Please don't let this guy's base get spared again, dude. It looks like it's far south, man. It is, bro. Why is it fucking angled towards the A sector, bro? Actual douchebags, man. It's like, oh, storms aren't gonna come when it's not peak time. Bro, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning and I have storms hitting the dead center of the deep desert. 7 o'clock now and this thing's riding the bottom half of it for the second time in a row. What the hell, dude? Seriously, it's the most frustrating thing about raiding. Is when you end up having to wait 2 or 3 storm cycles to end up landing a raid. We're gonna go whip out this Ornithopter because following it is pointless because it came from up here, so what, G8? G8's got something in it? Pretty sure G8's where he's hiding his base. So we can't raid G8. You stupid ass storm. It's 7:14. It was literally 60 minutes, almost to the dot, between storms. Didn't they say they wanted to make raiding even harder? I thought I remember something in the previous patch notes. I think that was a few patch notes ago, and I thought that they were talking about with the way that the las gun melts through walls, and also with the way that the cutter ray was like exploiting through walls. But I don't know. Well, I mean, when I'm 900 meters in the air next time, I'll hit the space bar. And if I rubber band, I've never rubber banded back to the original position that I've started in. So I'm assuming that we're flying through the air at that speed, you know what I mean? I would have to assume. But you do make a good point, as if like we're just, it looks on our screen like we're not flying normally, but we're just like flying normally on everybody else's screen. I'm like, hey guys, look at me do the shuffle, and I'm just fucking flying across their screen normally. It seems to be entirely on nose position. Come on, you son of a bitch, fly into the sky. so weird, bro. So weird. Mike! I don't think anybody on their squad's on. We need Mike in the chat over here. Nice. Love the wing bugs. Beautiful. Mike is here. Mike, where are you at? Are you in the Haga Basin? Oh no! Getting wormed. Oh my god. Oh god. Bro, it works. It works with the assault ornithopter. I know I need fuel. I'm not going too far with this thing. I'm just checking this stupid thing out. Who was it earlier? Somebody said that they actually saw somebody doing this in game, and they thought they were hacking because of it. Come on, I just want to get this bitch up to 250. Come on, there it goes, and we're off! We're flying, baby! We're going to the moon with the assault ornithopter, baby! No, we didn't get to 900! What? I'm getting flung back! Come on, man. Earth pulled us back into orbit, dude, no! Bro, it has everything to do with where my tail is at. Here it goes. Fly, baby, fly. Please, 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 please. No! Come on! No! Don't take me back! Oh, okay. I got you, Naga. I don't know exactly how that clip works. If I can make it into orbit, head for the Highliner and the planet Caladan. OMC's dropping lore. Lore that I don't understand, but that's exactly where we're headed. Oh, I appreciate you, Naga. You're a legend. So if my butt's facing down, the momentum's killed. But if my butt's facing in the air, we're going to kick it way up in the sky. For some reason, this thing cuts out at 240 and then, like, immediately loses speed again. It's very strange. There we go. That should take us back. Beautiful. Come on. Please. Please, please, please. No, it cut off again. 800, 830. Come on. Stop bringing me back. And then it just draws me back, which might actually play into OMC's, like, theory that this isn't actual speed or, like, movement that we're seeing here, and rather it's, like, some sort of visual bug. I don't know. This is something that the QA testers should have found. This is some shit that they should have found. Because it's like a weird number of buttons that you have to press in order to make it work. So start loop with boost, then nose up, control, and then try to fly it. So instead of going sideways, just press control. Nose up and then control, that's what you're saying? Oh, because control is supposed to be bringing you down. Okay. Maybe if I'm flipped, so my wheels are kind of facing towards the sky, so the ornithopter gets confused and it thinks that up is down. No, stop spinning. No, I needed to keep spinning because I let go of the spin and then it pulled me back. Mike, I'm assuming you're not in the deep desert. I'm assuming you had to go back to the Haga Basin in order to re-gear somebody. Very inconsistent. Maybe when I'm facing west. When I'm facing west, it seems to work the best. What about east? Like, maybe it has to do with where you're facing on the compass, bro. I don't know what's going on here. Hey, 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 buddy. Hey, stop. Hey, come here. Hey, buddy, I need your help. I need your help. Hey, I need your help, guy. I need you to watch something here. Just real quick. Just sit here and watch something. Hey, hey. Watch something. Watch something. Watch this. I need you to watch something and tell me if on your screen it looks like it looks on my screen, okay? Are you ready? It's actually wild. So just watch me for a second, okay? You ready? Bro, am I flying towards the ground like a meteor? Am I just like launching towards the ground on your screen?
Yeah, dude, what the hell was that, man? That was wild.
Bro, okay. Alright.
Like,
So,
just like floated.
alright.
Backwards.
So if you, if you hit, yeah, he's got it. He knows what's up. Yeah, he's got it. Oh my god, that looks wild.
Dude, how do you do that?
I don't know if you need boost, but basically what you do is you go into dive mode, and then while you're gaining altitude by hitting S, you're gonna hold D or S to go left or right, and then at the same time you're gonna hold the control button.
Oh, the control. Yeah. The move up deep, but that's the. I'm in the sandstorm, bro, where it just throws the fucking, you know.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
He's
So.
in the sandstorm, and he just throws the. He's like, I'm not controlling this thing anymore.
Yeah, dude. Yes. Yes. Cool.
All right, let me try.
That wouldn't it, bro? You gotta hold way S. When you're diving and holding S, you gotta put your nose like to the sky. You gotta put your nose to the sky when you're diving.
Don't worry, I'm a noob, bro.
No, you're good. You're good.
Got that on me, bro.
You really do need the boost though, because it just. You might actually need the boost because I did it a couple times on the Scout without a boost, but with. Whoa, that guy's flying all over the place. This guy seems to have control of it. How are you controlling it? This guy's got like full control of it, bro. What the hell? Cheese training, yeah, ain't that the truth? I found the one gold farmer online. Hey, Evil Box Man's got the raid on. Good luck, good luck. That guy seemed to have like full control of it. Whoop, whoop, whoa, whoa. Here we go, here we go. Come on. Oh, I let go of S. I picked up on S. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Hey, hey. Whoa. S or W will take you left or right when you're in the middle of that. I'm about to run out of gas here. S or A will take you left or... No, sorry. D or A will take you left or right. Bro's running out of gas. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. McLovin sees it. My ornithopter is gonna get left on the sand, thumped by some asshole. Oh, I think I have gas on me, don't I? Yeah, I had gas on me. I could have filled up at any time, bro. We're dumb. All right, let's try this one more time then, because that was actually wild. We had a little bit of control of it. Let's get way up. Up as high as we can. That ain't it, is it? There we go. Whoa, whoa! Hey, 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 hey! Whoa, 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 whoa! What is that, bro? Insanity. Can you stop a roll? Wow. I take back what I said in saying this should have been caught by QA testers, because this should have for sure been caught by the devs within like an hour of testing, because in testing the control function, they should have found that out. Try the scout, it's easier to change direction. Park this stupid boat. What the hell is going on? Wouldn't even let me go up. Game's not broken. Yeah, I know, we're only like a month in too, and you know this has been some tech in the game since day one. No, they do not play their game, not even an iota of their game. They haven't played their game genuinely for not even 2 hours. We've kind of lost the rocket, man. There it goes. Oh, you can S and W goes as well. What the hell? Once you're in that mode, you can kind of fly it around. Let's get way up in the sky. What was that, dude? Oh no, he got salty. Oh, shouldn't have built in the PvP zone then, my friend. Who is you? Who is you?
Who is this guy?
Oh, y'all are in trouble. Y'all are in trouble. That's not you guys, is it, Mike? We got some fun to be had. Go ahead and take it out, buds. That's not you, is it, Mike? They're going back out with the carrier. What'd I tell you guys? Need to build some stairs, but I don't think I can because it's going to poke out of the technical zone. Whatever. Rude. Yeah, we're going to go fly out there and see if we can cause some havoc. Hey! Hey, Johnny! Fucking turn that ornithopter down, it's too loud! Bro, my fucking booster just disappeared. I just put my boost on and it's not there. Oh yeah, it is. It's just not showing. What?
Here's back everything's
Oh, it's canned. It's canned! Something just happened.
Here's Don, brother.
Carrier's back. Carrier's coming back. What's he doing?
It's coming back. You go look for him.
Is that your carrier? It ain't coming back. Hey, Dark Mood! Coming in with a gifted sub. What just happened? Something just happened. A hype train just started. Hey, Dark Mood coming out with 5 community gifted subs. You're an absolute legend, my friend. Man, we appreciate you. Can't tell you how much I appreciate you. I win this fight, asshole. I carry your carrier. Is he pushing me down? Man, we appreciate you, Dark Mood. You're absolutely freaking insane. Jen ended up landing a gifting tier, coming in with Diesel as well. Canned hit one. Underscale coming in one. Beautiful. You guys are absolute legends. Dark Mood, we appreciate you. Not only did he gift out 5 stubs, but it also started a hype train. Pretty dang cool. Okay, we've run into a problem. There they are. Okay, we fixed the problem. No more ads. Hey, ain't that the truth? I'm not sure how often Twitch actually pushes ads. Are they shoving a lots of ads into the stream? Naga coming in, redeeming the on-screen celebration. Hey, 40 bits to do so. We appreciate you. Did that show up on screen? I'm waiting for these guys to figure out what they want to try and do. The carrier seems to be waiting for me. Wait, did the carrier take off? That was just a tiny ornithopter. Let's pop out and see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something or figure out some way for those bits to be actually showed off on the. It did, okay. Showed off inside of the Botrix chat. Because the other day we had some slip through the cracks. I'm not sure where the carrier went. About time for some new wings, yes. That happens every week. Every week. That's alright though, we'll still get some work out of these things. It's gonna put us at a bit of a disadvantage when people start hitting us back though. Spin the carrier with the crawler. Can you dive with the carrier while you have the sand crawler hooked? What paint color is the tail of the ornithopter? I believe it's sunset. Matthew, I believe. You wish there was half steps for those types of situations and more half walls for stacking stuff? Man, Enran, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. I'm not sure what I said to draw that response. Oh, are we talking about the stairs to get up into the base? A half wall would be really nice right there. The doors, they clip you weird. You can't dive with the crawler, gotcha. It doesn't seem like you can dive while you're carrying things, which is interesting. I'm guessing that's where they're going. Being at the edge, yeah. Or like some wall decorations to put on the outside of the foundation. I think Once Human had a lot of nice wall. I loved Once Human's building system. And they had a lot of nice wall decorations, like the vines and the stuff like that, yeah. Yeah, right on the edge of the build zone. You should still be able to like slap a bit of decoration out there. Hype train complete. Level 2. Ayo, level 2 hype train in the chat. Hype all around. Absolutely legendary. Yeah, that's unfortunate, Naga, because you know that stuff's going to be coming out in a very monetized format. Which is fine. You know, I can't really complain. Surely it's not going to be as egregiously monetized as Once Human was. But even as somebody who didn't buy cosmetics, I had a lot of like wall decorations and in-house decorations to work with on that game, which is just really nice. It's really nice to have. We're low on fuel. Let's go ahead and fill her up. That's all the fuel we got. Where's all the storms? OMC, this cheeky bastard over here just keeps avoiding the storm. It's the most annoying thing. He's gotten lucky and avoided the storm 3 times now, I believe. Possibly 4. We're giving it one more go. We're giving it one more storm to push through and knock this guy. Yeah, Tanit, you can say game is 3 months old, but Once Human, again, a game very similar, dropped with hundreds of free cosmetics that you just found while you were exploring the PvE area. So I would tend to agree that it's a bit lackluster. But you are right. We are just at the very beginning of this thing, and surely it's only going to expand and expand and expand. And hopefully the PvE gets a little bit more interesting, and hopefully they can figure out some sort of like semblance of balancing the PvP into some risk versus reward, and also just balancing it overall. The storm, I should be coming here in the next 30 minutes. We should have a storm in the next 30 minutes. We have dust out here trying to mine with a carrier, a sand crawler. They're getting dusty. I'm gonna go see if we can cause any havoc. You got a bunch of swatches this week with the Landsrad rewards, but the limited cosmetics on armor, etc. is kind of sad. You want a cloak or something cool on your Chom light armor? Yeah. Like Tanit's saying, like, with good time, that'll end up coming in. But at the same time, it's like, what are you gonna do? Let's try and get rockets going with this thing. With this dive tech here.
On infiltration.
Hey, something just happened. I'm guessing it's a subscriber over on YouTube. Come on, go up, go up, go up. Damn. Matthew coming in with the sub over on YouTube. Very nice. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. A mannequin? See, there's another idea, and that's something that could have easily been slotted in. So yeah, I agree with Tana, and like, sure, in time, but man, there's also a lot of like very simple type of cosmetics that should be here but aren't, you know? We're gonna go get our ornithopter dicked on here, because basically I'm just gonna go try and throw rockets at this carrier. We might try and take out the other ornithopters, but realistically it's not even my prerogative. If this is the same guild we were fighting the other day, we were fighting, I think it was 3 or 4 of their defenders versus just little old me, and we were doing just fine. So let's see if they've gotten any better. Thrive on danger as your passive. Ooh, what's that do? Wonder if it can be done with a broken wing. That's a good question, Adam. Good question. There can only be one of these active at any time, correct? Do they chicken out and not come out to sand crawl? Still the only spice that's been hitting off this thing is what I hit. This is just as empty as when we left it. Big regen on low health. Gotcha. Crawler pulled back. Gotcha. They saw that they done been scouted. Oh, it's you, Can? Okay, gotcha. I thought you weren't a part of Dust, Canned. Canned's lying to us. Him and Dust are out here trying to crawl. Or is this like an offsect of Dust? Do we have a third small group out here with a crawler? Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy as hell, bro. You got that big Zerg forming, and then the fermentally unstable guild, and y'all still coming out here? Crazy. Is that the place where the giant grandmother worm lives? Yeah. That's where old Grandpa Big Worm lives. Honestly, I'm not that hard to defend. You know what I mean? It's not that hard to defend against me. Just get a couple people throwing some rockets my way. Bro, medium spice field, medium spice field, medium spice field, large spice field, and there was that base right here that had no spice in it, man. It could have just been stacked, loaded with spice, super loaded, but no, nothing. God, my back probably looks like I'm taking a shit, but I'm just like trying to stretch my back out. Fucking hurts. Well, if they're in here, they know I'm coming. But I don't hear any firing, so they're not in here. Let's go see if some cheesy bastard's still looting this chest. My prediction is no. Because nothing good comes out of this chest. "25 minutes until the next storm, predictably." If only it was that easy when we were first trying.
On infiltration instead of invasion.
Hey, Mick Loving coming in with the sub over on YouTube. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Dude, what the hell? My boosts aren't showing up again, but I'm gonna be able to boost. Game's not broken. Game's fine. Oh my gosh, I done it again, bro. I keep mixing up the rows and the columns. Where did I get the cloaked boosters? Man. It must have been from all of the weird gliding we had going on earlier. The game didn't like it. There's a way to control that. What are you, dumb, bro? Just gonna run fucking circles around you. Adios, muchachos. See you next year. Hope he's already out of render distance. Yeah, that wasn't very smart, bud. You're goofy. Actually... maybe we can get him over to this island. Actually... hello? I'm over here. If this frickin' base survives one more storm, I'm gonna flip, dude. I'm gonna flip, man. It's gonna be like the third time we've had a base survive like 5 or 6 storms. Fricking ridiculous. Oh, God. Somebody get Pilates on the line. Oh, my God. Joseph Hubertus Pilates invented Pilates. Oh my God, this guy's like... I think there was videos of this guy at like 85 years old doing somersaults, jumping up. I can't do a somersault right now, you guys. I gotta start doing Pilates. You gotta start off small though. What's like one tick below Pilates? Stretching? Maybe we start with stretching. You do your daily stretches. Or you're gonna be 30 years old and stiff.
On infiltration instead of invasion.
I'm just gonna lay down for a
On
minute.
diversion.
What is that? Oh.
On intimidation.
You fucking, come on now. You thought it'd be that easy?
Yeah, I see it. I see him. I see him. Yeah, they're easily.
Got a wing. Okay, let me get my power back up. Let me get my shield back up. There we go. Put your shield on or you're gonna die. Oh, come on. Thanks for the... What are you doing? Was that him? Was that him who was talking? Buddy. Canned. Tell your boy he's got to put his shield on. Tell your boy he just can't stand there with no shield after throwing rockets at me. And expect me not to come for that ass. I'm sitting here fucking doing Pilates, and your boy... Oh, I'm feeling good now. I just needed a bit of some adrenaline running, you know? The back's fine. Oh, yeah. So you gotta stretch when the adrenaline's running, and you don't feel the pain. Ugh, that's how you get gain, is you put yourself through pain that you don't feel. Oh, yeah. Bring it around town. SpongeBob was onto something, I think. Ooh, 'cause that's nice. Manzaw coming in with the sub over on YouTube. Welcome. Stoner's done. He's had enough. He's had enough. Break dancing. I couldn't even, bro, I couldn't even, if I laid down on the ground before that guy if I laid down on the ground like I was getting ready to before that guy started firing at me, I'm not positive that I would have been able to get back up fast enough. I'm telling you guys, stretch, you know, don't break your back for a company, dude. I really jacked my lower back up for UPS, man, working real hard. Picked a fight and then doesn't shield. Yeah, very confusing. Very, very confusing. And is just walking around with 32 of these. Why you got 32 spice infused plastanium on you? It's not that hard of a resource to get, but it's a strange resource to just be carrying around. Also, I did kind of need the fuel cell, so that was a big up. Big up. Super newbie. It was the same guy who was firing at us with rockets while we were boostering around out there. And he started firing at us with rockets before I even knew he was there. He didn't hit us one time. So, noob check number 1. Noob check number 2 is we're sitting right here. Sitting duck. He comes flying in. I'm standing still right here. Still doesn't manage to land a rocket. So noob check number 2. Flies around enough for me to knock a wing down. Noob check number 3. It's unfortunate. And then maybe the biggest mistake of all was to come stand over there and just not put his shield down like he was getting his Discord chat up and running or something. So I'm still in the same spot. I'm still in the same spot. We got about 15 minutes until the raid's coming, hopefully. If this storm misses this island, I'm bailing, bro. I'm leaving it. PvP with the mobs. Balancing fighting PvP and the mobs is crazy. I remember when we rolled in on Dirty Mike and the two other people that were inside of that lab, and it was freaking hectic. I wouldn't have been able to balance the PvE and the PvP for as long as I did had I not been able to, like, you know, just cheese my way up onto the platforms and basically avoid the PvE while I wasn't at my keyboard. I wasn't. That's why I'm saying he had me dead to rights, bro. He had me dead to rights if he just landed a couple of his ornithopter shots. To be fair, landing ornithopter shots, I suck at too. I'm like really fucking bad at it. So, especially when people get on the ground. When people are on the ground, I aim at them and then my rocket goes and fucking launches like 50 meters past them. I'm like, can we figure out the angle of attack here? Flies 50 meters over their head. And I'm like, dude, come on. It's fully player mistake there though. I'll be right back. Jay Wolf, appreciate you stopping by. You have yourself a good night. Take it easy out there. I'll be running a live stream again in about 12 hours from now. Maybe 14 hours from now. We'll be kicking it back in. I know it does go off where your nose is pointed, and that's where I mess up all of the time, Enron. You're so right. You're 100% correct. So realistically, if the target's on the ground, you want to be pointing... You want to point your nose at the target as much as you can. And a lot of my mistake comes into play is when they jump on the ground, I pull back and up to try and get a little bit more altitude. And in doing that, it sends my rocket up and over their head. 100%. %. Hopefully, J Wolf, they come out with character transfers soon. And then we can all move our way over to the most populated server and call ourselves the Cheeseheads. And we'll just put up cheese graters everywhere. Nothing but cheese. The server won't even know what hit them, bro. They'll be like, what sort of cheesy shit is this? They're everywhere. And then we win. And then we win. Come on, Lee, where you at? Give me a little bit more action before this raid hopefully comes. We need a storm. The Cheese Guild. The Cheese Grater Guild.
Weather alert.
Yes, dude.
Storm is approaching.
Oh, baby, I love the way. It better hit it hard enough. I've had it say that it's going to hit the sector, and then guess what? Doesn't hit the sector. Not hard enough. Not hard enough. We'll get you here, Evil Box Man. We'll get you here. You think Big Cheese isn't gonna come in and take over? Big Cheese has paid me to make sure we come in and take over, okay? Big Cheese pays well. Big Cheese has the cheese.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hey, hey! Now you guys all know what my ringtone is. Embarrassing. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. It says in 6 minutes. I'm not going to be able to see it proper. Especially if it's hidden like down here. Where is the fracking storm? Just let me zoom out all the way, man. For what reason do they cap the zoom right here? Just let me ride it back. It's not on the map. This happens all the time. And I'm assuming that's because it's coming from a weird angle.
Weather alert.
And because
A
it
large
says
sandstorm
5
is
minutes, it's
approaching.
coming... We're on G3, right next to G2. So because it says 5 minutes, I know it's coming from this side here. Oh, you'd be surprised, Evil. You would be surprised. It's not quite as much, but it's close. What's in that rock? This is where he put his sub-fief, bro. We found his hidden sub-fief while we were dicking around this space. He's got it hidden down here. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Big Cheese and Big Dairy kind of work together. They do backroom deals. As much as they, like, want the public to not know that they're working together, they're working together.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I do have the las gun, and I don't know if, because if we take a look at this here, let me show you. That thing is inside of the terrain. I don't know if I break this, if that'll fall. And then if that doesn't, I don't know if the rocket launcher will do damage to it, but we're going to find out. Because this guy thought he was being super clever here, and he might have been. This might be like the cleverest play of them all. I mean, it does kind of look like there's a hole that you could shoot it, but when we're looking at that with the tool, it looks like
Sector
there's
weather
also
alert.
not, you know what I
A large
mean?
sandstorm is approaching.
But you're right, you can pretty heftily see that glow. But if we take a look, I'm telling you, it looks like it's inside of the wall. It looks like it's inside of the hill. But the bottom of it might be poking out of the hill. Regardless, first things first, I'm going to break the pillar here, because I'm curious if I break the pillar, if it is going to break the sub-fief. Nice, we're full on the reloads. I should, you're right, the mentat ability, but then I would have to put skills to get all the way up into that. And with the abilities that I have here in Planetologist of Overcharge and Conservation of Energy, I can run this thing for a pretty long time. Hey, Captain Caveman, how are things going? We've been doing all right. We've been doing good here. How about you, Caveman? We finally... I mean, that's pretty dead center. It's a little off to the right, and it's like, kind of angled to where it might just clip it. I swear if this base just gets clipped, I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm actually gonna lose it. It's not gonna happen. It's gonna hit it. It's gonna hit it. Have faith. What sword do we use currently right now? We're using the static needle. I would not suggest it. Just got out of bed, off for a work week. Off work for an entire week. Nice. Very nice. Get some of that grinding going. Very nice.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It's gonna be so fucking close, dude. It's gonna be way too close for comfort, bro. It is like the very edge of it. It's just not gonna shield. It's not gonna break. Just get over it, you guys. It's not happening. If we set ourselves up for failure, then we won't be disappointed. Now I'm cooking to the sun. Now I'm on fire. Oh no. It's gonna be close, man. It really is. It does not, Tanit. It does not. It's a facade. It's not the best sword. People are lying. Me and Dirty Mike tested it thoroughly. We tested it extensively yesterday. And it doesn't knock off any of the power at all. It knocks off exactly as much power as any other blade knocks off. Yeah. It's a facade.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Come on. Come on. It's not gonna drop, you guys. Oh! It dropped! Damn. It's actually tucked in that rock and you can't do damage to it. Oh, that's the cutter ray. I'm like, fucking damage the wall. What are you doing? This guy thought, didn't he, you guys? I think he has generators up here. What's the best sword right now? Any of the tier 6s that cause poison or fire. I would go with a rapier or a dagger because of the attack speed. Preferably a rapier because of the range that it has on it as well. I think he has generators up there. I'm going to try and pop. Nope, no gens. Alright, so the power is never going to come back on here. Literally nothing! Why does he have flower sand? What is this second door here? How many doors does this guy have? With the weight? What is that? What even is that? A mouse corpse? Gross. Gross, dude. What is happening right now? Here we go. You thought, didn't you, bud? What a base, man. What a freaking base. The subfief, with the way it's sunk into that hill, is completely unbreakable, which is actually wild. Still nothing, bro. The floor as well. That's fine. We've knocked all of the power to this thing. I've got unlimited time to raid it. That's why I'm saying if he'd have spent a little bit of extra time putting in some like extra generators. Is that just a floor? Oh my gosh. No, that's foundation. Foundation, foundation. That's all foundation. This guy hid his base really well. He hid the stuff inside of his base really well as well. If he would have just spent a little bit of extra time putting some more generators down behind walls, I wouldn't have been able to get in. I wouldn't have been able to break as much of it as I broke. There's another room right here. Another couple rooms. Like, if he'd have hid some generators in here, he probably would have been fine. What the fuck is this, bro? It just keeps opening up, dude. Oh my gosh, please. That door is another one as well. That door is going to open up into something. Wow. What a weird base. Another chest as well. I needed that leader, John, actually. Thank you, sir. I needed a little bit of water. I feel like I'm being trolled a little bit, you guys. I feel like I'm being trolled a little bit with what's in these chests. Weird things. And with the way that I have to go and break each and every single one of these chests because I couldn't get to the sub-thief as well. We're not going to leave a single chest unturned, though. You better believe it. 7 copper. He knew I was coming. That's possible. It's possible. I like the way his base is set up, for real. I do like it. It's put together well. A couple of generators and he would have had me stuck at this base and I would have been waiting here to break into it again. You know, if he had a couple of generators placed properly, I would have had to wait at this base because I wouldn't have let it go unrated. What the fuck are you talking about? Another door. And another possible hidden wall right here. This guy's got hidden walls for days, dude. It's not. Not a hidden wall. Let's pull out this, though. I'm just making sure there's no flooring anywhere. Like on the above side, there seems to be a lot. Here's the top. This is the top. That's the exit. We already saw in here, correct? That or like he already cleared it out for sure. It was a hell of a base though. I gotta give him props for the way it was set up. Like honestly, if he had 2 generators right here and the 1 generator right there and 1 generator back there and had it to where I needed to knock all of those generators in order to knock the power, I wouldn't have gotten the power knocked. I don't think. It would have been cutting it really close. And that would have surprised me actually. It would have been the first base that we weren't able to full raid. And it would have been made out of the lowest tier of stone. So that is interesting. If anything, we've learned some things today. Very curious how... Very curious how he got this sub-thief down here. Now that I have some time and I'm not in a rush. The sub-thief is outside the base. Look, this is the sub-thief right here. It's in that rock. Let me break these first. That's the sub-thief right there. God, the flashlights in this game are ass. Yo, I wanted to flashlight right in front of me, not where I'm looking. Man, that's bullshit, because it's sticking out. Completely invulnerable. The splash damage wasn't even catching it. So that tells me one thing. That tells me one thing for certain is that you can't splash damage a pentashield wall, a pentashield base. This was a very strange layout, but I like it a lot. Like, predictably, I think he was assuming people raid through the front door, which is a common mistake people make. But even jumping into here, I only had access to 1 generator. There's nothing under these, correct? I mean, all I've seen is small chests so far, so predictably that's what would be under these. And honestly, you can't hold shit for spice in a small chest. Oh, he just put that up because he didn't have a roof on his base? For real? Huh. I like it. I like the base. We didn't get shit out of it, but we learned a couple of things. People can cheese their sub-thief, first off. That's a problem, because if you can cheese your sub-thief... I did try the splash damage from rockets. It did nothing. I'll try it again. Hit it with a couple more. Try and slide them, like, up into the side, maybe. I don't know, Hank, because it's the easiest thing to lay down a bunch of. Yeah, still perfect. That's crazy, man. Completely invulnerable, and that's a problem. That's an exploit that needs to be fixed. But at the same time, it does kind of, like... kind of like lean in towards the possibility of being able to make an unraidable base. Since I can't get to this guy's sub-thief, realistically all he needs to have is enough generators to block me from getting to his loot. Huh. Maybe crawl in the hole and fire? I mean, I could possibly, and that would maybe possibly work, but I'd be taking mad damage. I'd be taking splash damage myself. And I was able to, like, directly hit the bottom of that thing with my las gun, so I don't think the bottom of that thing is even... That is cheap. It's a bit of a cheap method. But he could have easily made the base unraidable using that method, so interesting. Very interesting. I think that borders on the line of, like, bug abuse, though. It a bit borders on the line of bug abuse. You know what I mean? It's kind of like if I was able to, if I managed to, like, pull up in the air and do that weird, cheesy little control ornithopter slide thing in the middle of a fight, and then I'm flying backwards at 250 shooting rockets at a guy, bro, that's bug abuse. It's one thing to fuck with a bug, and then there's another thing to, like, abuse a bug. And hiding your fief, having your fief invulnerable like that is borderline bug abuse. The same thing with the pentashield bases. I feel the same way about those. It's borderline bug abuse. Oh, 100%. It is a good troll strategy, Big Bill, for sure. Typically, though, it doesn't work as good as people think it does, because as soon as you can break the sub-thief, I don't have to use my weapons or ammo or anything anymore. I can just pull out my build tool and demolish everything. And I have full access to all of the chests. So, like, the proper troll base has a sub-thief that's, like, really well hidden, or, like, one of the last things that you would realistically run into. That one in particular, if it was a base set up to be a troll base, it worked perfectly well because of the hidden sub-thief. If it didn't have a hidden sub-thief, I'd have been able to take the base full out and then just gone and deleted all of the chests and looted them that way. And I don't think it was a troll base. I really don't. I think that guy's been farming. But with the way his small chests were set up, maybe it was. But Hank brings up, a lot of people just ride them small chests, like, full on. That's why I said borderline bug abuse, Bear Paws. It's definitely a bug. Like, that's not a game mechanic. Same way me gliding with this ornithopter at 250 kilometers per hour up to 900 is not a game mechanic, it's a bug. Like, you're not supposed to be able to make your sub-thief invulnerable. You're not supposed to be able to make these pentashield walls invulnerable. So that is a bug. And I say borderline bug abuse because having a bug that makes your base harder to raid, in my opinion, doesn't constitute abuse. But it's close. OMC's got a good point, too. Just the fact that the sub-thief was out definitely bought the base some extra time. It'd be hard for that guy to actually determine whether or not the sub-thief is invulnerable, though, unless he had somebody come and try and break it while the shield was down. So, pretty dang interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be ending the stream here today. I got the family waking up. Going to go spend some time with them and get some cleaning done as well. It's been another crazy stream. We peaked over 20 viewers on Twitch, which is absolutely crazy, you guys. I can't believe that we've actually been making Twitch work. I appreciate you guys stopping by when you do. And we had Dark come in and give out 5 community subs. Absolute legend. Right at the beginning of the stream, we had Space Cowboy or Spice Cowboy come in and drop a tier 1 sub as well. Absolute legend. We appreciate you guys. And then we had Naga Spirit with 40 bits for that on-screen celebration. Freaking insane. You guys are crazy. Over on YouTube, man, the YouTube chat and the YouTube support has been crazy inside of these live streams. We appreciate you guys being here for real. Number 1 fan of the day is Adam. And then we got Evil Boxman coming in at number 2, followed by J Wolf, number 3. OMC coming in at number 4. Kotu coming in at number 6. Caveman, number 7. Hank, number 8. Zeus, number 9. And then who's number 10? Who's number 10? Lucky number 10 is Low Tier Duster. I think Low Tier's logged off by now for the night, getting some good sleep. But we even had Pones Harder in here, Bear Paws here for a while, Naga Spirit over on the YouTube as well, AG as well. I appreciate you guys. We're going to be continuing to rock out these live streams here. And yeah, I will be back tomorrow right around the same time. But other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day. Aspen was here right at the end. I didn't forget you, Aspen. I saw you. Hey, we appreciate you guys. We appreciate you. But other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day. I'm out.